Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's like we never left over here at For Honor Console. I'm LightBoogey, your gracious host today. Our first match is going to be UDDA coming over from PC after their successful EU win over there. Going up against some relative newcomers to the scene, at least to me, in team. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. Alfablot. And today, instead of being the one-man show, I'm joined by the illustrious Verbalocity and Alernican. Thanks for joining me, guys.
Hello there, Boogie.
Hello, friends.
Thank you for the help today. I'll let you guys take it away.
So yes, very much the yin, yang, and potato salad when it comes to the desk today, but however, we need to help out dear old Boogie. Having to do this alone for 3 more days, definitely not something one would want to aspire to, but this will be the first match of the day. This will be the ultimate digital dedicated athletes, probably got that the wrong way around, Lamau versus Alfablot. We're getting into game here very shortly. The first match being on Temporary Guard. Which, is this right? Yeah, I thought first matches were done on Citadel Gate traditionally. Unless this is second match.
Whatever.
Did UDDA run that fat? Oh, fine. Yeah, console. We'll run with it.
Don't worry about
All right,
it.
we're gonna be first match on stream. This is gonna be Citadel Gate. Let's look at the split initially. Looks like they're gonna be rocking with the 1-1-3 for both teams.
Zone A.
Let's see how well they execute.
Yeah, usually you don't want to be going 3 people C, because a 3v2 is not something you can just win really quickly, unless you, like, destroy the other team. It's not gonna happen here, and it's like Shugoki, Kyundi, and Shaman. Those are not like really strong heroes. So
Yeah,
it's happening that, like, you know, in the end they might win the fight, or maybe not even win the fight. Here, Clutch and Steppings, I think is the TP. They're probably gonna do fine. But the problem is that the orange team is gonna lose mid, and they're gonna lose A because of that rotation at the very beginning.
Defenders capture.
So the initial engagement does end up going quite well for UDDA. Good for them. Now the question is, we've seen this time and time again, so I'm not going to bang on the same points I learned. That has always happened on stream. I'm just going to mention this the one time. Alfablot cannot just start getting snowballed on. They can't start going into these bar brawl fights as we're seeing here. This poor Shaman on her own 1 versus 3 and getting picked off, and the stagger starts to build. I imagine you've seen time after time after time so many teams go up against any professional team and just start running into the wall of constantly dying in and going in 2x2.
Yeah, like after like such a terrible start, with again, like, you don't want to be starting like that. You don't want to be going C on this map. But after a terrible start like that, the last thing you want to do is just keep going into the same spots with 1 person at a time and just funneling in resources to the other team for no reason. And that's what they're doing now. Like, 1 person went C, they got 3v1, another person almost went C, but you know, thankfully they stopped and then went back. And there's the one who went A, the Shaman had Bender on A, maybe it would have been a little bit better. So like rotational issues are probably gonna be the biggest thing that you're gonna see with those like newer teams or lower level teams, generally speaking. Like the macro decisions, so like, where do we go at this point, where do we go at this point, not even like how do we gank or anything like that, because those are like, even if they're not perfect, like it's console, so it's like indicator ganks work here and things like that.
Jumanji is extremely strong on the console.
Yeah, so it's much more about like the macro decisions that we make. So where do we go? Where do we start? How do we make sure we don't fall behind? How do we, if we get an advantage, how do we keep it? Things like that. And yeah, these are probably going to be the biggest things you notice with like lower level teams or new teams against UDDA or any other like kind of PS4 team. That's probably going to be a similar issue.
I know there have been some pretty intense scrims around the place, of course, UDDA, resident PC players, but they have come over to console to see if they can grab themselves the dual platform championship. And so far, things are going quite well for them, just shy of 800 points here around the Oki. Just getting close to 15 minutes, and it seems like Alfablot, at least in this first game of the best of 3, have run into this exact issue we predicted to learn. Their macro game has not been exceptional, but at the same time, how good can one's macro game actually be when you're losing literally every single fight on the map?
Yeah, I mean, like it all starts off with the like very beginning, with that terrible like rotation at the very beginning, and then they lose A because there's nobody A. They lose mid because they get ganked there because one guy just went A and then went to get mid, and then they even lose the team on C. So it's like the worst possible scenario. You want to at least, like, if you want to play it, you want to at least make sure that you send like 2 people A, for example, so that they can get A, and then you can small steal them. But here, there's the worst possible scenario, and from that, like, on top of this 800 points, they also have the renown, because, like, Crack already has his tier 4. Clutch just now got his tier 4. He had tier for a while. So, except, like, you're looking at the point, and yeah, that's a big difference, but the thing as well is the renown. Like, one of the players coming up to me doesn't even have a tier yet. The other one doesn't have a tier either. One of them has, like, a tier 1. So even if they now started playing well, now it's way too late. Because they already lost on points early now, which is the most...
Attackers are breaking.
I do want to keep an eye on what happens in the second game. You may have noticed so far in this particular show a disturbing lack of any kind of hype. Well, this is kind of a downside to watching any UDDA game early on in brackets. It kind of ends up being like this unless there's some shock upset or random seeding ends up with UDDA facing up against one of the other top teams in the scene, and there isn't that many right now. This is the usual product of it. So game 1 starting to go very quickly in UDDA's favor. You know, like Ellen said, feat scores looking virtually unsurpassable. And with this first game going down, map choice, in my opinion, is going to be very important for Alfablot, because if they go for something like, say, Sanctuary Bridge to try and fight like crazy but mitigate the need for macro game as much, their fights better be on bloody point.
Yeah, like, with map choice, like, we have a few choices. We can either go for Hyper, which is much more rotations, and still cinches. Like, we're not gonna have as many big team fights on
Defenders win!
Whereas on Sank Bridge, like, you lose one fight, the game can be over with the other team. The team that wins the fight, if they play it well, the game can be over off of just, like, one fight. So yeah, this is just, like, yeah, that was a 1-0 for UDA. But, yeah, like, I think they either gonna pick like Highford or Sank Bridge, just depending on what they feel like they could do better. I would probably assume they would pick Sank Bridge just because if they win one fight, they can win the game.
I'm sorry, Alern. I appreciate everything you're saying right now, but I keep getting distracted by the T-posing. I know Spectator is a work in progress, but they really need to make that a signature. That would just be fantastic.
Didn't they make it a signature? Isn't it actually?
They made it an emote, but in celebration of this, they should probably make it a signature as well.
A good match early on in the bracket here, from what I remember from the EU scene. We got No Mercy Esport versus Dedication Tier. And from what I remember, Calamity Key and Maiko are some strong EU competitors, and obviously we got a full-on team here in No Mercy Esports. So this should be a little bit more competitive. I let Verb and Alernican take it away.
This is still game number 1, right? That's confirmed, like map 1?
It should be. We will find out together, though.
Righto, we'll take it as... Yes, this will be fun one way or the other. And at the very minimum, it should hopefully be more balanced. Compositions seem relatively good. Nabushi is one that surprises me a little bit, Alern, especially considering her state post-nerf, but if they make it work, they make it work. Good on them.
Yeah, I mean, like, rather than talking about, like, the meta, I'm gonna go for a counter pick. And Nabushi on and then, like, the thing between the two compositions is that the blue team, I think it is, the orange team, sorry. The orange team has way better late game. They have Scout, they have Morale Booster, and I think they have Fire Plasma. I'm not sure if they do have Fire Plasma. They have Scout and Morale Booster. They stack, so that means if you have both of them out, you're not going to lose a fight. You're going to win the fight 100%. So the late game is way in favor of orange. So there has to be some kind of like early game lead probably for them not to get stumbled.
Initial team fight, however, going relatively okay. Jangjun does have the revenge, but luckily blue team is spaced out incredibly well, keeping the Jangjun's wrath relatively contained. Black Prize going to get GB'd and followed up with the Cobra Strike as well. Nabushi, of course, her bleed does have some new properties to keep in mind, but however, none of that is relevant when you can just outright murder the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean,
Attackers
this is
captured
the early
zone
game lead I was
A.
talking about now. But they have to use it somehow. Like, yeah, one person going C, that's good. They did lose A, because obviously they have 3 people in mid, which is understandable. They're gonna lose A.
Defenders captured zone C.
The Nobushi did die instead of going to C though. That's a big mistake. It's a big rotational mistake, and so now then, yeah, now this Raider in mid is gonna get ganked. That's a big problem. It's a rotational mistake again. Instead of, like, the Nobushi who was low should have gone C, take it. I can't say I don't think he was low, so he just stay there.
Halen, do you have any potential way to turn up your microphone? Chat is dearly missing your Polish
captured
tone.
Zone A.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm already on like, the
Attackers
highest
captured zone C.
on Discord.
Ah, okay.
I turned you up a little bit, OBS, but Verb is really loud, so he's going into the red, and not so much. So we'll work it out.
Don't worry, everyone. We'll get things eventually. So, in the meantime...
Actually, maybe, Boogie, you can maybe just make me go higher on Discord. Just, like, right-click on my profile, and...
Ooh, that could work.
You should be able to change my volume individually.
But yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Lernikin at 200% audio, so let me know if you can hear him.
Hello.
200% unlock.
Hello.
Right.
Okay, well...
Let's... Go on.
People have died on C, so now C is orange teams. And as I said, like, the more that orange team funnels resources into, like, the Raider, especially the Shaman, actually, the Shaman and the BP, because they have the Scout and the Morale Booster, the more that they get renowned, so look out for them. The more they get renowned, the more ahead orange is. If they get tier 4, one team fight is
Defenders
they're not going to lose a team
captured
fight.
zone C.
Yeah. Just an FYI, I believe my sources are correct. No Mercy Esport is in the blue, Dedication tier is in the orange, and that would mean No Mercy Esports is having a relatively good time of things, at least to begin with in these team fights. Most of the fight, as you can see here, is split up. There's a 3 split. What was that drop attack? Good job there by the Lawbringer.
It worked, yeah, it worked. The things like that are always risky, but I mean, if they work, they work. Sometimes you can just GB for it and it's guaranteed then. But yeah, now it's, as I said, like, late game, this orange team is really, really strong, but blue team, it's not like they're weak early on, by the way, but like, the blue team just like getting such a big lead now, hopefully for them
No.
to win this one.
This bloody ledge. I hate this ledge on C. It is the actual worst. One tiny slip, and your character just goes limp. Although admittedly, dying to a Stunning Tap, pretty much the same result, but in a 2v1 there, you do not want to be putting yourself on the outside of the fight, because one bad move and you're in the drink.
Yeah, that's a big throw. Like, if they get C there, it's still possible for them to come back. Even now, it's still possible, of course. But if they get C there, then now they get mid, and then they can, like, maybe try and go for A, or more realistically, they can just sit on C and mid and hopefully try and slowly come back and has a renown and score. But instead, no, they're just kind of in trouble now. In mid, like, Nobushi can't really gank, of course, so the Raider can do fine here. He is doing fine. Not now because of stamina, but he shouldn't be able to punish him too much. The Shaman's here as well, so this 2v2 should be won by the orange team. Yeah, they're slowly winning it. But they still don't have C. The Junction left C, I guess, to let the other guy 1v1. And yeah, like, they need to get... That's a good game, but they need to get C. If they get it, they still can come back. But
there has been, at the very minimum, Alone, I believe, a solid 2 minutes and 40 seconds of consistent stalling on C. No one has been able to actually crack this point open, apart from one small point where the Raider was able to actually take it successfully off the 2v1. So no one's been able to actually hold this properly without stalling for like a decent chunk of time.
Yeah, and the Raider now has his tier 4. He's not gonna use the Fire Flask here, I don't think. Yeah, because it's a 1v1, he's super low, so it's okay for him to die here, because he already has all his feeds. Like, he's already done what he was supposed to do as the Raider. Like, and he stalled this for so long that, like, it's good for him. Like, it's not necessarily good for him to die, obviously, but, like, it's fine for him to die, because he was gonna be able to just come back, and if any team fight, he can just Fire Flask it. And now, despite them, you know, being worse in the late game, now they have a Fire Flask, and the other team doesn't. So again, team fight very heavily.
I'll admit, I was low-key rooting for X-Guard there. He was doing all sorts of light C nonsense, just interrupts everywhere with Shaman single lights. but he just ends up getting kicked off the ledge in a way by Nobu. Rather unfortunate for him, and that will, however, get him out of the breaking because he ends up going into the drink just before, but with the rest of Dedication tier dropping, it's now a 2 versus 4, and things are not looking good on the feet side either.
Yeah, this is not looking very good. Firefly used there, not necessarily needed to be used there, but I mean, at this point, kind of you can do whatever you want. It's hard to make a mistake at this point with how far ahead they are. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be over. And the biggest things that blue team did that orange didn't is, first of all, actually that orange didn't do well. Is orange didn't gank properly. Like at some point they had like a 3v1, and the Raider would like stall for 10 years, or they would leave a gank to win another point. They would win the point, but then they wouldn't go back and gank properly again. So like, even though the rotations themselves didn't look as bad as maybe the score could show, at the same time, like the micro mistakes, I guess, like the ganks and things like that are the huge mistakes in this game. Those are like not that difficult to fix because ganks are like super difficult. As long as they know what they're supposed to be doing, and I'm sure they do know. So next game they can definitely fix it, especially if it's a different map like Highford, or for example, or actually Civil Gate would be a bit nice for them. A Sank Bridge, actually, the Orange team did fine in fights here. They just did not do well in terms of like getting the advantages where they could have gotten them.
Yeah,
so, like,
I do also want to point out before we hop over to the next map, Wesso did a rather nice play during that 2v1. He got hit with the bleed off of the Shaman, and that's usually confirmed death, but there was no follow-up heavy to keep him in block stun like you traditionally see in a proper Shaman gank, so he was just able to get his second wind off and cleanse the bleed. And that second wind that's one of the best things about it these days. Ever since the nerf to its cooldown values, you don't necessarily use it as like a big, heal to get yourself out of trouble. A lot of the time, it's just a one-time get out of gank for free card.
Yeah, that was definitely though like again, like if you look at the scores of each player, for example, like it doesn't look like it was 1,000 point difference. And it really wasn't. Like in terms of the fights, they did okay-ish. Like if there was a 2v2, for example, they would usually like either do well in it, or at least maybe just even win it, actually. But just that like the rotations themselves weren't as terrible, but like the things that they did with the rotations, they were the mistakes. So next game, hopefully they can fix that. Also, like a lot of teams are gonna try to go for like all the points at the same time, which is a big mistake. You should at first try at least to get 1 point and then fight for mid. If you get mid and you have 1 point,
Alan, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you need to save something for the future matches. You need to sandbag a little bit, my dude. Let's go to the next game and save some of that juicy analysis for when we need it.
I mean, I was out here taking notes to make sure I can win a 4v4 tournament at some point, so that was good for me.
Next time.
Thank you, Alernican.
Let's go to the next game.
We'll be back.
Yeah, I think these are the same compositions, right? For both teams?
Make you on the Black Prior, Scar on the Shaman. Yes, I believe you are correct. Losers, just to correct me on the rules here, Boogie, does console have the rule of only losers get to switch comp?
No, didn't change comp at the moment. It's not like a reset because of a rule issue or whatever.
Okay.
I mean, there reason to change if it's winning, right? Kind of thing.
Yeah. Absolutely agree. So, sometimes a lot of people change for the sake of changing, and it's more of a fidget change than one that has actual logic and a reason behind it. And that can mess with people really badly. But looks like we had the first team fight starting here in mid. Both teams' compositions are decent mid fighters, although I do tip it a little bit further towards No Mercy Esports. Yeah, that is not a good look to have initially. That kind of quick revenge timing is not going to be good. First fatality of the fight, however, Nobushi trying as hard as she can to try and get some revenge for the fallen comrade. But however, it's a 3 versus 2, and it's about to be a lot worse.
There is a backup at the same time, though, so this is still good for our team. If they get the A backup, that means that blue team cannot heal, and now they got it. Like, this is still good, even though they just lost the team fight. They have both the points, and if the Lawbringer can just stall for a long time, the BP is like 2 bars. Like, this is not going to be impossible to stall. So if they can do it, then this is a good start. But this is the Lawbringer is actually having some struggles here.
A somewhat properly executed Shaman gank there makes it a lot harder to stall out.
Yeah.
However,
It's still
it could be
fine, like, just because of the backpack, like let's just say back camp is what I meant. It doesn't even look that bad. Because of that, they couldn't go and take C, for example, which is nice.
Yeah, and Citadel Gate is one of the premier maps when it comes to displaying a team's macro play and how good they are at stalling, and specifically deciding when to stall and when to group up as a team to fight. Because for as much as we like to rattle on these tournaments about stalling and trying to keep your team dead by attrition or win by attrition, a lot of the times you can see here in the fights, a good alpha damage to secure the mid is one of the best things you can do. But unfortunately for Dedication tier, they already end up losing one person.
Yep. There's also a fight on C happening. It's a 1v1, and the orange players having struggles there, so they could lose C while they're winning B here. At the same time, though, like in this situation, I think one of the teams should just make a decision. Okay, we're sending one person to go back up, because now they lost C. They won the fight on B, but it wasn't like a huge win. So now they're all low. I think one of them should have just immediately left the moment that they're winning the fight, and the moment that they know they're gonna get mid. Just send one to A to get that point, and if you can't get it, please stall on it. That makes you win the fight on B, you still get mid, and now you're pressuring the other point. But instead now they lost C, and they still don't have A, and they're kind of in trouble here in mid, but they could still win this fight here in mid. But the cancer is super low, and he is gonna go down.
Another thing to note as well, Dedication tier, because they've been doing so much fighting and not necessarily as much successful farming appropriately for each of their characters' renown types, you know, Assassin, Hybrid, Vanguard, Heavy, they haven't been able to farm as much as they'd like. We're only seeing, you know, level 2 feats being active at most. Admittedly as well, No Mercy Esports are suffering from the same problem. We saw on the Lawbringer there, for example, had literally 0 feats available, and so, you know, no body count available to help fight in the mid, and that's going to be especially important as we get into this 2v2 here on the home point for the attackers.
Yeah, the Shaman has used both their traps. Of course, we didn't exactly know where they are. They probably were already popped. But that's a big deal, and now, like, the Shaman with traps is one of the strongest 1v1ers in the game. So she can, for example, go A, or she could go C, or she could just stay C with her traps, and then go somewhere else, and whoever comes to C to try and attack it, now they have to deal with traps plus somebody who's trying to defend it. That is not going to be a 1v1 you're going to win it most of the time. So that's like the strength of traps in the minion. They're really, really strong. And the Raider is probably going to win 1v1 on A, but yeah, no, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately that gang was a little stuffed, ends up actually giving him revenge, and now time for a Benny Hill chase, trying to get the final kill on the Black Pride where he can, but Matun gets GB'd instead into the wall, and this is going to give it a little bit of time for the Black Pride to actually heal.
Yeah. Yeah, the Raider could have won this. Like, this is a lot of like individual performance. Like here, the Raider, for example, killed the Black Prior. Now then he can stall against the JJ, and they can, you know, make good use of that. And the problem is though they still don't have their points. Like they didn't have their point. Like the Shaman with traps, or even without traps, now of course we don't know exactly if she used it or not. Shaman is insane in situations like these. So you want to really make sure at least you have 1 point, so you have somewhere to heal. Because right now, whatever like damage is done on mid, you can't, like, since the body counter, you can't just like kill a few minions and be full health anymore. So it is difficult to heal in the situations. If you don't have body count, you just can't heal at all. So this is a difficult position for the orange team.
That's especially one of the reasons why you see Stalwart Banner being run a lot more these days, because having that access to quick healing, you don't see more than one of them being run. You know, Fire Flask, Morale Booster, Scout, they're all going to take higher precedence than a Stalwart Banner. But if you've got the room for it and a composition, absolutely you're going to run something like that. But however, Dedication tier, feats or no feats, are now in a good position for themselves, turning things right around on No Mercy Esports, just shy of 900 points for them. 1 more point gives them the breaking as long as they can unstall on A point and take it back for themselves.
Yeah. Again, like the Shaman now is back. The Shaman already has Scout. I think she already used it. I think that's what that means. I could be wrong though. So the Shaman having Scout, that's a huge deal. Sure, of course, has a lot of her defeat as well, which, again, the traps are insane, second one really, really strong. They should be able to just gank this very quick, even though the Raider is really low, but the Shaman should be able to just, like, deal some damage here. Her, like, really good offense, and yeah, she's killed the other guy.
But the fight is still going on
Yeah.
8 point. We've still got stalls going on. Can someone please take this point? We're going to see the phalanx, I believe, was popped there. Going to give a little bit of protection to the shaman here. Going to start with a headbutt and try and get something done. Revenge giving you a bit of cover from the fire being rained on him by the Kensei, but the smoke bomb's going to make things way more difficult.
Yeah. You wanna be careful with how you approach a fight like this. Like if you're on near the gates here, like the smoke bomb just destroys the fight. And now they actually might be able to get the triple. No, they didn't get. There's the 5 and C happening again, so that's why they didn't have the triple cap right now, the orange team. But if they can win this fight, which is gonna be difficult, it's not gonna be an easy fight to win for them. If they can do well in this fight, they can still turn this game around. But they are very much behind. Without smoke bomb, without any of the heat that Kansai has, yeah, no. Because of that, yeah, they weren't able to win this. But maybe you can see.
No Mercy Esport now going to be sat and breaking, going to be looking potentially for the final stand if they're not careful. Both people fighting on C extremely low. Couple more lights from the low. Bring it, there we go! Finally able to get the side light after a very extended engagement. That's going to end up with the point getting unbroken. That's going to give him a point of respite. But the problem now is No Mercy Esport have to take A, and this has been a problem for the past like 5 minutes.
Yeah, if they can get it, they can obviously still win, because, I mean, obviously they're gonna break, but if they don't get it, they're just gonna break. So, this is like a race against time. You either decide to commit to A here, in which case you go with not just one person, because if he dies, now the game is over, because it's just a 3v4, you're never gonna win that. So you either commit with everyone to get mid and get A, or you sit on C and get the mid with like bombs or something with Glowbringer or something like that, and then you can maybe try and do something.
I would have said wait for Matun to get Fire Flash, but he just died, and he's being executed as well, so that's going to be bad for him. I do see Revenge has been popped in the mid. That's going to give the Dedication tier a bit more room to play with in the mid in the 2v1, and this is looking like potentially a map 3 coming up.
Yeah. This was a much closer game than the first game. Even though obviously the winners are different, but the level of dominance, I guess, like in game 1 was a lot different. Because game 1, like every fight was won by the team that lost this game. But this one was like a lot closer, and it was a lot about just not having that point. It all started with the backup at the very beginning, and that was a good decision by the orange team, and that was like, if they had kept going like that, it would have been really good. But obviously they were the ones who lost this game.
Special shout out to Scar and Mattoon, who were popping off during that match there, especially the Raider at the end. So
16 and 1.
GG's.
Yeah, Shaman is insane. Like with traps and everything, she's fucking insane.
Yeah, you played the role well. So we're gonna get the next match set up. We'll be right back, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna actually stick with this same set. This is kind of rare, so early in the bracket, but it actually ended up being a good matchup. Really back and forth. No Mercy took map 1 in a commanding way, and then Dedication tier. Yeah, turned around and did the same thing on map 2. So it all comes down to this. Both teams are pretty strong, and obviously they don't want to go to losers bracket so early in the tournament. So this is actually a pivotal early tournament match, and we'll let Verb and Lerner can take it away.
I'm rather pleased that this happened this early on. Traditionally, these first bracket ones are complete and utter, or this early in the bracket are complete and utter stomps, and you just kind of wait until you get midway through to where some of the more drama happens. So having something like this that we can see this early is going to be a nice palate cleanser for the rest of the tournament, or at least a taste setter at most. So going into, we're going to be going back to the old Temple Garden. Looks like that was the map that was decided by No Mercy Esports to be their last stand for this third and final match of the set. Do bear in mind, we are in best of 3 currently this early on in the bracket. Learn, what's the split looking like?
It's looking very similar, like just 3 people mid, but instead of which team is which? The orange team is Dedication, like something,
correct.
Right?
Orange is Dedication tier.
Okay, so what blue team did first game on this map is they sent 3 people mid, and they got mid, and then they got like one of the other points as well. But now both teams send 3 mid, and it's a good decision by the Kansai there to go to C to take it without having to without staying in mid. But it's a bad decision and bad play by the other two to die to let one die in this 3v2. 3v2 is in a situation in which you're going to get destroyed really quick. If you play it correctly, you can just let them get mid and not take much damage, and meanwhile you're taking C, which is worth it in this situation.
Especially when your Nabushi dies in record time like we saw there, Heaven for No Mercy eSport. She only just respawned, and the rest of her team is either already dead or close to dying at this point.
Yeah, this is a very close match. It's a very close fight though. Like the Nabushi, if she can win this, yeah, she can win this. So they're gonna be able to get C, and then they're gonna be they keep C. Sorry, although there's JJ coming there, so they have to get the rotation going there. Which I think they are, yeah, they are going because the guy just wants to heal, but it's going to be lucky enough to stop the JJ from tapping it. There is one more, I think, BP coming there as well, so there could be a gank happening. But JJ BP gank, not the strongest, at the same time the Kensei is super low, so they should be able to win this.
Oh, the molly! I'm not sure what happened there, but he just eats the raw top heavy because reasons. And now the BP on a run.
Yeah, I think he like thought he was gonna get hit by the bash, so he just stopped and like, paying attention. He just got hit by that.
He was probably expecting the bush the heavy sort of scenario, wasn't he?
I mean, the bush was there, it just didn't hit. He just fucking like, missed them. But yeah, then the bush is dead now. And this is looking weird for blue team, because again, like they don't have any way to heal. So the guy in mid, for example, he can't heal. He doesn't have body count right now.
He just got it.
He has it.
Raided just got it.
Yeah, but now there's two people there who are gonna like make his, regeneration pretty much impossible here. So it is still again like a weird type of scenario where they just don't have anywhere to heal, and now they're gonna be able to probably get C. I don't know if there's anyone.
Shaman's about to contest it and actually just kill the Raider outright.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was again well done by the Shaman. Shaman has really good rotations, even without her traps. She's really strong, and once she gets trapped, you just cannot 1v1 her on a point. That's like one of her biggest strengths. And then she also has Scout and the second one, which is really strong. She's a very nice character.
Ooh,
and yeah, this should be a gank here.
A little bit unorthodox. Oh no, the revenge pop! He got the revenge in time! Wesso might have a comeback potential here as long as he actually spaces correctly.
Yeah, he is very low though under the revenge part, so it's gonna be yeah. He was very low, so this is just gonna be like a stalling mechanism. It wasn't gonna be like a big 1v2 pop-up type scenario. The Kensei is beating the JJ, yeah, just some light C's worked very well there.
We mentioned about the bush, the heavy before, but we're seeing in a lot of these gangs a lot of buttons being pressed. I know there is a different dynamic on console due to the nature of the arena you're fighting in, that those kind of more pinpoint surgical ganks don't necessarily have to be done. They can still work, from my understanding, perfectly fine. But it's often more easily and more commonly done just to do like Jumanji indicator ganks, and they actually work out fine.
Yeah, they can. It's still like better to do like a
clean
bash. Yeah, a bash into a heavy or just like a normal shaman gang. But the other ones can work just fine as well. Although like the more practice someone gets on console, the more like they're gonna be able to at least do something.
There we go. There's a clean gang right there. GB into unblockable. Perfect.
Defenders captured Zone A.
Yeah, and that works just fine. So Orange team is like ahead, but not like it's not a big deal. Like the C is being contested right now, so as long as the blue guy, I don't know if it's like a Raider or a JJ. It's a Raider, okay. I was about to say as long as he can stall, but he can't really stall this. If they do they cannot really stall this.
Two Bobby ones, however.
Yeah, there's one in mid, one in A.
However, Black Prior being low still has access to the heal on Bulwark, so if the Kensei stops applying pressure, he can try and heal back off that. A lot of ashes going through cleanly here. Spirit Scope is not having a good time. He's going to have to really rely. What was that? Was that a GB that landed clean from out of stamina? What?
Yeah, he just whiffed because of pillars. Like, pillars are very good. And so he whiffed the GB, and the Kensei could have killed him, but he didn't know, I guess, his own like throw range, which can be a little bit deceiving at times. Like now, Orange team is in commanding lead. Like I said, like 30 seconds ago, it wasn't that big of a deal. Now it's a huge deal, obviously. They did win the fight in mid, the blue team did, but the rotations are going to be coming in from Shaman, and A is just being boosted. So as long as they can keep at least A and like somewhat like pressure mid, they're going to be fine. Shaman is going to C, which usually wouldn't, I don't think, be the best choice, but it's working out because of the traps. Like there was one trap that hit the Lawbringer one shot
right
like
there, yeah.
Lucy, and now there's a scout, and she has second win, so it's gonna be really, really good situation for her. And that's gonna be tough
Nice
also.
target swap there, actually, by Scar, keeping the Lawbringer in connection. Oh, what a heavy setup there with the Raider as well. That's one of the best things about Shum, because she can target swap so well. Indicator Kanks are even more deadly, but flipping over to the other side of the map here, the Black Crier for Dedication tier doing an excellent job controlling the high ground.
Yeah, and the blue team chose Temple Garden because they won the first game on it so easily, but it's not going so well for them this time. The fighters aren't going that well. Like, and also like the rotations, like when you have both points, like on both opposite sides of the map, you have to be really careful not to overextend and not just lose both of them. Or like you have both of them and then you go like mid or something, and you lose the fight in mid, and now they can just take the entire map because you just let them get it. Like once Shaman gets a point and gets her traps, she can just stay on that point. She can just stay on A. She can just stay on C. And unless there's a rotation coming or something like that, she doesn't need to move at all. She can just stay there, and she has the strongest 1v1 in the game. And that's what the Shaman has been like partly doing, but not as much. She's been leaving traps though, like on C we saw that big fight happening. So the traps are working out very, very well, and this blue team doesn't have that much like strength to be able to actually fight against them that well.
Even worse with them in breaking right now. No Mercy Esport on the precipice of going down to the losers bracket in a valiant showing at least. 2-1 is not something to be sad about, but they're going to go down to their final member. It's going to be the blue team's Raider against the World. Has the revenged enemy against him, low HP as well. Shum with the mix-ups gets the bird's beak, the Raven's beak. That's the actual correct word for that one. And revenge is the only thing currently saving him from a watery grave. But unfortunately, this is a 1 versus 2. I feel like we're going to be cutting to break very soon.
Yeah, again, like that was more like the first game, except just the roles were reversed. The different teams just did, like now they won every fight. Now they did like every rotation better than the other team. And it's hard to like say why exactly what happens, why obviously.
Lack of farm for starters. Look at the score disparities.
Yeah, I mean, again, like look at the Shaman again, 13-1. First game, I don't think she did as well, but the second game and third game, like easily top of the score. But like this game, almost having double the score of any of her teammates. So yeah, like Shaman is just carrying these games as well with her just like individual performance, which is a big deal as well.
There's one more point I wanted to quickly get some clarification from you. A lot of people assume that, of course, Shaman being an assassin shouldn't be holding points. Why is for those of you that just joined us, why is Shaman the exception when it comes to holding points on her own?
Well, because of her traps, like because of the traps, because of stun trap, because of bear trap, she like stun trap makes obviously the opponents go out of stamina, deals a little bit of damage. Out of stamina pressure is really strong, and now that revenge doesn't pop in a 1v1 scenario, like you don't gain any revenge in 1v1, you get hit by the stun trap, you eat the whatever damage stun trap does, and then you eat the out of stamina pressure. Then there's a bear trap that deals 25 damage. If the opponent's unlocked, guarantees like additional 60 or 70 damage because of how unlock works. And then you also are out of stamina. You're not gonna win a 1v1. You have to send 2 people to her. That's why Shaman is really good, like on Citadel Gate, taking the enemy point and just sitting on it. Just sitting on it, and you have to send 2 people. And if you send 2 people, obviously then the other team has the number advantage everywhere else, right? So Shaman is extremely powerful. She's one of the strongest characters in Dominion overall in the game. Because of her traps, and then also like Scout. It's not banned in this tournament or anything, so Scout is extremely powerful as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, a live recording of Alern's 3rd episode of a Pro Guide to Dominion YouTube series.
To Dominion. Hello everyone, and welcome to a new video.
Thank you very much for the insight, guys. We're going to be right back and find another match to catch in the winners bracket. This Rebirth are going to be on the attacking team, and we have the Concussion squad on the defenders. So this is our first quarterfinal match, and take it away, guys.
Alright, this is completely off topic here, but the way Nemesis Rebirth have their name listed on the stream kind of makes it look like they've turned into an anime of some description. And hang on a minute, off topic, Clarissa Armada. I recognize that name from somewhere. Could that be who I think it is?
Looks like Mistressed has a fanboy. Hate to see it.
Yeah, I think that's what
This
it is.
isn't.
Verb.
Ooh.
This is not anything that's here
This
now.
isn't actually Mistress Stealth entering the tournament.
No, I don't think she's NA. This is an EU tournament, Verb.
Oh yeah, what am I talking about? Bloody hell. All right.
Okay.
All right then. If we're gonna go in on this person, why are they not playing the shaman for the team? There is a shaman on the team, but it's not being played by the person named after Mistress. That's her main. What is going on?
Mistress
Very
played a little bit of negotiating. Just running at least.
She played a bit before Shaman came out, but then she went hardcore on Shaman.
Well, maybe it's an OG fan. Maybe it's an OG fan. Also, this game we have a Shinobi and we have what's the other one?
Hitokiri.
Defenders
Hitakiri as
captured
well.
Zone
And Conqueror too.
Conqueror. And what's the other one? That was the
Attackers
on
captured
the
Zone
orange team.
C.
There was one
Tensei.
weird. Kansai. Okay. Well, Kansai.
We got a Shinobi on the other team as well.
Yeah, Kansai. I mean, yeah, Shinobi. Yeah, Shinobi is weird because on PC you don't really pick him anymore.
I mean, he literally just got second blood of the game, so good start.
But yeah, I was about to say though, like on console, like his innate strengths are going to be so much stronger. If that makes sense, than on PC. Plus, his 1v1 is gonna be very obnoxious with 24 damage, 500 MS lights, which he still has, and still very high damage punishes and deflex and everything like that.
Still has access to range DP as well, even if it was nerfed.
Yeah. Silence range GB is still there. They haven't added a sound to it, so it's still silent. Plus, the FOV on console makes it very difficult to actually deal with the Shinobi like that. Well, out of neutral, they're gonna break. So.
Yeah, I do want to quickly mention to those of you wondering why are we doing this much comparing between PC and console. The reason why is it's not because of the PC is better like whole shebang as we're seeing the team fights currently happening in mid. It's because there are two very distinct different styles. Like Boogie, for example, is the resident console practitioner. He can tell you all about it himself. But like for instance, a lot of teams coming in, I know for example UDDA have talked about it, their gank style dramatically changes on console. They don't do what they normally do. They'll often switch to a more Jumanji heavy style. Their characters will often switch off. They won't feel as scared throwing some attacks, like some specific heavies, some other moves as they would on PC, because they're more confident that they'll actually land in the first place.
Yeah, console is a wild land. It's quite something, and
I appreciate the diplomatic responses you're trying to give. I can feel the restraint in your voice.
Trying my best. People are dying at the same time, Verb. Can you not laugh? People are dying. Also, Kansas is just spamming some lights and it's working against the shaman.
Oh no, there's the trap. This is gonna be. Goes for the parry, ballsy bugger. Emperor Marius.
Yeah. They haven't done they're not doing the cover gank again. And now he was able to get the zone, and now some more lights is coming up.
Was he not looking for the hit confirm? Was he feeling not confident in his combo strike? Interesting. There we go. That one was confident. Finally gets the kill.
And they get the kill. Yeah. This is like kind of a weird type of game because things have been happening, and they keep happening. There's a conquered mid who just stays in mid, which is generally what the Kong wants to be doing. He can't really go anywhere else. I assume he has heal on block. Yeah, I think he has heal on block as well. So once he gets his tier 3, he's gonna become a strong character.
Alright, I respect the nads on that. Sorry to interrupt, but I respect the nads on that Conqueror. Seeing an unblockable that can be soft fainted to GB decides to go for full block. And it works. What a read.
Yeah, console is all about the full blocks. Any Kong you play against, he's gonna spam full block every time. It's crazy. It's crazy. But it works.
You think he would have gone for an option to like zone parry, but nope, I'm just gonna full block and it works on the 33% chance.
Yeah, it works. Why not do it? And yeah, the Raider is dead. Hitakiri is a very strong character already on PC. On console, she's also obviously very, very strong. Although I'm not sure if she gets stronger relative to other characters or if she gets they're just like the same. Because on console you can't react to her, right? But you can't react to her on PC either. So I'm not sure if she gets better.
You can start getting much more lazy with your heavy applications on the console, I'd imagine. You can start doing things which you'd normally get punished for after people got used to it. Of course, a good Hitakiri is going to mix it up anyway, but even with that, like with this match being this close, that Hitakiri is going to be incredibly important in these mid-fights and in controlling C point specifically, because Hitakiri hasn't really gone to A too much so far today.
Yeah, I mean, like, Hito is insanely strong in 1v1 against any of the heroes that the other team has. Like, maybe like, yeah, even like Raider, which was like generally speaking one of the best like 1v1 characters in the game. Like, Hito can do just fine.
Defenders captured zone
Good
A.
effort, Shinobi. I appreciate the double dash, but yeah, alas, not as good as you were before.
Yeah, and again, like we see the Hitakiri again. He already has heal on block, so as long as he can block, is that heal on block? I think it's heal on block, right?
Yeah, I believe that, yes, that's heal on block. It's got the shield symbol. Heal on block.
Yeah. So like, he has heal on block, like, as long as he can actually block some attacks, he's not gonna lose any 1v1. Unless it's like against maybe a Shaman, because Shaman has a lot of bashes, but even then, like, and then obviously the biggest application of heal on block is you go mid, you stay in minions, there's like 2 minions, they hit you once, then you're full health. And just, it works on minions, it's insane. So once the Hitakiri maybe moves to mid, and they will have like Hitakiri Conk in mid, which is insane, like both heal and block. Mid is not gonna be able to be taken.
Revenge Raider, I was waiting to see if he actually get any work done. He actually gets the first kill, gets the revenge throw on the Hitakiri as well. Can he get anything off of it though? Nope.
Yeah. He thought it was gonna work.
There's one of the big strengths, the kick mix-ups right there. You can, of course, hard feint the kick into a GB if you so wish. And you saw that put to good use there. However, in the mid, Conqueror, who now has access to his bash feat, doesn't have access to the important heal on block, so he's dead.
He's going to die now, but he's close to it, and that's the most important part. Like, as Kong, you don't care about how many times you die or anything like that. You can go 0-7 as long as you stay in mid and you kill minions. That's all you can. That's all you really want to be doing. If the enemy team commits like 2 or 3 people to you every time, that's a win for you, even if you're 0-7. As long as you're not like losing 1v1s, of course. In which case, yeah, that's a mistake. But you shouldn't really be losing 1v1s. Kong in mid, especially with all of your feats. So Kong is about to hit his power spike at tier 3, where a 1v1 is never gonna lose a 1v1, even ganking can be very. So you want to like delay the heal on block as much as possible. It's about to get it. Like a few more minions is gonna have it, and then it's gonna be difficult to really do it.
He should probably just unlock here and then go and farm, although he gets a good read, gonna try and use the block on his own, gets the kill, and now he's got it.
Yeah, and now he can block 2 minions, like he's gonna be full health. And so then Nobushi is gonna be having some struggles. Nobushi just got second win, she used it though, so 2 minutes, she's not gonna have it. Since the nerf now it's 2 minutes down. You wanna be so now the Nobushi is kind of like in a pickle. Like, what does she do? Does she go mid and there's a Conk there with heal on block that she can 1v1 and the Conk can pressure her? Or does she go in a roam, in which case she's not the best at it, but she's still good in 2v2, so maybe she can go and help the Shaman, for example. The Shaman. If you maybe go and help the Shaman, and the Raider can every now and then go in like or something like that.
However,
the Shaman is, she's what are you doing right now?
In the smoke as well. That smoke, of course, with the addition of the AoE line and Spectator, that is a lot larger than I gave it credit for. I thought that feat was way smaller than it actually was, and with that,
very big.
Yeah, now we're going to be seeing the breaks happen on both teams here, although they're going to be trading back and forth till one team can actually get secure of 2 points. Then they can try and assert themselves a bit more. Conqueror is still swinging away in the mid. Bear in mind, of course, I don't know if the Conqueror is actually going to employ it, but you can actually unlock zone, and it'll target a minion, making it effectively unparryable unless they've got a flip or a full block punish of some description. So that is an extremely potent ability in team fights in mid.
Yeah, it's like anytime you get hit, you can be just like a tank, like an MMO or some shit. Like, you get hit and you don't care. Like, you can take all the aggro you want. You can just unlock zone and you're full health again. Or you can just block some minions tanks and you're full health again. Like, he took some damage, but he doesn't care. He has catapult, which is it's not really much like it, maybe they can use it. But here, all he needs to do is just heal. When he uses the catapult, it's actually gonna work. It's actually almost killed one.
Almost. It was a femtometer away from actually getting him.
Yeah,
However,
but he can stop. Yeah, the shaman's not helping. He can stop this one.
Attackers captured
as much as
Zone
possible.
A.
there we go. He finally gets it, and he's gonna get a full punish too. No, he's out of stamina. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That could have been a potential full kill.
Yeah, now the Kong, as long as he plays this correctly, he's not gonna die. He's a 2v1, but he needs to
Scouted though. That's the problem.
Attackers are
Yeah.
breaking.
Scout is insane. So Scout for Shamans coming in there, you know. Again, a full block this console. We are going to be seeing full blocks, and it works. He needs to go to the
Tiger
minions.
of Tempest is making it work though. As much as we can dunk on the ability, Tiger of Tempest is making some bloody good reads.
Yeah. And this is like a double breaking situation. This is very, very close.
Prepare for the panic. This always
One person
happens at
did
double
die.
breaking.
Yeah, one person did that. You have to be. What separates actually, what I want to say, like what separates like decent teams from good teams is their late game fights. Like a lot of the time, like in an A, for example, on PC, what you would see is against like it was like Scar's team against Rawit's team, or that was the finals on NA PC, right? Every game was super close, but it was the late game theory, like late game practice that was winning the games for Scar's team. That's how they won the tournament. And you really need to know how to play the late game. And Orange team is struggling. The Kong is full health. And they did get a kill with the Hitokiri. So Hitokiri Kong, they cannot die. If they can block, they cannot die. But the Kong is going in for no reason. And he's actually about to die. He's about to do the one thing he's not supposed to do.
There we go. He got revenge at least.
Yeah, he got revenge, but the revenge Kong is not very scary.
And he popped it too early as well. That's a problem. Oh, wait, he got the GB. Hello. Counter guard break, please. Oh, okay then. Fine. I suppose this is what we're happening. Fight on the bridge. 2 versus 2. Revenge. Oh, the reinforcements come in, making it the 2 versus 3. Headbutt guarantees the zone. And this is going to be going to map 2 very shortly in favor of the Concussion squad. And this is going to be a hell of a comeback by Destiny Dragon.
He could actually maybe win. Oh no, that was a good parry.
He's got Senbon Sakura. He got bit. Never mind.
Defenders win.
That was a good bleed there and good parry. Okay, so that was actually winnable by Kong Hitokiri. The 2v3 was actually winnable, but the Kong just went in by himself instead of going mid to like kill some minions or whatever, get some points, and then go with the 2v3. 2v3 with 2 heal on blocks, 1 body count on the Kong in case he needs to go back and maybe kill some minions. He maybe could get catapult back, which again isn't a very strong feat, but can still work. There's like a long animation or something. So like this was winnable, but the Kong just went in by himself to like stop the enemy team, I guess, from doing something, but it just didn't quite work out there. Like it was winnable.
Catapult feels more like of a zoning feat than an actual like proper damaging feat at this point, unless you've got guaranteed setup off of like a revenge parry or something from a teammate. Most people I've seen use Catapult for either a YOLO throw to see if you get a kill, or as a way to clear minions if you don't have access to grenades. Like Catapult is like, even though for Conqueror, bless his heart, all of his tier like 4 feats aren't very good.
Really
like he's
bad,
got
yeah.
Uninterruptible, which is Lamau Uninterruptible on a Conqueror. If that was on like more of a offensively stacked hero, possibly. Regenerate, nice in Breach, but this is Dominion, so who cares? You can get heals really easily. And Catapult, like you mentioned, can be good sometimes, but it's a bit of a YOLO throw.
Yeah, I mean, it's only good if it's confirmed. So if it's confirmed on like long executions, for example. If someone for some reason starts a long execution, they can do it. Things like that. But like overall, it's still obviously not a very strong feat. But it is something that like if they mess up, I can get 2 kills with it. We can win the game. Even though it must be a big mistake, it can still happen. So.
All right, before we sign off, Shadow Puppet, I will accept that Uninterruptible is a good feat as soon as people accept that Benefaction is a good feat on Zhang Jun, okay? Good. We'll sign off.
Back into that quarterfinals match that we were spectating earlier. It is Concussion Squad versus Nemesis Rebirth. So Concussion is on the attackers, Nemesis is on the defenders.
Defense.
And they are down
It's 1-0
1-0.
Concussion.
Yeah, 1-0 Concussion. Yeah. Interesting team comps from Nemesis. But they made it this far, so we'll see how it all pans out. It looks like Concussion's a little bit more optimal. Maybe just a Nobu kind of standing out there, but they do have the Shaman, so we'll see how it goes. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, they have a Shugoki, which is a bit of a yikers. They also have
Yorm Chendi Valkyrie. I am loving this. Nemesis Rebirth, I love you already.
Valk is like, I think Valk's fine. This is console. Valk's not that bad. But you also have George, which is a bit of a again of a yikers. But I mean, we'll see. Like, this is console. This is a different environment, so this could work out. Plus, like the unfamiliarity of fighting against a Valk, fighting against a Shugoki, fighting against Tiandi, even fighting against a George, like. It's still gonna be harder than you'd think because you just don't know how to fight against them.
Alright, so it's gonna be the three. It's gonna be the 1-3-1 or the 1-2-1 split, and it's gonna be going okay at least initially for the Concussion squad. They're gonna seize A and C quickly, and they're gonna start fighting on B where possible. Shaman
just sitting there.
Good jump point, by the way. He gets it. What? The tracking actually works for a change? Usually that tracking is horrendous on that point. What the hell?
Yeah, it's this is harbor. This is harbor for you. You don't want to fight there. You want to be very careful with what you do when there's someone like right above you, because he's not doing anything.
When I try that, I always end up just hitting nothing.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Be careful and hope to the Frontal gods that they like you enough.
Gotta hope you've been nice to Stefan.
Yeah, Shugoki got unlucky there because there's a bug with Shaman where sometimes it doesn't let you pop revenge. Sometimes it doesn't, and so Shugoki got unlucky there, he couldn't pop revenge, and simply because of that he's dead. He would have gotten a lot of damage on one of the opponents very easily had he been able to pop revenge, but again, he got unlucky. It's just RNG, like I don't know, people have tried testing it and we don't know what causes it, so I think it's just random at this point.
We're just gonna have to wait for Freeze to make a video on that. And I was about to say, shout out to Mr. Kyle, we're seeing a Chendi in action, but the Chendi getting its neck ripped off instead. And now we're gonna be looking at Yorm, who might be having the same fate, but fortunately is gonna have the Revenge. However, Revenge Yorm is okay if your reactions are not fantastic, and of course that sort of thing can be amplified heavily on a map like sorry, not a map, on a platform like console.
Ooh, that's a
that light parry though!
Let's go, Destiny Dragon.
Wow!
JJ trying to dodge and tag that deals no damage. Didn't work out for him there. The undodgeable column. At the same time though, on the entire map, it's not going as well though. A is gonna be just not boosted by the orange team, and mid is being... they might win mid, actually. They might win mid. Blue team does, but...
If Nobushi can keep range and get revenge, never mind, I was trying to be optimistic. Nope, Nobushi's just going to end up on the floor. Raid is going to end up in the same place soon because of the optimal ganks, and that's going to be the end of that. Initial map control now going to be ceded over to Nemesis Rebirth as long as they can take out the Jangjun, who's currently camping on their home point.
They should be able to take... If they can get C, which is going to be really nice, or A, sorry, A on this map, if they can get it, which they're now pressuring, then they should be able to at least, get the pressure in, which is nice. As long as they're currently, as long as they're not, fully committed to this, okay, well, this is a good map. As long as they're not fully committed to this, so as long as they're actually clearing mid, as long as they're, still boosting C, which they are, this is a really good play. Like, even though they died, they didn't, die so quickly that now the other team can take advantage of that. So, there's a 2v1 in mid. The Tiandi should be able to survive this for a decent level. Yeah, revenge time, which is nice.
Nice 1-2 combo follow-up. Now with the backup, Revenge does end up going away for him, so he's going to go back to try and harass the enemy where possible. The 2v2 could turn to a 2v1 very fast, but not for the side that was hoping for it. Shandy on his own now, going to get GB'd. One more attack from the enemy is going to end up finishing him off. The Dragon Kick actually ends up going through clean, but gets executed by the Shaman anyway.
Didn't quite work out there, yeah. You have to be careful with things like that, because it has long recovery. Well, maybe not the longest recovery, but still, you have to be careful with things like that.
For those of you wondering, the cameraman for today, our dedicated observer, is the Mr. Wonderful LightBoogey, so if you love the camera work or you utterly despise it, Boogie is the one to harass.
Well, if you like it, then it's me actually observing, but if you don't like it, then it's LightBoogey. So please make sure to add him on Twitter, on Discord as well, on FHC. You should be able to join the Discord. And
actually don't add him, he's a busy man.
Actually add him.
Don't at me, baby, don't at me.
Literally don't at him, he needs the admin stuff. However, team fight in the mid, 2 versus 3 minions everywhere. Not going to be a great place for mobility-wise. Trap on the floor, the stun trap's going to buy the Shaman a little bit of room to play with. But let's see what can be done here. Revenge is not going to be possible because he gets swept off his feet by the Valkyrie. Looks like the Alern bias coming in strong there. Valkyrie actually putting some work in.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't react to anything that Valk does, it's gonna be not a bad character. She has some sort of defense. Has really good feats, even though she's not running the what I would call necessarily the optimal feats. She's still like Barrier Trap is still a very strong feat, of course. But her feat synergy, if she's running the like optimal setup, is really strong, and it's really fun to play with as well, which is obviously not the biggest importance in terms of a tournament, but it's nice to play with. Like everything in her kit just kind of works together with the feats. But now she's gonna be in trouble. Yeah, the Barrier Trap. The Shaman already has Scout. 5 minutes in, she already has Scout.
There's a fucking double Bear Trap there,
Defenders
boys.
captured Zone C.
Yeah. And that's the Shaman didn't like that one. So that was a 3v1. And now the Nobushi just here to stop the blue team from healing, which is good, but she's just gonna die here, yeah. She's just destroyed.
Tell you what, though, Concussion Squad managed to make the not necessarily the comeback, but the stabilization seem incredibly easy. We're seeing now, however, the Mr. Unknown for Concussion Squad against getting Demon Balled. Although Shigoki rolls, puts himself out of stamina, not the place you want to be when there's someone stalking you from the rafters. I think there might be a shaman up there to no good. Let's pan back a little bit on the camera, because I feel like I'm seeing an arrow up above. Yep, there's a shaman up there again!
She's trying her best, and it works. Of course it did.
Twice!
Twice.
Okay, who is playing the shaman? Please lock on to their player position. I need to give them props personally. DJ Yessa, great work on these drop attacks. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
What?
That was
Did she just
What was
get
that
hammer
target?
slammed while standing? The fuck?
Yeah. Well, it was like a
A target swap hammer slam.
Yeah, attacker swap hammer slam. She got hit because she was using second gun. So,
Defenders are breaking.
Off there, I guess. But yeah, this is a tough one. It's hard for me to like analyze even because I really not worth the games.
How much is there to really analyze? It's like Meat Sweat just corrected me. The DJ had 3 drop attacks this game, apparently. It's some of these gangs, it's just been a constant bar fight in mid. Like, how much can we talk about the intricacies of holding home and away point on Harbor when this chip in the middle has bodies piling up by the second?
Defenders are breaking.
What is there to say?
There's some buttons being pressed. Yonde is dead, and the Jorah is gonna be spamming some attacks.
Fire trap?
It's not gonna work. Yeah, the fire trap, and there's no way to heal for George, so that's gonna be
Down.
one dead. The other one dead as well, and now it's only Valk and Shigeo.
The bear trap. Good placement on the body. There's no way you could see that in the chaos. It's going to be an optimal gang setup, and Valk needs revenge here. Valk will not be getting revenge. Shugoki, last chonk standing.
Oh, he got a revive. This is gonna work. It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, Chief. Concussion Squad with the clean 2-0. Moving on to the next set, the next phase in the winners finals.
It wasn't the cleanest actually, which is not the best kind of prediction for their next opponent, who I think is gonna be UDA.
Yeah, let me have a gander at the bracket real quick, since I have that up on my other monitor. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Now it is time for the next match on stream. We're still sticking in the round 3 on the winner's side, but this time we're going to be looking at the match that indeed we were curious about seeing. This is going to be the ultimate dedicated digital athletes versus the Damned Wolves. So, I was not familiar with them before, but I will be now. I'm very curious to see how they play, especially with their very specific composition they've got lined up for here, Alern.
Yeah, they have the console special, aka Aramusha, coming up. It can be quite good on console. Like even on PC, it's not bad anymore. And on console, with like he has insane damage, and he has quick attacks. They don't really need that much more to be able to. And he has good chains as well to keep going. So he can be like quite a menace, unironically. Whereas on PC, obviously, he was a little bit more of a joke for years. But now he's not as bad anymore. And on console, I'm sure he's can be quite good now.
Defenders captured.
Yeah, however, the
Zone
only
C.
concern I have about running Blackprior, Conqueror,
Defenders
and
captured Zone
Aramusha
A.
is if the ganks are not executed well and the team fights aren't conducted in a proper manner, revenge is going to be fed in very high quantities, like horrendously high quantities. there aren't that many super good gankers on that team outside of like the Raider.
Yeah, Aramusha and Raider both have like really good damage though, and BP has like splashes and like some decent damage at times.
Oh no,
like,
Clutch hit the wall behind him. What was that? I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was some BS.
Yeah, that tends to happen sometimes with like different hitboxes and things like that. Clutch is like on the ground there, and he's gonna die. Yeah, that wasn't guaranteed the like last heavy, but it's difficult to like to read what exactly he's gonna be doing, because you do have to read what they're gonna be doing in console. So like he just read it correctly, which happens, and Crack is gonna be getting the revive. Can he get it? Oh,
I thought he was gonna die by the minion. I thought he was gonna die by the minion.
Easy. Oh, Shove. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce his name. I'm just gonna say Shove instead of Shove. Power or Boyer.
Shove Power, I believe.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Yeah, he's doing fine against the Conk here. Conk should be like very low here.
Max punish? No, he didn't have enough stamina. He actually waited. It makes sense. Nice camera angle here through the arch. We're going to see the 2v1 on C at the same time here. Make that a 1v1 actually. Black Prior doing well.
Yeah, the BP is about to like win the 1v1. But then again, this is Forerunner, and this is Tempo Guns. We're gonna be just running around the tree. Should be difficult for the Black Prior to actually make it home there. Make it home, so what did they just say? To actually like catch him there. But Shaw did use the 1v1. And they're gonna finish off the gank here, I assume. Yeah, they got it right there. So they're gonna have mid, they're gonna have C, and as long as they don't overcommit to A, as long as they like, now they just lost 2 in mid for like, seemingly no reason. If they hadn't done that, now they have the numerical advantage, numbers advantage. They would just go mid, get it for free, maybe fight if there's a need to fight, and then just have one person sit and C. No reason to like go on A too much. You don't have a shaman. They don't have one, right? I don't think. Yeah, they don't
choke. It doesn't put him out. It didn't get him out of stamina on the choke, so he only goes out of stamina and doesn't get the knockdown.
Yeah, but he still is in trouble. This is out of stamina against the JJ on console, and that should be the
there we are.
Second line working right there. A is going to be contested by the Aramusha. Should be able to get it in time.
Attackers
just barely. Yeah, just barely in time. And that's a 1v1. It's gonna be difficult for Shove. Actually, no, he gets a light parry. Not expected.
You could have let that unblockable rip as well through the Blade Blockade. Blade Blockade only blocks blockable hits. Oh, major blink! Unfortunate there for the Aramusha.
Yeah, the Aramusha needed to be on the offensive more, but he got parried once and then he just got like destroyed. And now it's a triple cap. Again, like, this is what I mean when I say don't overcommit to 1 point. When you already have like, don't commit to the last point when you already have mid and you already have the other point. Because if you lose, now your team's in so much trouble. Because instead of having like a numerical advantage, the Aramusha goes C or goes mid. Now they have a huge damage dealer with Aramusha. With, again, like on console, a lot of damage. If he catches someone on lock, that's so much damage as well. He gets renowned, his rock speed is pretty nice as well. So he keeps adding on to these strengths, and now they're in trouble.
This gank, though, on the Raider has been really good so far from UDDA. Let's see if they can actually get the full thing, however, because... Oh, the wall again! What is it with these walls today? What?
Yeah, I mean that was a mistake on the Raider's part. Like, there's a wall right there. You shouldn't need to be going like that. Like, instead, just sit and just like hit, like just do a right side heavy or do a top heavy. Do the right side heavy if you want to hit both. Don't do a left side heavy and then move towards the wall as well. It's annoying, but it is in the game. So to the point where you can counterplay it, you should try and counterplay it.
Sometimes though, there are instances of that happening that you can't counterplay, like the one we saw earlier on with Clutchmeister on the Jangjun. The hitbox going behind him on a unblockable zone parry. He ends up getting hit with the wall behind him anyway, so you are correct. There are many moments where you can optimize against it, but sometimes it's like, game please, what are you doing?
Yeah, sometimes it's just like super difficult. Like, it's still like consistent. So like you should still, like, if you're playing enough on like certain maps, you're gonna be able to know these locations, but it's so like annoying in game to like think even about this, then like it's understandable to make those kinds of mistakes. So those are like, you know, you're losing a lot of damage, but at the same time like it's understandable, so it's whatever. This is an even game so far though. Clutch is going to heal on C and no one's gonna stop it. No one's gonna be able to tell the orange team to stop it, and they lost A right now, so this is not going so well, and Crack got revenge in mid.
That might be a dead Raider as long as Crack can finish off. These stunning taps are good. The parry's going to be zone options, I believe there. Yeah, zone option select parry, yeah, not a great option against the Raider, but it's better than nothing, but it ends up working out well. And now it's going to be Aramusha getting chipped down. You did mention earlier about how this is relatively even. The only critique I can give against Damned Wolves right now is that they're occasionally losing fights that they probably didn't have any right to. Like the 1v2 against Clutch, they had Aramusha and Raider. That one probably should have been a cinch, as long as they were able to do a block stun set up for the Stampede charge. Clutch was fighting against it incredibly hard, so that's a hard ask.
Yeah, I mean, like, as long as small gank
Hey!
mistakes are, yeah, that was well done by something. As long as like small mistakes in terms of ganks are excusable, as long as your rotations are good enough to keep up with those like mistakes. So like, again, those mistakes aren't as big of a deal because maybe your rotation fixes that mistake. But in this case, that's not necessarily the case. Like, they didn't win the gank against Clutch, and then Clutch went to kill, and nobody was able to stop it. It was somebody from UDDA like sitting on the bridge and stopping like a 1v1, stopping the like backup, let's say, or stopping the Clutch from killing. So like the rotations themselves aren't just like good enough, I guess, to keep up with the mistakes in terms of ganking. And so this game should be most likely in favor of UDDA, especially with Friendship banner right here. The friends are being made like right, and people are dying. They're about to
Has the second wind as well, so if he gets smacked by anyone, he can at least get the extra boost of health once the Star Wars banner runs out. Conqueror trying to do what he can, and there's the problem with zone attack. You are stationary the entire time. And let's see, however, Mr. Silders does well in the 1 versus 3. GB setups guarantees 1-0 on Temple Garden to the ultimate dedicated digital athletes.
Defenders win.
They shouldn't feel too bad about this game though, like the orange team shouldn't feel too bad about this game, because this is the sort of game where you go, okay, so we need to fix this, this, and this, and we can win. This could be a map thing, because maps, very often different teams are like, not necessarily even played differently, but just like they don't feel comfortable enough in certain maps. Like for example on Harbor, I would not think that the orange team could ever win that, because I assume they've never scrimmed on it. Whereas UDDA has scrimmed a little bit, at least in Harbor, so they have more experience on that map.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the same set here, UDDA versus, do I have the right name? Damned Wolves. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, the Damned Wolves did a lot better than I expected in that first map, but they still got outplayed. The experience of UDDA showing through. And just a quick note on Alfablot, people might not be familiar, he is one of the top EU players on PS4, so this was a really huge get for UDDA. They're able to poach him off of another team, actually, I believe. So nobody can replace Mr. Otto Dogs, but if anyone can come close, it's definitely Alfablot, and he seems to be doing quite well in this setup. So GG's to him, and GG's to Damn Wolves, who put up a good fight in the first map. See if they can make some adjustments.
Yeah, while we're loading in here, I have seen a couple of people ask. So for those of you wondering who are the mysterious voices you're hearing, that said show one before there was Mr. LightBoogey. He is the main tournament administrator, patron, and also the primary observer and streamer for today's tournament. So any camera work you will see will be the result of his hands. The other voices you're hearing, that annoying Britishman, hi, that's me, Verbalocity. And next to me, the Polish man you're hearing that spouting all of the relevant, knowledgeable stuff, that's Alernikit.
I have one piece of trivia for you. Where,
ooh, trivia.
Before this game, I looked at Crack's stream, right? And as he's playing this game, of course. And before the game, Crack asked the captain of the other team what map they would like to play, as obviously when a loser picks. And instead of like picking like Sanctuary, like they're playing right now, his first response was Breach.
Excuse me?
Just Breach. He didn't even say like anything else, just Breach. That was his only response.
I respect it, it's a bold move.
It is a bold move. It was a curveball. It was a curveball.
That's like playing rock, paper, scissors and throwing shotgun.
Yeah, it's not expected. It is definitely not expected. Speaking of expected, actually, they're losing a team fight here in mid. Well, it's not like it's a big loss. Like if you don't lose the fight at the very beginning super hard, and you still have some people alive, like here people have revenge and the orange team, which is nice. You're still going to be able to be okay. Like Sanctuary Bridge is the kind of a map where if you lose a team fight hard and the other team knows what they're doing, you may be able to just lose the entire game of the one fight. But this time it's not looking to be the case, because even though the team fight was in favor of UDDA, it wasn't the level of like, well, now the game is over. as long as they can keep C, which they are doing right now, they killed someone, whoever it was that tried to back up, and now they should be able to get mid, have everyone alive, and just do fine. They can push up to A though, so as long as they sit in mid, they should be okay here.
And also importantly alongside that, don't get cocky. They've just managed to establish themselves a good position. They have the Kensei boosting, not technically optimal. You'd want one of the heavies doing that. They gain more XP for boosting points themselves. But in this kind of situation, just take what you can bloody get, which can be handy. Although at this point, now they're starting to lose fights. They're already down 2 people. Damned Wolves, they will enjoy the advantage they had for a little while, but they're going to summarily lose it in quick fashion.
Yeah, the mistake there was like Hitakiri went in for no real reason. Like she just went in and then she died immediately because it was a 2v1. And then I'm not sure what happened to the other guy, the Raider I think it was. But again, he did die as well. He was trying to run away, but yeah, the Kensei boosting isn't quite the most ideal situation there. Is that a kill there on the BP? I think the BP just stayed alive.
Yeah, he might be able to just wing it just with a couple HP left. Although, speaking of BP, Setmix will end up going down there to a...
It was very close to revenge.
That was a hardcore Jumanji gank as well. He was trying to buy as much time as he could, but one indicator slipped through.
Yeah, the other piece still has revenge, but he just popped it because he would have lost it either way, so that's not much of a big deal for the other team. This should be a pretty easy kill for the Raider, yep. And it's an execution, it's a long execute as well, so that's gonna keep Clutch out of the game for a decent bit more than usual.
You actually saw, if we're talking about executions real quick, last game on Temple Garden, you saw just before the Damned Wolves broke for the first time, Setmix used a longer execution, the Damned Sentence, one where he stands over you and stabs you in the back. He used that to try and time it to put them into breaking as the execution was still going, to guarantee the person he was executing wouldn't get back up. As you get higher and higher into the game, optimizing what executions you use is actually incredibly important, and there's even a tiny argument to be made for some executions that you have to buy for Steel being mandatory and competitive.
Yeah, I mean, all you really want to do is just have one that's quick, have one that's long. That's like the very basic principle. Just have a quick one, have the quickest like 50 health execution, have the quickest execution overall, have the longest execution overall, and then you're fine. Just look at, there's a thread on competitive For Honor. You can just look at execution information. That's where people take their information. So that's not like the biggest like kind of thing that you have to know. It's more of a like just look it up and then you're going to be able to find the information.
It's one of the minutiae you do have to consider as you're building your repertoire though, like learning how to gank, learning proper macro positioning, learning how to get great drop attacks. Crack's definitely putting that one in the montage. We got that one on camera. He already got a sick one during the PC tournament, and now he's got a second one to add as well.
The BP won the one going against Setmix though, and now UDDA have nowhere to heal. So they have to win the fight on C, or they have to win the fight on A, sorry, the fight on A has to be won, and they are winning it, so Shoff should be able to just win this 1v1, but as like this stalling is good, because what this stalling does is it stops UDDA from generating points passively without really losing that much for his team, because in 5 seconds the Raider will be back up, and UDDA aren't able to like take mid fully yet. They're not able to like take it and then have it for themselves. They're gonna be able to break it, but they're not gonna be able to have it for themselves.
Another back cap attempt as well I see being attempted there by the Black Prior. Keep that in mind as this fight continues on. Mr. Sliders is going to be having to deal with the 1 versus 1 against Clutch as we see a team fight happening in the mid as well. Is he just going to jump out and stall for as long as he can? I wonder what's happening here.
Did he just go AFK?
Oh no! What? Okay.
I don't know if he just went AFK or something, but that was really good, but then he just went AFK, I guess. I don't know. I think they are Italian, right? So maybe he
it's that it's very top tier AFK strat. I don't know if you guys know about it.
I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. So that was again, I think they're Italian, so maybe like his pasta was cooking or some shit. Like he needed to go.
Although, real talk, for a sec, there is problems with ledges where sometimes your character just decides not to jump, so that possibly could have happened as well. In all seriousness, sometimes that can happen.
Maybe.
Although, speaking of seriousness, Damned Wolves doing surprisingly well on Sanctuary Bridge. Their mid fight has cleaned up very quickly as the further this match has gone on.
Yeah, nice parry on the Kitakiri. She has some buffs. I'm not sure exactly where they're from. Oh, that's a light parry on console. Wasn't expecting that one. And yeah,
that's Battle Cry that was used. That's Raider's Battle Cry.
Yeah.
That's not a feat you see too often. I know there has been arguments made for Battle Cry being a better morale booster because you can get it earlier. It makes the minions run away.
not quite better, but it is
Are
still
breaking.
a global damage feat. People think that it's not global because of like the effect for minions isn't global, but it is a global feat in terms of the damage. That's a bad fire pass there by the Raider, by the way. That was a big mistake because they have the advantage, but they can very easily throw this. And if they throw this, then there's gonna be a big teamfight happening, and if they lose the teamfight because of not having Firefly, it's gonna be a big huge bad enough for the Raider, but they can still win this very easily. Like the BP is 1v1 segment right now.
Defenders
This and the
rally.
fight in mid are the most important things right now. They did rally, but as long as the BP doesn't lose the fight, they're gonna be fine.
As long as they're able to keep that point secure, that's going to allow the Damned Wolves to try and stick UDDA back in breaking. But UDDA, of course, are not the type of team to take that sort of thing lying down.
Defenders
Judge has
are
revenge.
breaking.
That's going to go away soon. He's going to try and heal up as much as he can using his body count where possible. And now you can see how many people are bundled onto the home point for the attackers. Damned Wolves are trying desperately to get rid of whoever's stalling. Right now, that's going to be Clutchmeister, I recognize by the silhouette. With him going down, however, they finally get the point back for themselves.
Gonna be honest, guys. There's so much happening there that I was trying to get it all. It was
you're
a
fine.
lot.
There
You're
was
fine.
way too much to keep an eye on there, Chief.
You showed everything.
You're
You did fine. Like, so what happened there is Clutch went in to stop. Maybe he was asking for help. Maybe he was waiting for help. But because the help didn't arrive, and because he was by himself against two people, now Orange team is in no rush at all. They can just kill as many minions as possible, and I don't know if the blue team. I don't know exactly the like rates of points, so I'm not sure if they can get the other team breaking before the timer runs out. Maybe they can. So that means that Orange team, what they can do is they can go in with all of their tier 4 feats, and if they get one kill, the game is over. They need to get one kill, and then they can die and everything like that. That's fine. But then it's a 4v2 because they will respawn.
There's
They
Battle
need to
Cry
get
again.
one kill. No, they need to get one kill, but I'm not sure they're gonna be able to get it.
Yeah, that's not into guarantee yet. Oh wait, no, we're over 200 with 2 points. That means they're guaranteed break now. There's no way UDDA can unbreak at this point. Now they've got to do several successful fights back to back to back. They've established the foundation well. They've gotten the first couple of kills and put the enemy into breaking.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Like, the several part is not true anymore because they got the back count. The Orange team didn't do this properly. They lost one person and then they went in. They lost one person before even the fight started and then they went in. It was a huge mistake. And this could cost them the game because this is a 3v4. This is winnable by UDA. This is of course winnable for the other team just fine as well. But they have to be careful with how they play this out.
Inspire, though, going to be used by the Raider for Damned Wolves, going to give him a good damage boost. Schaufbauer gets his hands on Revenge, going to start harassing the Black Prior. Meanwhile, on screen, they're going to see the Friendship Banner going to be deployed by Crack to try and bail him out. But good use of the GB there to stuff the Tier 1 from Hidakiri to allow the Black Prior to be saved. Setmix will not be put into an executable state, keeping him alive and potentially resable further into this fight. But now it's a 2 versus 2, going to soon be a 3v2 as soon as the rest of the team comes back to assist in the fight against UDDA.
Yeah, and this is what I meant by the Fire Flask. I don't know if he had the Fire Flask there. This is not over yet, but maybe. No, now it's over. That's what I was saying by how you have to be careful, how you have to use your time and your advantage correctly, because they didn't do that at all. Like this is a huge throw by the Orange team. Because they had the advantage, they had Clutch dead and he was like fully dead. He wasn't executed, but he like his timer ran out. So the moment the timer runs out, you can go in. The entire time, of course, you kill the minions. If you don't have any food, you keep them. You keep them and you finish whatever food you don't have. And then you go in, you get one kill, and the game is over. Because then it's a 4v2 when you respawn. But this time it was a 4v3. They lost one person really quickly. They went in, they gave the enemy team points and feats, and then because of that they were able to also back up the point, which is a huge deal. And now this is what happened. The game is over.
I gotta say, a well played to Damned Wolves.
Yeah,
I think the inexperience definitely showed there at the end of the match. I mean, what was it like? They had them at 800 points and they had the advantage on the breaking, and they still threw. That just goes to show, Damned Wolves obviously have some potential. We saw some good light parries. We saw some good team fight wins, but at the end they just kind of fell apart when it mattered most, and that's the experience right there. I think Zero Crack and the boys definitely have more experience. Damn Wolves maybe not a lot of time scrimming or doing tournament play, so they don't know what to do in these situations. But I imagine Crack, Setmix, and Clutch were just ice cold. They didn't really get phased by the.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like the late game experience or like the late game plays are what separates like a good team from a really good team, like a decent team from a good team. And this happens all the time with like lower level teams getting a really good game against like a better team, but then the better team just knows what to do. Even though they were very close to losing this because of Clutch going in and dying, at the end of the day his team played very well at the end. They won the 3v4 pretty much twice in a row, and they were able because of that to win the game. Now obviously, again, like if the orange team had played this properly, it wouldn't have happened, but you don't always play things properly. It doesn't matter if you're the best team in the world or not, you're not always going to play the game 100% perfectly.
So, I've got to say initially that Clutchmeister swapping off to the Lawbringer, understandable considering the map. I didn't see what it was like fully, but I believe it was either Temple Garden or Citadel Gate, and both of those make complete sense to swap out a Jangjun for a Lawbringer, primarily because the extra size of the map, Lawbringer can get around the map quicker with his Impale, plus he's also got the bombs which he can rain down from home point as the attackers. The attackers do have a bit more of a bias on a Citadel Gate map, but let's find out. No, it's actually neither of them. It's actually Overwatch, but the point still stands. If a Lawbringer is sat on A points, as you can see on the north there, you can rain bombs on B and clean it incredibly easily.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Lawbringer could do. Like back when Fiat Lux was as broken as it was, like when it could like hit minions and damage them and things like that. Like that was one of the things that Lawbringer would do very well. Just like clear mid without like having to even get close to it. So he could do that there.
Although I will say, with the bombs only available, it's probably just going to be Pongo Mortis. That will be a lesser of a strat, but it still will be something to keep an eye on, especially with the way this map works. The attackers technically have a worse time on midpoint because the way defenders' side minions come in, the structure of the bridge, it separates them into like two groups, so it's not as pleasant to farm, versus when the defenders are farming, they get the nice clean line of people to farm through. So this is technically going to be a worse side of the map for UDDA to actually start on, although they're doing decently well in the gank initially here.
Yeah, but this is winnable by Setmix, so it depends how he does this. Oh, he got it. He got blood, and this is
Defenders captured.
Yeah, this is how it. Yeah, in that situation, that's how it should be. Yeah, but there was still like a chance that he could like, because everyone was so low on the other team. Two of them at least were super low. He could have like maybe like light attacked one of them, and you know, it was always possible. But in the end, like if blue team plays out well, then obviously he's going to die.
Defenders captured.
Now they're taking A. There's a 1v1 on A happening. I'm not sure exactly for this. I think it's shot against the Shaman.
Attackers captured Zone A.
Oh yeah, the Hyper Arm is going to be a bit of an issue for the Shaman to deal with. Good blocker there on the Impale attempt by Clutchmeister. He tends to make things a little bit difficult. However, that ledge is looking awfully tasty. One guard break zone setup will guarantee death with the Impale, although a bit of a mistime there. DJ gets the parry.
That was too much damage to take to get into event, but he might kill. Yeah, he killed Shove, and now is he going to be able to run away? No. The Shaman probably should have just left at that point. Just let the 1v1 happen between the Nebushi and the Lawbringer. Or maybe just like stick around and then wait in case the Nebushi like gets parried or something. But instead he just kind of went and died. Now it's a 1v1 between the Nebushi and Lawbringer. Nebushi is also not that bad.
Ooh, did you see that? Was that just on my own? Did you see did you see Clutch just do like an instantaneous ad mortem parry?
It was a light parry, but...
Yeah, it was a light parry, but either way, either work in progress or we're getting some of that signature Consolian nonsense. However, Nebushi gets a good heavy anyway, he gets the kill, successfully takes A, and that's a triple cap by the Concussion squad.
Yeah, so Nebushi really clutch there at the end, because of course this is constant, it's so hard to tell whether something is a light or a heavy. You just see an indicator, you just press and hope. And in that case, Nebushi played it well. Now the JJ might be able to kill Shroff, and if they kill Shroff, they should be able to get mid back. Are they gonna be able to get him? They should be. Yeah, there's a fantastic kill. That's an execution as well, so long execute, and they should be able to get mid now.
Yeah, I will mention, considering how much we've talked about it, console, yes, it can be harder to react to things, but if you've managed to get used to it, it's not like, yeah, coming to console from PC will be a struggle, but that, you know, UDDA have been screaming for ages for the last week or so on consoles that are used to it. Beautiful gang setup that will guarantee the kill. Concussion Squad have been on this platform this entire time. It's like, it's not as dire as we're necessarily making it out to be. Like, you can still react to stuff. It is just a little bit harder.
Yeah, of course. Like, the late 500 MS slides are a lot more difficult to react to than on PC. Like, it's actual good offense on console. But it doesn't mean that it's like never react. Assuming good connection, which can be a bit of a
yeah, that's another caveat. This being Spectator, from what I understand of how Spectator works, it kind of simulates the match. It's not a proper replay, but it's not live either. So it kind of scrubs out any inconsistencies with connection for the most part. So any kind of clips that you may see of weird stuff going on, you're going to have to see from clips and not from the stream, because everything's going to look nice and clean connection-wise on this end.
Yeah, and the Nobushi again won the 1v1, although that was played pretty well by Clash. Like, it was a 2v1 and he killed the Shaman before, you know, losing the 1v1, but losing the 1v1 is not as big of a deal when you've already wasted so much time with the enemy team, so that was fine. Now the Zerker is gonna be struggling here, but it's still doable by him. If he can kill the Raider.
Target swapping like a champ. The Raider's so scared. He's throwing the heavies at a distance, hoping to catch a target swap light. That's all he can do because he's so low.
Yeah, and now the Raider is dead. Remember though, like, even though they're gonna win this, like, there's no way that there's no way UDA is gonna lose this one, right? But at this point, I mean, but at the same time, Shaman does have Scout already, so if she uses it correctly, they're gonna win the team fight. The next team fight, the big team fight that happens, if she uses it correctly.
There we go.
Not used there. And that should be yeah, that's a cool like sweep.
Everyone's going in 2 by 2, hurrah, hurrah. This is the problem that they shouldn't be doing, going in just leaking in 2 by 2. If you see people dying, thank you, you get the reference. I had to sing that song in school so much, it was horrible. At least I have a use for it now, properly describing this kind of leaking in and dying strats. You see it all the time in matchmaking, and it's the kind of thing you can fall victim to very easily.
Yeah, like, it was working before, because what was happening before is the blue team, not UDA, the blue team was, you know, doing okay in fights, like a 2v2, and then they were like win mid, and then they would go into C, and there would be like a 4v2, and then they would win that, and then they would take advantage and take the other points. But that time, it didn't work because they were losing the fight. There was nothing to like 4v2 because everyone was already dead by the time the teammates were coming in. So that was like something that was working for them, but it didn't stop, kind of stop the situation. Now there's no way she's going to be hunted down, there's no way she's lives this, yeah. And this is a triple lookout for UDA, and I don't know if the Shaman already used her scout, because that's the big feat that can still bring the blue team back.
That's a team fight swing or on one button, to put it lightly.
Yeah, she hasn't used it yet, so that's good, but she's going to, like, they don't need to keep going in, that's a mistake. All they need to do right now is group up, take, for example, mid, or like send one person there or something like that. But don't just send one person here, then one person like just reses, goes back to C and dies again. Like, that's a mistake that just gives the opponent team renown for no reason. Crack is going to be in trouble here. Friendship was not enough this time. Just like in real life, there is no one.
Shades of Tree Jack, no friendship allowed here.
No friendship.
No friends, only pain and misery. Speaking of pain and misery, however, the 2 versus 1 up by 8 point. Clean gank.
Defenders captured Zone A.
Concussion Squad have shaped up quite nicely.
Yeah, they should be able to get mid here with that. Actually, are they going to be able? They're going to be able to at least contest it. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it though. With this 1v1 being, oh, now there's 2 people in mid. Not necessarily gankers. The Raider isn't the best ganker, although if he gets a charge, of course, they can get a lot of damage in.
We'll be seeing the fight split up a little bit here. We'll see, however, an incredibly low Black Prior ends up going down. Setmix, not particularly having the greatest day so far. I imagine you may have more severe words, but all I'll say initially is just Setmix will probably shape up the further in. He's a late game player. Early, maybe he's tired, maybe he's not too keen things so far, but I imagine Setmix will get properly serious and let some of that Swiss slaughterer out come finals, if he gets that far.
Yeah, I mean, Setmix is very often like, he often plays in reactions, which is obviously gonna take a while to like kind of stop doing on console.
Attackers
I
are
also
breaking.
assume he hasn't really played much on console.
He's been scrimming a decent bit from what I understand.
Maybe, I'm not sure. And so like it can take a bit to stop, but this is breaking, and they got 1 kill already. But this isn't like the game is over, because mid is probably going to be taken. It's contested, so now it's not breaking anymore. But this is a close game, and everything depends on the usage of feeds at this point. The cooldowns, of course, we can't really see them that well. But the cooldowns on feeds, which feeds are available.
Most of them have been burned by the look of it, at least the big ones. They're not back up yet, I'm seeing.
Yeah, Scout, for example, not really
Defenders are
Fireflies doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, Oathbreaker isn't there, Morale isn't there. Actually, Oathbreaker just came back by the looks of it. But he gets bit anyway. Oh, he had revenge. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Setmix is going to be down. That means no Oathbreaker.
Yeah, at the same time though, this is like, the Razor is super low. If he can heal, then blue team can win this. Nabushi is super low as well. This is very... She got second one. She can use it. Oh, never mind, she just rolled into her death.
Shaman's dead. Makes it 3v3. Wait, she died with second wind. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, she just got it back. That's a fire flask on the catapult. That means that that's a fire flask again. That's just lost. Like you see how it's fucking burning. That's a fire flask right there.
Oh, that's... I'm fairly sure the Ram isn't the target. This isn't Breach, as much as I understand one of the teams, according to Boogie, wants to play Breach in this tournament, apparently.
Some of the teams do try, but... Okay, well, this is still 2v3. Doable, but dead. Not anymore. Not anymore. One of the...
Don't call it a comeback, but I think it might be a comeback here by the ultimate dedicated digital athletes.
Yes.
They just need one more kill on the Raider, who's swinging buttons where possible.
I was alone now.
Full Setmix, he keeps eating things. Oh, there we go.
Attackers win.
All right, well played by UDDA. Again, like maybe I'm focusing a little bit too much on the other team because obviously they're not the favorites; they're the underdogs. So I'm kind of seeing what mistakes they're making and what kind of things they could be improving. So maybe it seems like
that's hard to not do though, considering the state of For Honor right now. Like UDDA, whenever they're in the match, the spotlight goes straight onto the enemy. Considering the performance of how UDDA work, it's like how much is there to really analyze unless there is a horrendous fustercluck of a fight.
Getting back into map 2 of the semi-final, UDDA able to come back here. Concussion proving strong, but once again, the difference between the PC players is just that late game knowledge, the ability to come back. So let's see if Concussion can adapt here. And because I have Verbalocity and Alernic in here, there will be no Savage Boogie today. Nobody.
No Savage Boogie, he can rest his voice.
But
I can insult console just fine. I can insult console just fine.
You've been insulting me half this time. I have feelings.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Same compositions, I think. Wait, no. I think the Kensei wasn't there last time, was it?
No, the Kensei was not there. That's new. Although I do want to also say something real quick about what Boogie mentioned. It's not necessarily PC just by the nature of the platform being able to teamfight better. It's the experience. UDDA have been around the block for years. Like literally half the people on UDDA were also fighting Alernikin back during like Hero Series and like pre-launch tournaments. Like there is a lot of old blood in this tournament. Like it very much is that. And I do also respect how well these team fights are going. Like, UDDA is getting pushed. They aren't being, like, overthrown. You know, UDDA hasn't exactly lost a map yet, I think. But Concussion Squad is giving them a good old jolly kicking.
Yeah, like, it's even less... It's about experience, it's about fear crafting as well. Like, in this situation, what do we do? Let's talk about this, let's think about this. What do we do in this team fight situation? These are not the things that people usually talk about because they don't usually come up. Usually the game probably ends before that, or the games aren't even close enough for that. So that's usually the conversation that happens within teams. It only happens once you reach that like kind of competitive level. That, for example, the Concussion team is reaching right now. I'm sure after the tournament, they're going to start thinking about the sort of different ways we can play.
We'll see Kensei applying vigorous heavies to try and get some damage onto Shoff Bauer, but Bauer having none of it. Throws a couple of heavies himself to get some chip in. For those who are also wondering about the noise, unfortunately, Spectator is a work in progress. Any kind of healing sounds go global. Oh, great! Deflect, though, however, could actually get the kill and free up the point here for the defender's home area. But like we were saying, there is a survey. Please give your feedback in the survey that LightBoogey just posted in the chat. Any bugs or anything you're not keen on, look at it. The developers are, like, listening. Like, we met the people who are reading the surveys in Montreal, me and Boogie. They are cool people. They really care about that stuff, like, almost too much, actually, in some regards. But, yeah, just put whatever you think in that survey. It will be read.
Yep. And there's again, this is starting like a decent. This is starting decently for both. Like UDDA is not like behind realistically, and as they are, it's not big enough for it to really matter. Whereas the other team is not getting snowballed from minute one. If any team, like if UDDA starts getting snowballed, that's the team where I'm like, okay, well they can come back. Whereas the other team, like if they start getting snowballed and losing like that, this might be a big deal, right? Whereas so far it's an even playing game. If you take away all the points, the zones being controlled, it's a very even game.
We're going to be seeing, however, most of UDDA having a better time on the mid this time. Going to be trying to get rid of this very angry Kensei, swinging some shots. Nature's Wrath out of neutral. I'm not sure if that's the wisest choice, but I mean, hey-ho, it seems to work. They get the kill, and he does have body count on him, so we can start healing back up. And now, once again, UDDA going to be looking down the barrel of a more successful fight, but Concussion Squad not going down lightly. They're having to worry about their home point being stalled out, but hopefully once they get out of base, they can start taking points back for themselves.
Yeah, this was a slightly, not the best gank here by the Raider and whoever it was with the Raider. I think it was probably the Jun who was attacking the Zerker. And so now the Zerker might actually be able to win this, and that's a big deal. You do not want to be losing a 2v1 like that, especially against like a Zerker who might have traps. I'm not sure. I don't think he has traps. Actually, he doesn't take traps, which is good for the orange team. It's good that he doesn't take traps, but they would be very far behind if he had to take traps. This is
Defenders captured.
This is like a very difficult situation for the blue team now. Sorry, for the orange team now.
Yeah, for those of you wondering specifically what Alert means by traps, Concussion Squad have chosen not to use the 2 feet stun trap on tier 1 and bear trap on tier 2. Both of those, you can stick them on the floor, they put someone out of stamina, they both do damage. Bear trap does more, and more importantly, keeps you in a stun state for a second or two. And you can litter those around the point. They can't litter them as hard as back in the day. There is a limit of 1 per trap per person, or 1 of each trap type per person. So you can have 2 at max if you were like a shaman or a berserker. But even then, like, having those traps, or rather not having them, is not a great situation to be. Ooh, the Stampede charge will throw off the edge. There we go. There's a clip for the reel.
Yeah, that was well played by the Raider. He didn't like start like throwing heavies, for example, on the Lawbringer or anything like that, even though that would have probably been like a decent play. He waited, and because he knew the charge was going to be guaranteed if he just waited a little bit. So he waited, and he got that. That was well done. And Orange Team doesn't have traps, but most importantly, the Berserker on UDDA doesn't have traps, because he's the one who 1v2. He got all of the renowned kind of funneled into him. He has all the resources. He has his tier 3 already, but his choice of feats is not the best, which makes it so that like the feats that he does have aren't bad, of course, like Bounty Hunter. What's his tier 2? Bounty Hunter and Revenge Attack. Those aren't bad. Yeah, those aren't bad feats, but traps are just like kind of superior, especially for the way that he plays, which is backcapping, winning those 1v2s like that.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Revenge Attacks is still a good feat. You know, Zhang Juns will swear by it, even though people should run Benefaction, damn it. But Revenge is... Stop ratting me out. Benefaction's a good feat. No one believes me. But Revenge Attacks you see quite commonly on wide, sweeping characters that have access to it, you know, your Zhang Juns, that kind of thing. And unfortunately, that attempt at the back cap there doesn't end up working out for Concussion Squad. They'll lose someone, and at the same time, they're trying to keep their home point in the clear, but they're having a hard time with that as well. UDDA starting to put themselves in a very comfortable position. This is where they like to be, in their constant, consistent macro control. They're confident enough to win fights consistently, so now they start focusing on the wider game.
Yeah, and if you're Orange Team here looking at this game, after this game is over, because this can still be one way, right? Orange Team. But if you lose this game, you're looking at, okay, what did we do wrong? Well, what we did wrong is we lost a 1v2 to a Berserker. And because of that he got fed and they didn't get wrecked on the other sides of the map. They just got destroyed on their home point, and that means that they weren't able to get the other points. Of course, they weren't able to get their own points. They had nowhere to heal. They had nowhere to relocate like after a mid fight or anything. So we're yet again like kind of stuck in mid. And now they have A, but now it's way too late. Now again they lost C yet again. So the biggest problem kind of goes back all the way to the very beginning, to the very first like invade, let's say, on C by the Zerg.
And I do want to also mention, in more of a minutia base related to the fight itself, Setmix has been using his Oathbreaker incredibly well. You've seen in a couple of these fights, they've almost, in a way, been waiting for people to get too greedy on the revenge. Panic pop the revenge and start swinging like, yeah, I've got revenge, I'm a raider, I'm gonna hurt you. Then you just pop revenge and then kill any semblance of joy or light in their hearts because they don't have a shield anymore and they can just die. It doesn't matter, like, if you're in revenge, if you don't have a shield to cover you while you're swinging.
Yeah, it's a good feat, especially since, like, of course, as we said, like, the ganking techniques on console are going to be the most polished, let's say. So sometimes, like, people are going to be defending properly, they're going to have a few reads, and they're going to get revenge. Well, that's where Oathbreaker comes in. They're going to kill Setmix here, they're going to get C, but this is, like, 5 minutes too late to get C. So one person in mid are going to get probably killed here, and yeah. And now it's a 4v2, one team is breaking, the other isn't. Should be a pretty easy cleanup for UDDA, but again, like, just like the first game and this game, both were not stomps. They were both close games, especially the first one. So again, like there's small things that the Orange team isn't doing that they could be doing. They could be doing better. They could be, again, ganking better. Could be a little bit more patient against the Berserker, kind of get him to win, to get him killed. And that's like a big deal. Like losing your points to the gate and not being able to make any plays happen anywhere else on the map is, you're gonna have a hard time coming back to that.
Yeah, like the TLDR, like Concussion Squad, if they listen back to this VOD, they should be proud of like what happened today. Like they're going down to losers bracket by UDDA 2-0. Expected? Probably. But the way it happened was not. They were able to take UDDA not close to a point where they're sweating constantly, but that was the biggest resistance that they've had to face so far, and that is no mean feat.
We are in semifinal number 2, and we are joined back by Dedication Tier. They are on the attackers this time, but this is our first look at the number 1 seed in the tournament, KO Gaming Espadas. We're finally catching one of their matches. They are considered by my EU experts as the top team on PS4 at the moment, now that things have kind of shooken up on that side of the comp scene. So looking forward to see them in action and if they can actually live up to the billing of number 1 seed. Dedication Tier, last time we saw them, they started off pretty rough but came through and beat No Mercy. So we'll see how this goes. Take it away, guys.
I appreciate the wonderful introduction, and I also appreciate the restraint, I understand, considering certain events that transpired yesterday. The name KO may have caused some angst for LightBoogey because of one or two things that may or may not have transpired. For those of you wondering, just check the clips.
Oh yeah, do we know if these are scrims or if this is the tournament?
I was trying to be polite.
I'm just asking because this is you know.
I'm fairly sure these are not scrims. I'm fairly
scrims. Okay, actually, when it comes to this team fight, what the Blue Raider was doing, like throughout the entire team fight almost, is he was just unlocked hitting minions, which is exactly what you want to do. Like, I haven't been talking that much about the first team fight because usually just kind of people attacking each other. But what you want to do is your overall goal from the first team fight is get mid. Like that's the most important goal, unless you can just like kill everyone else obviously on the other team. But usually that shouldn't be the case. You want to push mid so that just by kind of being in the status quo of nothing happening, you have mid and you can maybe then take that priority to go somewhere. You can maybe go and split up one person to go backup, and then maybe maybe the other team can't really do that because they don't have mid. So those are like the kind of things, the small things that you don't really see. because they're not down as much. But this time the Blue Raider was doing it. At the same time, though, the game isn't really favoring that team. So maybe it didn't have the best impact. The teamfight was pretty volatile, I would say.
You mentioned the emphasis on mid. Is that something in general that teams should keep an eye on, or is that something that should be more adhered to in places like Citadel Gate that have a lot more distance between home point spawn and the mid?
I think just about every map, like mid is super important. I can't speak for Harbor, because Harbor is a weird map, but every other map, like you want mid, like in League of Legends, there's a concept lane priority, right? Well, like when you have the lane pushed, minions push, you can go do something, because the enemy team has to go and clear the minions that you pushed, right? Very simple. Kind of similar here, although not fully, because the way that this works in For Honor is if you have mid, the enemy team's first priority, if they have like their home, should be to get mid. So they can't like go like backup as easily, for example, if they don't have like a numbers advantage, because you have mid. Right? So when you have mid, it's your turn to like make a play. That kind of
I'm not sure if we saw that on camera there. I think the Sensei on the Black Prior was trying to like flip the corpse that would fly away from the Jangjun execution.
Yeah. That is possible.
Yeah, because the flip doesn't work off damage, it works off knockback value, so you can flip things you wouldn't think you'd necessarily be able to flip. And that includes flying corpses, technically.
Yeah, it also includes like if your teammate gets a GB and he throws a person into you, you can flip that person. Just because it was about to hit you, for example. That's the thing you can do. Not much of a reason to do it, but that does exist.
Style, technically. We'll go with the style reason on that one. Jangjun, however, low on HP in the fight, doesn't have second wind available, he's a bit too low on renown for that, ends up dying, and at the same time there's another 2v1 happening on the right side here for the blue team, and that's going to be KO Gaming Espadas' Raider player, going to be having to watch out for his revenge game, gets it back successfully, has the bear trap available, not Inspire, so he can't buff his damage even further, and unfortunately he's dealing with a Black Prior who's reading his movements quite well, gets flipped, time wasted, he goes down, and his teammate's going to be following him very shortly. A disastrous team fight for KO Gaming Espadas early on in the mid lane.
Yeah, but as long as they don't lose A, then this was still okay, because they had mid almost the entire time they were fighting. So that's why even though they have less like zones control, they still have like a small score lead. That's the reason that they had mid the entire time, they were killing minions the entire time. And that's very important. And so now they don't have mid, now they're losing that lead at first. As long as they don't lose A, which it doesn't seem like they're losing it. C, I'm not sure if I agree with going into C here with just one person. But, I mean, this JJ is very strong on console, but maybe not strong enough. He did get one kill, but not the other.
He's strong in anti-gank, but not against that specific gank as well. Raider's Shaman is very hard to deal with Jangjun, because you rely on those iframe dodges a lot, and Raider and Shaman both have soft NGBs along with all their other nonsense too to get around that.
Yeah, they can definitely outplay right
So,
there.
Black Prior?
Yeah, both the BP are super low, and the Raider killed one. In that situation, you want to be kind of looking like looking at rotations out of mid. Like both the JJ and the BP were able to rotate out of mid, but the JJ of blue team is actually going there, which is a really good decision. But he stepped into a trap because of stamina. But if he doesn't die, and now he can actually stall that. Oh, again, another trap. So that's fun, but.
Luckily, as Jangjun, he can get his stamina back somewhat quickly at the very minimum.
Yeah, this is still winnable for the blue JJ, but difficult.
Ryu Ken gets a good parry on the zone, gets bopped on the head, however.
Nice.
Gets the kill successfully, baits out the light. Oh, this is a bit dodgy. I'm not liking how this looks for the red team. They might lose their home point. A Horizon Bash option select. Okay, that's what we're resorting to. What?
Okay, so what the BP did is he got the parry or whatever. Like no, he hit us with the zone, and that put JJ out of stamina. But when you're against JJ, you have to pressure him because he's just gonna go into C4 otherwise. And instead the BP went for a revive, which is not gonna happen. There's a JJ right there, he's not gonna be able to get the revive. So that was a bit of a misplay, and that could actually kind of turn the tides here. Because there's a big rotation already on C.
Attackers are breaking.
Time wasted here against dedication tier has been huge by KO Gaming Espadas. They have spent so much time fighting on the home point of dedication tier on C point, combined with having the rest of their points basically unmolested. That means that there's nothing to be done really by dedication tier since they can't get the home point secured. This time has just been ticking away constantly, and look at the way it is now. The score difference in hard points is rather stark.
Yeah, and this is all because of all that. This is all because of mid and because of that all that stalling that I did on C. Because while they were stalling on C, while they were attacking people on C, even when they didn't have the point, they stopped the other team from generating points passively while having mid and while having A. So they were generating points passively. They were killing minions with the conk as well. While the other team were just not getting any points, except maybe some minions here and there. But they weren't getting any points from the zone. So that's why blue team, even though the game itself, in terms of like if you look at who had which point at what time, doesn't seem that impressive for the blue team, but the score difference is pretty huge, and that's the reason for that.
Now we're going to be seeing at the same time Calamity Key going to be trying to hold out for the team, try and free up his home point. However, he has been struggling in the past against the Zhangjun being piloted by Ryu Zen. Does the raw top heavy ends up succeeding here? Side light as well, however, side heavy gets parried, however. Calamity Key doesn't have enough resources to really do anything until he gets his second win back, which is going to be a problem because he's about to die if he's not careful.
Yeah, but Calamity is about to get his second one back, so as long as he doesn't just immediately die, which is not because
The BP shield, he's gonna stay alive. We should be able to kill him, but it takes a long time to kill JJ, and now there's a Kong who actually left mid for the first time, and he actually gets a kill. So this is gonna be a massacre.
Oh,
Even though the orange team did actually win this fight, but they just can't heal. Like every time they think they got it, now there's a raider who still has second win and just use Fire Pass to kill one. So there's just like the pressure keeps on coming, and in this case like following in, like keep sending one by one still works because it doesn't like multiple damage they have.
Yeah, the sheer desperation of the situation for dedications here warrants this kind of more leaky playstyle by KO. Yeah, the what can I say? I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. That this kind of desperation is needed because to stop the revive, that's the most important thing. Either wait the timer out, or just prevent the revives in the first place, or just murder the entirety of the enemy team. Dedication tier go down 1-0 to KO Gaming Espadas.
Yes. So yeah, as I said, like this is a very nice game to like when you rewatch this, and if you're trying to like learn Dominion, this is a very good like textbook game on how to play Dominion where you're not like by far the better team. Because the blue team didn't seem like individually, like they were just every player on blue team was by far better individually than every player on orange team. Which sometimes that seems like in early rounds especially, that's the way it is in tournament. So any like theory you have about Dominion doesn't really matter because you're just gonna lose because you're worse. Whereas in this case, it didn't really seem that way, at least to me. That one team was just by far better in terms of individual play. Blue team was just better in terms of knowing how to play Dominion.
This is map number 2 of our second semifinals between, forget their name, Dedication Tier, who are on the Defenders, versus KO Gaming Espada, the #1 seed, our first time seeing them, and a clinical win for them.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. Remember, this is a best 2 of 3 in the semifinals until we get to the winners finals, which is best of 5. So this is a must-win map for Dedication. We'll see how it pans out.
Alright, thank you, Boogie.
Dedication
same. Is it the same comp for both?
Scar on Shaman, Calamity Key on Raider, Extiun on Zhangjun, Mako on Black Prior. I believe, I want to say this is identical. Maybe Scar swapped to the Shaman. Was there a Shaman last game for Dedication?
I think
I'm not sure if there was.
I didn't see any bites, but I think there was a Shaman. Well, if there wasn't, then someone can correct me. Yes. At the end of the day, like he's very cool.
Bridge. This is a hell of a call out by Dedication Gaming. Like they say, all right, we sucked at the macro. Let's just try and beat them down in team fights in mid all day.
Yeah, this makes sense. Like Sank Bridge is the map you pick when you think you're better at team fights. Not necessarily rotations, not necessarily like where to go at what point. Because of course factors still play into Sank Bridge, but they're not nearly as important as on like Citadel Gate or Highford especially. So this is like the map where if you're better at teamfights, you have the better teamfight composition, not even ganking, just teamfights, you're going to most likely have the advantage. So this is why they picked today, so I think they probably feel at least confident, which is nice.
Conqueror having a bad time initially, keeps getting seafood every time he tries to go for a bash, just whoop, nope, try again, whoop, nope. And at the same time, it looks like the Raider's having a bad time with his HP as well.
Yeah, and this is again, this is the team fight. This is the big team fight that happens every time in Sanctuary. But this doesn't look like it's going to be a big win for either team. This could be a win for Orange in terms of just this team fight, but not a huge win like I've been talking about. And so this is probably going to be a rather even team fight, which is I think fine for both. Both is probably okay with it, especially KO Gaming, who again won the last game pretty easily.
KO Gaming do get the slight edge in the team fight, at least initially, 2 kills to 1, plus getting the first blood's always nice, you get a small bonus for that. However, they're about to lose the Conqueror. The Sinister Shield from the friendly Black Prior! Yeah. That was such a clutch Sinister Shield there, great job! Who's playing Black Prior for KO Gaming? Let's try and find that out real quick. Boogie, tap us on over to Artonius. Great job by that man. I want to call him out personally. That shield was fantastic.
Zone A.
Yeah, well played. And yeah, now they have both A and C, which now we're entering the stage of Sank Bridge where if the blue team doesn't make a big comeback, like doesn't win a team fight, doesn't win a fight decisively, this is the moment where they can start just falling behind and behind and behind. Right now they're already 500 points behind, and this gap will just keep widening. They can't quickly win a fight.
Defenders captured Zone A.
The classic Sank Bridge snowball coming to effect. Oh, that's the first drop attack we've seen today that actually missed. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the 3-0, the 3 in a row drop attacks happen. Meanwhile, however, we will be having to keep an eye on how this mid-fight progresses. Initial advantages to KO gaining Espadas, but Dedication tier do have more people available at this front immediately, and their feats are coming online slowly, but their farm has not been very good, so they won't have as many to play with that KO gaming Espadas have.
Yeah, not many feats yet. Sank Bridge is generally the kind of map where, unless someone gets fed super early on, the feats do take a little longer than other maps to take. Because you don't do as many rotations, you don't take as many points, you don't boost as much as certain, although that's not necessarily true. But there isn't as much macro action. And then Kong dies to minions, yeah.
He tried so hard. He was zoning like a monster, and then he just goes, boop, dies to the butter knife from a minion.
He survived a long time, but finally it goes down.
Meanwhile,
and the blue team kills the JJ. This could be a big deal. They could get mid, and they could maybe push on to C, but
baits out the bloody flip. Good job by the JJ. Ryu Ken Sensei proving his name so far. Oh,
and
dodge.
The zone just got him there. Alright, well this is an even game again. This is the comeback, not necessarily the comeback, but this is the kind of last moment they had to come back, and well now they are here.
Snowball has been stopped successfully.
Yeah.
However, the question is they need to start building up their own snowball. They can't just sit and tread water forever on a map like Sanctuary Bridge. You're just going to lose by attrition at that rate. Slowly, but it'll happen.
Yeah, the Kong is staying in mid because he just about has revenge. He got a nice full blood there, good amount of damage on the Shaman, very close to revenge. Kind of close to his tier 2, not close enough, but he keeps getting all these really good full blocks.
A couple of bash punishes as well. That's something Jang Jun is very vulnerable to, is getting bash punished. Unless you can time the Sifu stance well enough to predict it, you're gonna get bashed over and over and over again. Similar problems somewhat to what Hidokiri could suffer from. However, over here, Sinister Shield applied to the Raider again. We're gonna see how well the blue team can now try and stall out the enemy's home point. KO Gaming Espadas trying to get rid of the vagrants currently sitting on their property. They're gonna get rid of one. Bash doesn't find the other. Single GP. Great use of the unlock to try and hit 2-for-1 special, but not enough HP to actually make it relevant.
Yeah, the Raider just healed just enough to not have died to the zone anyway, but that was a good attempt. Like, those are the kind of plays that are good if they work, but they can be really bad if they don't. Because right now they're again triple caps. You know, again the snowball is happening. Can they stop it? Like if they can't now, the game is going to be too well if they can't stop it right now.
Ryuken does have access to a couple nice unblockables, plus Deadly. That's not a feat you see too often, actually, on Zhangjun, but in this case ends up being, well, rather deadly, name implies. Gonna get fully ganked, unfortunately, not able to keep his teammates alive for much longer. Snowball continues to build, and KO Gaming Espadas now lining themselves up for potentially the final showdown. They just need everyone up, back to mid, with as many feats up as ideally possible, especially stuff like Inspire and Bear Trap, that kind of thing they desperately need right now to secure this mid.
Yeah, this is like, if they win the teamfight here in mid, or whatever it is, maybe this is
Two teams again, but if they win the situation in mid, they can still come back. Because the side bridge is so snowbally that even if you're super behind, if you win again one team fight, this can bring you back. So it's kind of like the snowball kind of can work in two ways. It's so difficult to come back that once if a team plays really well, after being behind, they can still come back. But I'm not sure if this is necessarily going to happen. They do have mid, they do have their own point, but both points are being contested right now. Whoever wins these 2 points is probably going to be very much ahead in the game, so it depends.
It's a breaking versus equal stabilization scenario for both teams. Dedication tier trying desperately to stabilize by grabbing their points, but they're having 8 points stalled for what feels like 7 business days. Meanwhile, KO Gaming Espada are trying as hard as they can to get to that 1,000-point threshold, because they feel pretty confident, and it seems like it's working out for them to just hold down their home point, because they've got such a stark lead, like you mentioned, Alert, on their home point and minions. The hard points are now in a place where they just need to turtle up on C and hope that Dedication tier get overly greedy, and it's an easy 2-0.
Yeah, what Ryuken is doing, the orange JJs, he's very well playing around the point. Which you see in every like PC tournament, but we haven't seen as much in console here. But this was very well played. There's just like, well, very well played. The map is shit, but thankfully for him, he was able to like run around the pillar, which again helps him a lot. And he was able to stall, but he did die in the end. They didn't lose the point, but at the same time, his team won B and won C, so his sacrifice was not in vain.
Yeah, that's one thing that you will see teams... Oh, Oathbreaker doing deployed. Oh no, the Zhangjun! He tried so hard, but then... Oathbreaker ruining everyone's fun. That truly is the killjoy of feats. It's like, you try so hard, but then you get Oathbreaker. Scar trying to do the flicker mix-ups, ends up mucking it up, unfortunately. No flip attempt there by the Black Prior. Scar all on his lonesome next to a rather conspicuous-looking ledge. I'm starting to get nervous for him.
Attackers captured Zone A.
This is a 2-0 that game. This is
Inspired out of stamina. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, that is...
Yeah, that's a 2-0, so that's what, KO Gaming...
KO Gaming Espadas going on.
Winners finals, is that what it is now?
Yeah, because this is the other semis, so the winners is fully formed, so it should be KO Gaming Espadas versus UDDA. Yep, that's correct.
All right.
Wow, whoever seeded the bracket did a great job.
Very well done to
Brackets
Olympu.
are trash.
I think it was Olympu on the front of the console who seeded.
Shout out to
Thank
Olympu.
you very much.
Shout out to Olympo, he's doing great work. Of KO Gaming on the Defenders versus UDDA, the #1 seed going up against our PC squad coming down for the double crown. Let's see if the console plebes can put up a resistance here.
I wouldn't call them plebes necessarily. KO Gaming Espadas put up a cracking show.
They're still console though.
I can only do so much to be diplomatic. I've got like one of the most like high-end, top-end PC guys and one of the most high-end, top-end console guys. I'm trying, guys, to be diplomatic here, but it's hard.
Oh, they're plebes, no doubt. But this is some of the things I want to see, how console players can adapt to more experienced players. Like we've seen, experience does come in at the late game. That's usually where some of these console teams are falling apart. So we'll see if KO Gaming can kind of buck that trend.
For those of you wondering as well, very quickly, this is winners finals, so it is now best of 5. This is the first map of the set. KO Gaming in the blue, UDDA in the red.
Yeah, both teams are going for the same compositions they've been playing the entire tournament, not really changing that much. Clutch is playing JJ, I think, instead of Clawbringer, but he's been playing JJ as well, so not much difference there in the character picks. But look at how quickly UDA got mid, like just in 5 seconds they already got mid. Now they lost it for a second, but they might try and get it again, depends on the situation. But again, like the big reason for this fight, or the big goal for this fight, isn't necessarily to kill everyone, and that's not always gonna happen, it's to get mid.
Yeah, it's like the rules of Blitzkrieg or the rules of warfare. You don't necessarily have to kill the enemy, you just need to rout the buggers. And we'll see here, it's actually working out rather well here for the Ultimate dedicated digital athletes. They're able to keep most of Geo Gaming and Espadas somewhat interspersed, constantly running back to base to heal. You saw initially in those first 5 seconds of time that Alone mentioned, one person already got down to half HP and had to retreat. We just see First Blood there get committed. That's going to be one person down. Meanwhile, Conqueror, you see they're spinning to win, trying to buy time in revenge, but he knows he's a marked man, or at least he's going to have to run back as well. And UDDA will have initial momentum control, even if they will end up losing minion control. The question is, can they keep the ball rolling?
Yeah, well played by UDA though. Like they recognized that they were having some struggles in the team fights, but they still had the kind of advantage of being able to roam, being able to go back and heal. So two of the teammates, two of the UDA players went back to heal. Now JJ is going back to heal as well. That's just the kind of privilege you get when you get that kind of like roam possibility by having mid, by doing well in the first instance.
Ryukin Sensei follow along with him for the time being, gets the nice light parry, instead obviously use the zone instead. Good choice to avoid any initial follow-up by the Berserker. Meanwhile, Berserker trying to handle what he can, keeping the split. You see one person is currently away, trying to heal up on on home point, or rather in boost. That's going to be the Black Pride. He's going to have to come back as quick as he can for KO Gaming Espadas. Meanwhile, UDDA chasing down this poor Jang Jun like a dog.
Yeah,
unfortunately, he's not going to get healing.
Yeah, he's so low, and he goes down. The Raider is here though, and this is really good by the Raider. And the reason is that there's two people who are really low. He got one, and the Zerker is very low as well. Like, this is a winnable situation, not necessarily winnable, but like a really good situation for the Raider. And now he might be able to get the Zerker. Yeah, he got the Zerker. Now it's a 1v1 from a 3v1. Because of like a really good rotation by the Blue Raider. That was well played.
Yeah, Byakua, if I'm butchering his name, I apologize, able to keep his composure, keep swinging. Yeah, I am a master at butchering names. Zero Crack, however, able to work with the team. I am not even gonna, like, Zero Craig, I can't, what did I call you the first time I casted you back during the 2v2 Shigoki days? Like, Alerna Napkin or something. Oh no, it was Alan Napkin. That's what I first called you back in the day.
Thanks.
Alan Napkin. Like
Thanks.
You're a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's my name.
Oh god, what was worse, my pronunciations or the meta back then with Shugo's running around on bloody the forest map duels? That was... Not good times. They were times. They were simply times.
That stupid Fatman has taken so much money out of me, you know? Every tournament. Alright, we'll see. Did get taken by UDA, but it was very difficult. So now again, despite them having the same number of zones, blue team does have a slight advantage in terms of numbers of the scoreboard, but of course that's not like a big deal.
That will be nice to have where possible, but considering how rapidly this match has been swinging back and forth with mid control, nothing to worry about too much with that added on top. Artenos going to be 1 versus 3, going to be instead waiting for the Berserker mix-ups. Zero Crack realizing that, hey, he's going to get his stamina back, don't try for anything funny, especially with teammates hanging around on their own home point, so instead they're going to wait and let Schofbauer get the kill himself.
Yeah, he did get the kill, but the blue team did back up very well again. And now it's a 1v1 between the Raider and the Conqueror. Then again, this is Conqueror, on console where the bash is difficult to deal with. The full block is very strong, but of course you can play against it. You can see that Glassers is using the Conqueror's zone attack, or rather, both the zone attack right here and the other option select, so he knows how to play Conqueror, which is
good revenge timing.
Yeah.
Oh, that was beautiful. Clip that.
That was mechanic, and that's it. That's a kill.
Yeah, that's actually probably something you should mention. There is a bit. Yeah, a problem is probably the fairest way to put it with revenge in the game right now. With that, for those of you that don't know, there is no way to actually tell how much revenge someone actually has.
Yeah, and it's gotten to the point where like anytime someone gets revenge, like out of quote unquote nowhere, we just call it a surprise mechanic. We just got surprised. That's what ever since the EA, that's what we've been calling it. And it's a big deal. I'm not sure why it's still in the game, but it does make it so that like there is a degree of, first of all, you have to look out for tags in gangs and in teamfight. You have to look out for tags because anytime you hit an opponent, he's tagged for 5 seconds, and they can block your tag. They can, it doesn't matter. You're tagged for 5 seconds, and so that's where Crack there, like they just didn't maybe didn't pay attention, maybe they just couldn't because of whatever. And Crack did go down there and get surprised. And now it is a huge lead for the blue team.
Blue team, however,
it all kind of snowballs from that.
Yeah, KO Gaming Espada has been able to manipulate the map rather well with some of these fights, and he just bashes the poor Irishman to death. Unfortunate.
He stopped his bed jump, but the bed jump could have been like the last resort for Crack, but that was a very difficult situation for him. So yeah, in that situation, kind of in trouble. Flash is gonna try his best, but the off breaker.
Bye bye.
Yep, and that's the first map that UDDA has lost this tournament, I think. And it's, remember, this is best of 5, so it doesn't mean that like if KO wins one more, they haven't won yet. So this is not like a panic state for either team. But again, if you look at the score for each player, it's not that bad. Number 1 on KO has 350, number 1 on UDDA 240. The difference isn't that huge. So the reason they won isn't they just got morale booster and scout and they just won the fight.
Yeah.
They won
Boogie,
through. Yep.
Boogie, load us into the next map, but keep talking, Alern.
Okay.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and it wasn't like there were some situations before where, well, there's a late game situation. Well, they just have more feeds. They use them better. The game is over. Here, they didn't even they ended the game before they even got to those feeds. The Conk may have had his tier 3 at the end, but it wasn't the biggest deal. There was no morale booster, no scout. So instead, they won with good rotations, with good fights, with really good stalling, with that amazing rotation by Byakuya, who went into 1v3 confident enough to know that because 2 of them are low, he can win that. And he did win that. He won the 1v3. And then, the surprise mechanic on A, that killed Crack. And then the shop ended up dying because of that as well. This all like kind of snowballs and creates a situation where, well, it was 1,000 to 400.
EA has opted to go for a more macro-intensive map in the form of Temple Garden, and they have swapped off to the Lawbringer, so in theory, if they can hold B and A like they've done before, they can just rain bombs and keep control of A and B incredibly succinctly.
Yeah, KO is sending one person C, but after seeing that there's only one in mid, they send another one to C. That's a good idea. It's a good strategy. It's like versatile, because if you only see one person in mid and one person on C, for example, you can just get mid really quick and then go help with one person from B to A, and it's the most versatile opening in Temple Garden. And they did that. That's very nice for them. At the same time, though, Glacier, who's the conqueror in mid, he's already losing. He's already very low. The player on A is already dead. So these 1v1s are going very heavily in UDDA.
Defenders captured zone.
Yeah, and this 2v2 is going to be the most important fight. If this goes right here, they can have someone surge out and help in mid, surge out and help on A, but they need to win it here. Clutch goes down, set mix 1 versus 2, but both of the people attacking him are low on HP. Gets the flip, uses the soft feint, the fast flow into Bulwark, stands off the block to guarantee the flip, and set mix keeps it for the team.
Yeah, and Shop now has his stun trap. He picked the correct piece, let's say now. So now he has a trap. Now it's going to be very difficult to win a 1v1 against. Even more difficult than before. And so this is one of those snowballing starts. Does KO Gaming know how to win? Do they have the capacity to come back from this? If they do, that would be a huge deal.
That's not my biggest worry right now, Lynn, honestly. Morale, for me, is the biggest thing. They had that fight in the bag, 2v1, and have that happen to them? Like, if that was me, I'm going to be, like, moaning to myself quietly, or even chat. Like, that is not a fun feeling.
Well, that just comes with experience and kind of the mental like attitude of you, like whether you kind of have that okay, we lost, let's improve for the next game kind of mentality, or you don't. Right? We'll see next game what they have, but first we have to keep going with this game. And there is a decent situation for Orange Team actually on A if they can get this, but this is not gonna be easy. One of the people did get revenge. Shoff is very low. He could be killed. He is, but Raider is super low. It's gonna be very difficult for him to win that. Yep.
There we are. Gets one simple parry on the heavy, gets himself the kill, and it looks like there's going to be Conqueror doing his Ra thing on B and just cleaning up the minions. C point is going to be where the violence is happening right now. However, 1 versus 2, Jangjun versus the world. The world will win.
Yeah, he got the Raider clutch. He got the crack very, very low, but it wasn't quite enough. And now they're just kind of. It seems like they don't really have much of an idea what to do.
Shout out to the roll.
Shout out to the roll. They just kind of keep going. The point is that maybe they think it makes sense. And now this fight on A is winnable for Orange. The Raider coming in makes this a different situation.
Yeah, very nice flip there.
Tennis once again with a clutch plays.
Yeah, they're back in the game now. Now that's a big deal. They're back in the game. If they can continue to kind of, if they can keep having C and fight to be the Conqueror, they should be able to slowly kind of bring themselves back into this game.
They got to keep the momentum up, keep the juggling act going. And one thing UDDA love doing is keeping people on the back foot where possible. And they're going to start building towards that with some decent ganks in the mid. They will successfully take back C as well. Setmix has decided to say that's his swamp. Someone call him Shrek at this point. He will have Sinister Shield available to him as well to give his teammate a little bit of a reassuring boost. And now the fight changes to the mid lane where KO Gaming Espadas have had majority control over the course of this game so far.
Yeah, Conqueror does that, especially since UDDA doesn't have a dedicated mid laner. They're playing kind of like an old, or maybe even, because you could even call it new, I guess, meta, where you don't really have a dedicated mid laner. You have someone who keeps on going there every now and then, but can roam, can go somewhere else, can 1v1 maybe.
Shades of Deathfall almost, kind of, in the way the mid works.
Yeah, maybe. So you have Raider and Lawbringer who can be in mid, but they can go somewhere else as well, just fine. Whereas KO plays the old, let's say, meta, let's just call it like that, where you have someone who's only mid. You have Conqueror who's just staying in mid, doesn't do anything else, and because of that, the score is even because of how important and how big mid is. But what's important as well to notice is the renown. Does UDA, because of their playstyle, get more renown than KO, and that's going to be something that we have to look at.
Yeah, and also the types of renown too. Like, you want Vanguards cleaning mid where they can. Yes, you'll be seeing a Conqueror cleaning mid, but he doesn't get as much bonus renown for clearing minions as, say, a Vanguard does. Vice versa, you want the heavies trying to assist in fights where possible. So if you're in a 2v1 and you can guarantee a kill, let someone else get the kill, and the heavy will actually get a bit more experience for it than he would have if he just got the kill himself, because assisting is what the heavies are built for. In the mid lane, however, Clutchmeister going to need some help as well as he can. Goes for the raw ad mortem, ends up working quite well, and he's going to take the wise option and retreat. This is another element you'll see constantly from top-end teams, knowing when to stick out and fight, and knowing when to get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, and the important part of the latter, when you go, Kragvar dying in his fence repellent.
That's twice now that's happened to a Jangjun.
Yeah, you have to be super careful. And that's the longest execution JJ could go for there as well, I think. But yeah, what's also important with going back to heal is having a teammate that keeps you from being chased down, which is what happens every time that UDA goes clutch, whether it be clutch or crack or whoever. There's always someone who helps them secure their health while stopping the enemy team from going and chasing them, which is a big deal that people don't really notice as much.
And that's going to allow the contribution of UDDA's success for the most part. Scores are now looking where we're more used to when it comes to the ultimate dedicated digital athletes. Decent parry there from the Sensei on the Jangjun. Going to be trying to hold where he can. His teammates are going to be trying to stall for where they can, but they got to try and move away from that position where possible to actually help out on this team fight, because unfortunately, KO Gaming Espadas is now breaking into the pieces that they really don't want to be in right now. Jangjun's going to be the first to fall, and this might be the second one if they're not careful.
Yeah, they're making a good decision, KO is. They're sending 2 people to A. There was 1v1, they realized we have to win this, we have to get A. And they're going to maybe be able to do it. It's hard to tell, but they should be able to now get A and unbreak. That was a very good rotation, and those are the kind of plays that you want to be making if you want to win the tournament.
So, breaking is now constantly in the back of the mind of KO Gaming Espadas, but hopefully KO Gaming Espadas doesn't panic here. They've got the 1-0 parachute, so at the very minimum, they can just say, alright, fine, now it's like a first to 4 instead of whatever. They took the loss after taking the win, fine. Shout out to the bear trap, Jangjun falling in it, but the best person to fall into that is a Jangjun, because he can get his stamina back quickly. Hung No Mortis being thrown by Clutchmeister off screen. Good parry there, but Conqueror sticks to farming minions. Good. Keep the health regenerating so you can be that annoying pest you want to be. Here's the full combo punished by the Raider. No, it actually ends up getting stuffed by Shelf Power anyway, and he gets his revenge.
The Oathbreaker really not helping there that much actually, and because of the failed Oathbreaker into a failed flip, they ended up ended up getting a kill, which was a weird situation because the teammate of was the Raider just left. The Raider just left instead of helping his teammate, but they might be able to get the revive. No, not quite. They have to win this teamfight if they want to win.
This is going to be a little risky for Jangjun. He's low on HP. His revenge probably isn't looking too great. If possible, let's try and get a player cam on the revenge levels. Conqueror is looking in a not great situation. Raider is chilling on the home point where he probably should be helping. I understand getting help. You need to be contributing to the fight right now. Chain Zone takes him out. And now the Raider, you better take that health and make it useful because you're in a 1 versus 4, my friend. And the enemy is trying to get you to break.
Yep.
Defenders win.
That's why you don't run off from your team.
There was a lot of good plays. Like what sucked kind of at the end, I guess, is the BP used his Oathbreaker on Zerker, who obviously got revenge. But the teammate that was ganking with the BP just left the moment that Zerker got revenge. So it seems like there was a little bit of a lack of communication, because you either both try to leave and just stall out the revenge, or you both stay there so that you can finish him off when his revenge is gone. Or rather, because of Oathbreaker, you can just stop him from attacking and getting like a punish. Instead, what happened is they used Oathbreakers, they wasted the feed, and then he tried for a flip immediately to like get a good read, but instead he got GB'd while the guy was in revenge, and that's like 70 plus damage. And so the BP died there, and that was like a big part of why the game ended up this way. Although obviously there was a lot before that, but that's like the one big moment, I guess, that you could point to at the end specifically. New means. But yeah, I think it's the same comps for both teams yet again. Yep. Unless they have a Lawbringer instead of a JJ now, UDA have. But that's like a Clash has been playing both characters this tournament. So it's not a big difference.
Yeah, he's been swapping between Versatile Clutch and Golden Dragon Clutch depending on his particular mood, and both of them do have pros and cons, but of course running with the Lawbringer you have a lot of AoE and superior gank potential, or at least setups for ganks, than a Jangjun, but of course Jangjun instead can lead up with some incredible damage off of his essentially sniper rifle-esque hits from range with the unblockable. So keep that in mind as you watch these fights, how Clutch decides to move in the team fights and try and go for things like impales, certain parries, that kind of thing. And at the same time, keep an eye on Sensei here, on the Jangjun, who may be close to death, but at the same time is doing a cracking job at the 2v1.
Oh, nice, he gets revenge. He just about couldn't get the Zerk though. He gets a good amount of damage on Clutch, but this is not going to be enough to scare him off the point. And now he probably would like to go heal, but couldn't.
Though mid-fight still going, a lot more casualties potential. Oh, Conqueror's out of stamina here, but fortunately gets revenge. One single heavy thrown a little bit awry.
Get surprised there by the mechanic. And yeah, this is a little bit annoying, I'm sure, for UDA, but at the same time, they do get the revive and they do get the kills. They kind of get everything in that situation that they could. The Raider is going against smartly, backcapping. So you should be able to stop the BP from healing, and you might be able to kill him. Although there is a gank here happening.
Tried for the flip, didn't quite work. Shout out to the chair with the chair 4, a learner dog. We always appreciate the Polish puppy being here to assist. Although the counter gank instead, it's deaths absolutely everywhere. Now it's a 1 versus 1, Jangjun versus Berserker. This is heavily tipped towards the Berserker's favor, and especially with the Lawbringer coming back up to assist. Schofbauer, all he has to do is guard break for a single impale, and it's all good.
Yep, thank you, Doug, for the assistance. And yeah, the problem is that, like the JJ is doing here, he's not counting guard breaking, which means that all of the it gets really difficult for a Zerker gank to work. So that's why you go for the Lawbringer gank. It's more consistent. At the same time, though, they were going for the Zerker gank. It was Clutch who was guard breaking, which because of the
dinosaur
JJ,
arms. Clutch had the GB there, but he got T-Rex arms. That's kind of a thing that happens sometimes for those of you who aren't aware, where you can go for a GB and then the game decides you're not allowed to track. For some reason, your character just kind of goes like tiny arms and doesn't hit anything. It's horrible.
Yeah, it tends to happen. Raider does get the kill on Clutch, and that's a 1v1, but the Raider is super low below this, so this is going to be difficult for the Raider, and should be a quick cleanup for Septix, but I shouldn't speak too quickly.
He has had not a fantastic day so far. Oh, the light parry! Good
punished by Shock. Didn't quite work out there, but that was a good stall. And that's what matters. In that situation, that was the best he could do. Because now, obviously, both the Berserker and BP have to heal there for a little bit, so they can't like make use of that kill as they would be able to if they didn't have to stay there. So that was well played.
Yeah, and at the same time, you saw as well, the Raider, he didn't go for the full heavy parry. I mean, I was raring to go. I wanted to see a full smack, 40 damage heavy, but he played it safe, seeing that Schofbauer was lining up something with the Berserker, and the tracking could have hit him. It's a bit wonky being behind, but it could have, so he played it safe instead, and now we're going to be seeing how things would go when the Raider has a little bit of backup from the Black Friar.
Yeah, this is super difficult for blue team.
Never mind.
Yeah, like he was already so low because of the 1v1 against Clutch that he was doing before, and now the Raider just needs to stall as long as possible until he can get some help. But his help comes in the form of revenge. He gets a lot of damage into Septix, but can he kill him in time? Doesn't seem like it. But that is still a good amount of damage that he did, so he should be able to wait.
That is a UI bug. There we go. It just appeared there. You saw a little. You may have been wondering why was the Black Fire regenerating. That feat will occasionally blink on and off. Again, spectator mode, work in progress. This gank as well, a bit of work in progress right now for the blue team. KO Gaming Espadas trying to clean up where possible. Although Mr. Setmix again able to try and heal where possible. They're now going to be straight to the 1v1. Clutchmeister unfortunately getting Lightsea to death. There we go. That's all they needed. UDDA able to stabilize.
Yeah, that roll there was quite something. Maybe he thought that the Septix was gonna be like right there already bashing him, maybe, or maybe he just misclicked. That could also happen. But now Glasser is winning the 1v1, cleaning up the point, and he's probably trying to jump, but having some struggles, or maybe he's waiting to see where the
optimal boosting position, just kind of chill on the edge. It still technically counts as boosting there, so it works. Stalwart Banner going to be used here by Zero Crack, going to be trying to assist where possible. And KO Gaming Espadas will have to try and fight inside of this to clear minions, but luckily with the Jangjun available, the Heavy is now available should they choose.
Yeah, what's also available though is the Friendship Banner, which means that both the Zerker and the Raider just took like no damage out of all of that, whereas Lazarus, the Conqueror on KO, just died. So that was a difficult fight to take for blue team. You don't want to fight there, but at the same time you kind of have to. So kind of a hard nut to crack there.
Yeah. Bearing in mind this is 1-1 in this best of 5. This is map number 3. This is going to be still an okay scenario for either team if they end up losing. KO Gaming Espadas in the blue are behind on soft points, but are starting to make things up where possible. UDDA at the same time needs to start sharpening up their act quick because they have been a little lackadaisical in some of their meta play. I've noticed they've been leaving people alone for arguably a little bit too long in some places, which can happen if you are concentrating a bit too much on the fights. And of course, Sanctuary Bridge being a map based around those fights can end up happening if you take your eye off the ball.
Yeah, Setmix is just destroying Glaciers here. Like he was just kind of eating everything that Setmix was throwing, and now he just rolled into the bash. Like he just about didn't die because of the roll, and he should be able to go back and heal, which is a huge deal for him. He might be able to even boost enough for heal and block, which would be a big deal to be able to just stay alive in mid. Sank Bridge is such a map like that centers on mid that being able to just stay alive there for like forever is really big, but he doesn't quite have it.
Conqueror! I appreciate the attempt, but no, you're just gonna get stampeding charged for your troubles, and you probably should try and get up to the point where possible, but they do have Sensei there to assist with the Jang Jun. Black Prior ends up falling, and now it's a 1v1 stalling out the home point of the attackers, while simultaneously we're going to be seeing the UDDA trying to keep their home point up their sleeve as well.
Yeah, there was a backup though by the blue team, which is good, which means that if they lose this, actually no, if they lose this fight on A though, they still end up breaking, so they cannot die here and get executed because, well, that's, you know, they end up just dying then forever unless they can somehow, you know, stop some unbreak, which I'm not sure if it's going to be possible. So they're trying their best to survive, but usually does get killed.
Crack, that was alright, that's cheeky, Crack. Putting a bare-faced cheeky trap right in front of the Black Prior. Come on, my dude, have some respect.
Yeah, and okay, well, JJ is going to be alive, but not the Black Prior. And so that's what I meant. Like, they're fighting on a point that isn't theirs. So, I mean, that is theirs, sorry. Which means that if they die, the point is going to be obviously taken by the other team, and that's what happened. Now, one of them is already dead. The other actually died as well on both A and C. I guess one person died. So this should be a pretty easy cleanup for UDA here.
Yeah, UDA just resurrecting one of their guys from the mid-fight. And now it's going to be the Tin Can and the Old Man versus the Wolves. UDDA circling around where possible. Going to have Schalfbauer coming up to assist Clutchmeister. Clutch does have access to Pugno Mortis, Fire Flask available as well from the resident German. So, at least I hope he's German. That's going to allow them a lot of damage where possible. GB setups for the Pugno Mortis will eliminate the Chinese, and now it's just the Knights.
Yep, again, this game was kind of like a lot of small things. That's the kind of easy way out of it, like an analytical standpoint. So like, okay, a lot of things happened, there you go, that's my analysis. But there were a lot of small kind of engages that happened. Like both teams were good enough to be able to like cover the track. As in like, okay, they make a mistake in mid, they're one bar, but they can go back and can go heal. And both teams were able to cover those retreats. They were able to do that. So that was nice, but yeah, like Crack died 0 times, whereas the JJ on the team died 7 times, for example. So a lot of, while the game was close, because again of blue team's control of points, the blue team's rotations, blue team kind of overall play, they individually dropped the ball on this one. They all died 4, 6, 5, and 7 times, whereas on UDA, Crack died 0 and everyone else died for 3 times each. This is not Temple Garden. So this is an actual video game that we're watching. The compositions are still the same. Nothing's really been changing. Yeah, the standard 1-1-2 split. Usually, sometimes people go like 2 mid, and then maybe they go like, they send 1 A if they see there's nobody, or they just quickly get mid and send 1 person C to help. But this is a pretty standard opening as well. And yeah, there's a few C.
Yeah, however, High Fort does have a couple caveats. One, the travel time to points is incredibly long. Some of the longest in the game outside of Shard, I believe. So that means that these initial fights are going to be incredibly important. If you lose it, you are not going to be getting reinforcements back for a very long time. So whatever happens here, especially on a point as defensible as C, this is going to be very, very important for whoever wins this. And so far, KO Gaming Espadas are doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they won the 2-2, but at the same time, UDA won the fight everywhere. So they have A, they have mid. I'm not sure they killed the Conk in mid, but they may have even killed the Conk in mid. Or he's just, I think he's just sitting around. I think he did die. So dying so quickly in the Conk, no, I mean, a bit of a mistake, yeah. Especially since you're playing Kong specifically for that, you know, immortality almost in the middle. But he doesn't have any of his feet, so it is like he's about to eat a lot of damage again.
Ooh, right in the gentleman's area. You really don't want a Danax there. Glassorius successfully able to dodge away plus using a bash as well to keep Crack low on stamina. He goes out of stamina now. That's going to give Glosorius a little bit of a reprieve. Does he choose to spend the stamina? No, he defends instead.
Okay, those are some weird plays with the bash, but Glass is going to be super low in mid, probably going to go down soon. It's a 1v1 lane, that's a little bit unlucky for the Black Prior, unless he can win this. It's going to be difficult. Oh, he actually gets the DB and he wins it. He gets the execution, gets the point, that's actually a really big deal.
Defenders
Glass,
captured Zone A.
Wait, did he die?
Yeah, he's coming from
he
spawn
died
now.
back Yeah, he's
There we
coming
are.
back from spawn, so he's going to be able to help mid again. But the problem is, again, like, you want your Conqueror to have feeds, because that's how it becomes useful. Conqueror without feeds is not a very good character. Conqueror with feeds, especially with his tier 3, that's where he becomes super annoying. So you want him to at least get his body count super quick, which right now Raider is the one, Frank is the one getting those feeds instead.
Sensei and Setmix going to be squaring off against each other. Setmix tried for the crushing counter, but may have mistimed it, I believe. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Janju going to be exposed to the 1v2. Shoffbauer assisting with the gank. Fortunately, Setmix pressed the Gabriel button one too many times, gets the flip successfully, however, and now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. And a single GP off the recovery is all they need for UDDA to claim the C point.
Yep, you gotta be very careful in these situations when you're getting ganked to not be blocked and then thrown to a recovery. Most characters are... If you block a light attack, then your teammate's Garbage is most likely going to be guaranteed. That was a kill on... Well, that's Crack, I think, right? Who died there in mid.
Yes.
Or, yeah, that is Crack. That was the Raider who died in mid. So that was an interesting position for him to be. I guess he was just, like, trying to kill whoever it was there, trying to pressure them. But he did end up dying. Glassers does have his heal low. He is low. He did the revenge, and he's just now trying to kind of stay alive, which is, again, just
Try and
about
find
to
enemy
last.
minions to heal off as well. He's trying to do unlock zones where possible, but one too many dashes ends up with him getting nabbed. And with some beautiful camera work here by LightBoogey, we're now going to be seeing the state of the team fight as, unfortunately for one blue-black Prior, he's now going to be turned black and blue, courtesy of some hatchets from Shoffbauer. A little bit of Shazza there, unfortunately there for the Black Prior. And now in the 1v2 once again, Jangjun on Lawbringer on Raider action. Crack going to be searching for any kind of mix-ups where possible. Unfortunately, Jangjun's out of stamina with no space really to use Sifu. He's going to need to be bailed out, otherwise he'll take the other option and just die.
Yeah, Glass has to be careful here, as yeah, the long arm can work if positioned properly and if camped properly. The Lumberger can long arm conquer out of the zone, so you have to be careful because he doesn't want to throw it out. That's one of the reasons as well to pick a Lawbringer. Good ganks, and he can deal with Conqueror in mid as well.
Now we're going to be seeing once again blue-black Prior going to have to be watching out for himself as a 3-on-1 gank onto Zero Crack, but Crack has revenge. Great dead-angled zone, able to successfully bamboozle the Prior and get the hit, gets the second as well, now searching for the offense where possible. Has backup from Setmix, Tilt-A-Whirl Slam, full combo Polish, oh my days, smoke of a kipper, he's bloody done! He's only got 1 HP left, and he's got Inspire though, but no teammates to back up, and now finally the cavalry arrives in the form of the Conqueror.
Yeah, that was a very sloppy gank, but let's be nice to Crack there for a second instead of just bashing on the people who made mistakes. Very well played by Crack there as well, of course, using that mistake to really get a lot of damage in, and he just now dies where now Sevens may be able to even kill the UDDA, but he has a half, he has the shield, so it might be a little bit difficult.
However, gets the flip as well. Going to be trying to set up where possible. Mr. Setmix looking for some violence. Gets one crushing. Can he get the second? No, he gets bushed instead. But in comes Zero Crack with the running newly buffed heavy. 35 damage on the running heavy there. It's always nice to have. Although now he's getting Stampeding Charge, which is not so nice. And he might get drop attacked.
No, I think the whoever is on A just went there to heal, and that's what he's doing. The BP is just sitting there, stopping others from coming up and just healing. And now there's going to be a 1v1. Crack, the Stampede Charge of the neutral doesn't quite work out, but there's just a whole slew of people coming in. Good time to get the Stampede Charge. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, this isn't going to looking good, to be honest, here, Learn. I feel like we're now going to be looking at UDDA trying to build for their final big snowball. They're going to lose one person, but KO Gaming Espadas has a big uphill battle on the rest of the map. I mean, have a look here at this shot. 2 members fighting, you can see on screen for the orange. 2 members incredibly low, and there are traps hanging around the area as well.
Yeah, but this is like if the JJ does well here. This is and the Conk unfortunately goes into the trap, but he couldn't have known about it. So this is still very, very winnable for either team. This is not a game where you can just tell, oh yeah, they're gonna win. And nice bash there by the Conk, and now are they gonna be able to kill Sepmix quick? That's the big deal here.
Yeah, Setmix knows it, so he's starting to kite a little bit. This is a good choice. He doesn't have any advantageous terrain to start going around and around and around, so instead he's just going to try and get physical distance and wait for Crack. He made the call, you can tell earlier on, for the assistance from the Raider. Now he's here. The assistance can actually begin, although good effort here by the Conqueror. He's trying to do what he can, where he can with the block, but he gets caught on the panic dash, G-bead, and delayed execution for maximum downtime.
Yeah, the JJ died there super quick to Crack, actually, who came on the point to help Sepmix, who was stalled just long enough for Crack to come in very easily. And yeah, he just died super quick. I think he was maybe just like unlocked and got hit by a few attacks. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it was a pretty big deal because now, again, still winnable, but now there is a way, there's an advantage for UDA undoubtedly.
Yeah, Artanius unfortunately has been suffering a little bit with the Black Prior, same with Glosorius or the Conqueror. They haven't been able to get that same groove back they had in Game 2 that you saw from them on Sank Bridge. This time they have been having a really hard time with the macro game. It's something you've mentioned a lot on today's show, Ellen. It is this whole idea of keeping the team consistent in their movements in a logical way so you can respond quickly. You saw during that initial rotation as well, the same thing. Setmix stalled out and tried for something with delays. It worked out getting Kraken, and now because we're seeing the fruits of the labor, things have gone from potentially quite bad for UDDA to an even split and with an advantageous selection as well.
Yeah, at the same time though, Glass does have this tier 3. That means that he's going to be extremely difficult to just die, and extremely difficult to kill in mid. And he used Uninterruptible, so whoever was in chat that wanted it, there you go. Not the best feed, but well, better than maybe in his idea, in his mindset, it's probably better than Catapult, so that's why he's picking it. But the blue team is in trouble now. If they die here, well, now the break, they're in trouble. At the same time, Orange UDA does have a little bit of a leeway, but they actually are dead though. The one person there's two people now dead in breaking.
Oh no. Oh no, this came really sudden for both teams. UDDA do have a slightly better option there. They have 4 people alive versus the 2. Also, shout out to the uninterruptible Shadow Puppet. Probably feeling quite happy about seeing that. The Revenge is going to be deployed. They're going to try and get some assistance where possible. Oathbreak is going to be used. Oh, this isn't looking good. UDDA going to start shaping up.
Oh, Glassers is so low though. He's about to die. He got the shield up. Personally, whoever it was got revenge. This is still winnable for UDA, but this is get C, blue team, get C. Send one guy to get C. Don't send 4 people here. You have 3 people. Are they sending one to C?
I think they are now. I think they are now. They're sending the Conqueror.
They need to do that. Yeah, they're doing that now. Okay. Unless there's no way that now that UDA will win.
This is a situation they are used to though. Like the 2 versus X.
Now it's impossible. See, the reason that the teams before weren't able to close out an advantage against UDA is because they weren't like necessarily thinking as much as they need to in those late game situations. Here, of course, mistakes were made on both sides. On both sides, mistakes were made. There was an advantage for UDA, but a good team fight in mid, or like a good pickup or 2 in mid, kind of swung it in blue team's favor, or rather made it even. And then there was a big they weren't expecting to get breaking that soon. It seems like from the positioning that they have, UDA weren't expecting to be breaking so soon. And
surprise breaks catch everyone. It's like sometimes it just happens. It slips the mind. You don't see it coming, and you're in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, and after that, in that 2v4 situation, it's so easy to be like, okay, let's go, let's use all our fleets, let's go, let's give them revenge and let's die together. Instead, they send one person way too late. They did way too late, but they did it. They sent one person C. UDA didn't have quite enough points to keep them breaking, to keep the blue team breaking infinitely. They didn't have those like 10 minions additionally that they needed to kill. And so that was a good play that they made, and that's because of that they were able to finish off the win.
The final match the winners finals.
Bearing in mind this is winners finals, of course, both teams still have the golden parachute of a losers bracket and a very preferable standing as well. They'll be instantly whisked to the losers finals, but Alern, it looks like UDDA have chosen Overwatch as their final stand.
Yeah, I was about to say that it's important to note that loser picks the map. That means that UDA chose Overwatch. Probably the reason is, first of all, it hasn't been played yet, and I think that they cannot play a map again. But most importantly, they probably have much more experience on it than the other team. I don't know how many scrims happen on PS4. That's my bad, I don't know. But I would assume that UDA has a little bit more experience on the new Overwatch at least.
Yeah, this is a map that people have played a lot ever since it was realized, hey, this map's actually nice to play competitively now, with C point not being a horrendous ledge fest, and actually having access to A point instead of it being like the salty spittoon of For Honor. And with all of that in mind, this map is going to be played a lot more, but First Blood will successfully go to UDDA, Zero Crack getting the beheading execution on the enemy. Meanwhile, Glossoria is trying to retreat where possible, keeping space as well. He needs to try and farm in mid where he can, but a Shoffbauer is there to make his life a little bit more of a nuisance.
Yeah, but Shoffbauer doesn't have anything like... What he can do, Shoffbauer that is, he can whiff a light into a top-heavy unblockable, and that can beat the zone because of the hyper armor. But I think he just wanted to get a rotation quickly to get somewhere else.
The spacing on that has to be perfect, though, to actually make that work.
Yes, and he just hopes that his mid laners will be able to deal with Glaciers as they currently are against him, but they are, one of them is out of stamina, the other is super low, and there's help coming for the Kong, so this actually could be good for the blue team.
Team fights happening in multiple areas. We're going to see Boogie Disco Chopper 6 currently giving us a nice view live from the sky. B-Point going to have one casualty there for KO Gaming Espadas, and UDDA's trying to set themselves up for a decent place on B to where they can start generating points themselves. KO Gaming Espada did get the initial Oki advantage on points, so they have a slight lead in soft, but more importantly, the farm is going to be where things are really born and bred. Both of these teams have to get their renown up as fast as possible, because Overwatch is one of the biggest maps in this game that are decided on smart feat usage, because so many of these zones have so little real estate on them.
Yeah, also important to notice, like, A on this map is so far away from everything else. Like, it's so far from mid, even though the ladders do make it a little bit easier to access, and it's such a big difference from coming from mid to C compared to coming from like C to A or mid to A. It takes a longer time, so that's why even though KO Gaming has A right now, they've had it the entire game, it's not as big of a deal as having C. Because C allows you an easier access to mid, but they get that win in C. They don't, or they do get it actually, they just about capture it. 2 people are dead on UDA, 2 people coming C, they should be able to get mid, KO Gaming that is, if they do it properly, and they are doing this well right now.
Yeah, I'm a little scared that this is going to turn from KO Gaming Espada advantage to an advantage for UDDA based on time. If they can't get it quickly enough, they can get it, but if they don't do it fast enough, they're going to lose the soft point advantage, because of course, like you've said many times, once you lose the stall, then you don't generate any points while you're stalling out. Great full punish there for you. Can get 60-ish damage off the heavy. Light as well, bamboozles off the flip, and now there's a lonely Raider against Shoffbauer. Great light parry though! He's almost got him. Shoffbauer needs to be hit one more time, but in comes Crack, gets the stampeding charge, buys him a little bit of space. Shoffbauer, of course, still low HP. Raider trying his damnedest to get the kill. He needs to make it a 1 versus 1. IPU, the bloody Raider, whose name I can't pronounce, gets the kill, and now it's a 1 versus 1.
He does have Mark for Dev though. He messed up again, and just like Shoffbauer did before, this is the wrong tree to have. You don't want to have Mark for Dev, so that's why it didn't help that much there. If he had had a Bear Chop, that would have been able to probably help a lot more. Bear Chop is really, really strong. And now again, like a big fight happening on C with UDA having to make something wrong. This is a huge, huge points advantage so far for KO Gaming. They need to, UDA has to make this fight work.
Byakuya, that's actually how his name is pronounced,
Byakuya.
My apologies. Byakuya, gonna be, Byakuya, thank you, gonna be trying to assist where possible. I'm bad with names, okay? The Inspire Jangjun with Revenge is going to be a bit of a problem, but you can see how UDDA are trying to space out where appropriate. Going to try and just basically let him anger himself out, like you kind of wait for a tantruming child. Will go well. Now it's a 1 versus 4
At
with
the same
cavalry.
time.
Go on.
Yeah, it is a 1 versus 4, but 3 people are so low, and there's a Kong with Revenge. if KO Gaming can stop rotations happening, and they can get C here, Kong already got 1 kill. If he can get, they just aren't able to get.
Oh god, look at
no,
the
they
points!
are.
I didn't notice that. Look at the
Yeah,
points! Oh
yeah.
god, that slipped by us!
That's what I was talking about. KO Gaming having a huge advantage, but if UDA wins C now, this is their only way of coming back, realistically speaking, I think. They need to get a rotation coming there, while at the same time making sure that they've been boosting A the entire time. There's someone in mid, I think, right now. Byakuya right now is trying his damnness, but he's going to die. But there's already someone else on C. They keep going, but they have to be careful. They have to be careful not to throw this. Don't panic. Play this safe. You know you have the advantage.
Byakuya will end up going down, leaving the Jangjun now, the Sensei trying to do what he can in the 1 versus 3. Now, once again, UDDA put into the land of breaking, but they have been in clutch situations like this before. They need to keep it slow, keep it clean, keep the ganks consistent. Good bash into the heavy, successfully gets the gank. Nuke successfully watching on for the backlines, being happy little gavel-wielding shark he is probably approving of that gank setup.
KO is panicking. It feels like they're panicking. They still have such a huge advantage, but they just keep on going right now. It was good for a while, but now it's not going very well. The Black Prior on A, he's had the point the entire time, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to win this 1v1. He's in big trouble. He has no way to heal. Is this going to be a throwback? Yeah, this is still a huge advantage.
Morale booster has been deployed. They'll allow the stun cap to kill in 1 shot. And this is going to be the big guns being deployed. Setmix using morale booster that has an incredibly long cooldown. And so many more points still have to be accrued here by UDDA to call this a comeback. But that will allow them to unbreak and put KO Gaming Espadas on the back foot. They need to clear up B to actually unbreak again. And the KO Gaming Espadas will be wary of that and start trying to do back caps instead.
Yeah, they're fighting on both points, both C and A, but they need to put more emphasis on B. They need to get 1.1k points, KO Gaming that is, so that they can stop UDA from ever unbreaking. If they can get that, then they will calm down. They will be able to play this a lot more safely. But now they're throwing out a lot of attacks. They're giving revenge to Showpower. He's gonna get the kill. He's gonna be in the VP is gonna be in trouble. Now the Raiders here.
A fully raged up Berserker and revenge damage. Oh, that's going to be kill. There's the comeback we needed to see.
They're slowly throwing this, but this is still Glasser is in mid. This is good. They want him to be in mid. Get 1k points. Don't leave mid. Unless they can win this fight, they do. But is there not someone to stop this? There is.
Are breaking.
Jangjun's down. Where's the assistance from here? Zero crack, 1 versus 3. He needs
cracked
teammates
ice here.
back.
Defenders rally.
Oh no, this isn't looking good. Fire Flask is going to be deployed. That's going to guarantee death because, of course, feats do receive boosts from Inspire and any kind of damage increase.
Now they can't unbreak. They can't unbreak anymore. Now they're in perma breaking state. All that KO has to do, stay on C, keep mid as well, stay on C on the body until the body times runs out. The body timer runs out. Until they cannot ever get the revive anymore. Instead, the BP is just giving out renown to the other team. Then again, the other team already has their tier 3, tier 4, sorry.
Yeah. Right now, it's going to be more of a scramble situation. Just secure the key bodies and don't let them slip through the cracks. Do not let UDDA get that second wind. If you can keep the Iron Fist on them, maybe you can make them break. But this is a team known for incredibly high amounts of resolve in these kind of situations. I mean, remember, during the EUPC tournament, these guys sat for incredibly long hours in a best-of-5 series that went, I believe, all the way with the bracket reset. I might be mistaken. And now, Clutch is down. This is going to be the 1 versus 4 now. Shoff is the last man standing. Gets the kill on Saurus, though, however. Makes it a 1 versus 1. Bodies all around. Black Friar for the enemy team pops the... Oh, no!
3-2 for Consolians. Okay, so, as I said, the last 4 minutes of this, they were so close to throwing this away. This is what I mean by the late game kind of experience, the late game advantage that more experienced team have. This is a huge result, don't get me wrong. Well played, very well played to KO Gaming. They have the early to mid game very well mastered. They're beating UDA without really much of a comeback from UDA in the early and mid game, but in the late game, if UDA come back from losers bracket, in the late game, UDA know as long as we survive until minute until tier 4, until tier 3, we're going to win because of this game. They were 1k to 200, and they ended up 1k to 700. It was so close.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is the losers, fucking losers, semifinals. We got Concussion Squad versus Nemesis Rebirth. Now, we've seen these teams earlier in the bracket. We're able to catch some of their games in winner's bracket. Concussion, where we left them off, we thought that they had potential. They lost to UDDA, and they definitely gave them a run for their money, but were ultimately, their lack of experience kind of shown through towards the late game.
Hold on, I gotta mention, this is actually a run back of round 3. Concussion Squad 2-0'd Nemesis Rebirth. This is a run back.
Oh, well, thank you for that insight, Verb. I completely skipped over that. So yeah, obviously,
I was just looking at the brackets.
Nemesis has actually done well to make it through the losers bracket because they went in a lot earlier than Concussion Squad did. But now this is the run back. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, obviously Concussion probably has the advantage. They gave UDDA a run for the money and obviously stomped Nemesis earlier on. But let's see if there's any adjustments made. You guys can take it away.
All right, losers semis. So we are back to best of 3 formats. And bear in mind, losers finals as well is also best of 3. So the only time we're seeing best of 5 popping up again is going to be when we're going to be seeing a grand finals happen. So getting straight into things, the split initially is looking favorable. We're going to be seeing either a 2-2 or a 3-1. We'll see it wind out to actually be 1-2-2 by members of Nemesis Rebirth on the attacking side, which will be nice for them for mid control, but they may lose out on C potentially if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean they got A for free, blue team did, and what that does is that means they will lose mid, but losing mid for getting A, which A is such a far away point that you only really go for it if you have like the time, which means that in this situation, very rarely, like in this very situation, you would very rarely rotate there. Unless now that you've actually got 2 kills, now you can rotate there, or you can come help C and then take A. But A is like the least priority, although in the last game actually, with UDA, A was a big reason for why they lost, because A was kept forever by the BP, he had all his feeds, and they kept sending like sometimes people there, and BP would just 1v1. And now, as I said, like, they won mid, 2v2, then they came the quick rotation to C, and then now they have A, and now it's a triple cap.
Now, this is going to be an initial great start for Nemesis Rebirth on the attack. That's going to give them many options should they want to choose to assault A. They do have the 1v1 still going on there, have the 1v1 on B simultaneously, have the appropriate classes to defend there. Now a 2v1 on B actually. It's going to be some Jangjun on Jangjun violence with the addition of the Nabushi as well. Their comfort pick has given them some benefits, some drawbacks as well. The new functioning blade, of course, on Nabushi, allowing you to do some work to people in revenge. If you can tag them like about 3 or 4 times-ish, that bleed will still be there when the revenge goes away.
Yeah, the way that bleed works, in case people didn't know, because I know that a lot of people don't know this actually, like if you have revenge and you get bled, the damage doesn't necessarily go through revenge, but instead the way it works is, if by the time that your revenge is down, you would still be bleeding, then you're going to be bleeding by the amount that you would be bleeding. That it's a little bit, it sounds a little bit complicated, it's actually very easy, and that's how, very often, that's how Nabushi players know, oh okay, I bled this guy who's in revenge, okay, he's dead, leave him alone. And then they just, you know, go back and then they have the kill. That's sometimes how. That's the same with Peacekeeper, Shaman, very similar.
Top Ramen Shaman in the chat. Is Boogie not allowed to cast because he doesn't have an EU accent? Hashtag catch the racism. Yeah, he's actually banned. He's only here to produce for us, and then he just buggers off afterwards. That's the only way this works.
He's been trying to speak recently, but we've been stopping him from that, so it's okay.
Shut up, Boogie. Just give us a shut up, Boogie, in the chat real quick. Thank you.
Shut up, Bear.
Okay.
Okay, well, there is a team fight, let's see. This game is now it's a triple cap for the other team, so this is going to be a bit of a volatile series most likely, with less kind of organization than the previous series, but more yeah, as I said, like more volatile. Seems
yeah. And that volatility, if I'm allowed to come out of the timeout corner, that volatility is been something that's contributing to some rather fun to watch matches. We're seeing now Concussion Squad have been able to try and re-centralize themselves in their score. 2v2 on the C point as well. The Shaman is doing a good job trying to heal off the bleed, and actually ends up buying enough time for the Jangjun to win their fight, and Kamo to assist with the kill for the victory. And now with a solid hold on C and B, as long as their Nobushi doesn't end up dying, which unfortunately is the case, Nemesis Rebirth is going to have to start working incredibly hard.
Yeah, they are going to get mid. That is the orange team is going to get mid, unless there is some pressure put onto it, which right now there is actually some pressure there. See a gank happening, but the BP is defending pretty well. They should be able to maybe get the gank off, because, well, again, there's the bug that I was talking about earlier. Unless the BP just didn't try to pop revenge, it's probably the bug where it stops it from popping revenge. Notice how JJ already has a tier 4. He picked Phalanx, so it's not the biggest deal that he's got it, but it's still a strong feat. But Shaman did die through it, which is enough damage to die even through it.
Yeah, the Phalanx is not as strong as it used to be back in the day when it was first introduced with the likes of Centurion, where you could literally use it to tank a full HP bar, because it gave you approximately a full HP bar for everyone on the team for significantly longer periods of time.
I think it was 30 seconds, actually.
Yeah,
then.
basically like 2 team fights, potentially.
Yeah, it was narrowed back to 10 seconds. That's what we have right now. It's still a good feat, but it is obviously way weaker than in the past.
Clarissa Armada here as member of the Concussion Squad. Going to be trying to hold down the mid lane as they've been doing this entire game. However, the actual Clarissa Armada going to be judging from the sidelines here. Isn't able to clear as midly as they would like. Low HP, low stamina, and it's the Mully! Well, actually, that wasn't even a Mully. He did a Cobra Strike. Was that an attempted interrupt? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could have been. Maybe he was trying to dodge an attack and then it just didn't quite work out. Things can happen. Like
Input error, potentially?
Defenders captured Zone A.
Very much possible as well. But yeah, the
Light
mid
parry.
is going to be there, and yes.
Did a zone off light parry. Okay, interesting. I suppose maybe
Yeah.
he wanted to keep it safer.
Ooh.
There's another one. There's the heavy you're looking for, my friend.
There's the punish.
That's
We read
what
up
we're
on the competitive on the really quick with punishes.
If only there was a certain set of videos you could go to learn specific things about competitive-based factors in For Honor. Is there a place potentially you can go to learn about that?
No.
No
Okay,
place.
so now in mid there's a 2v2 going on as per usual. Mid is a very important part of the For Honor, so like you're going to be seeing a lot of fights in mid overall in every match. And the Raider got kind of destroyed there. The smoke was going to be difficult to deal with, but nicely rolled there by the Nobushi. Ends up being safe, and that was a 1v1 and it's about to be finished.
Oh, Shaman versus Black Prior now. Black Prior does have the ability to heal, but low on stamina, so one mess up on a feint afterwards will result in him going down. Or he just doesn't react anyway and ends up eating the fast execute. He's going to drop down, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Jangjun going to try and help out the fellow Raider where possible, but a Kensei Raider gank is not exactly something you should take lightly at that low of an HP value.
Yeah, you always want to be careful in the situations like right there, the Raider, the blue Raider. He's about to get revenge, so it's okay, but he was hitting a lot of damage by trading against 2 people with hyper armor. So you wanna be careful. You wanna take your risks when you really can get them. Because right now, yeah, they stalled out the revenge and he's dead. And
Go on.
And yeah, again, very close game. Although this one's a little bit different because the Nobushi here, no feasibility. She has a smoke bomb, which is good. But we don't see as many tier 4s as maybe you would expect. There are some, but not as many as you would maybe expect. So this is going to be more of a game to, first of all, get your feeds. You need to get your feeds to win in the late game. Or if they don't, well, then it's going to be more about rotations and smaller engagements. And the Nobushi is using some of the console buffs that happened in the last patch. Some of the light seas.
Yeah, channeling shades of Pano there with the rapid spam of light attacks, but Unfortunately, will not matter anyway, ends up going down. Unfortunately, Carissa Armada has not been able to actually farm up as much as they like, because they have having to constantly either fight in mid or die in mid. They haven't been able to sit there for a while and actually consistently farm up, which is what Nobushi needs to get those really important tier 3 and tier 4 feats online. Yeah, tier 2 you can get the smoke bomb, but that's 1 feat, and you're going to be popping that constantly. So the big play, specifically the fire trap plus body count interaction, is one of the biggest things in Nobushi. And not having that at this point in the game where your team is breaking is not a good look.
Captured Zone C.
Yeah, it definitely want the support feats to be there, but there are some more important feats like Morale Booster or Scout, but I don't know if they have even those on the team. They do have Scout, but the Shaman's dead. That doesn't even matter anymore.
Attackers
The JJ is now dead, and this looks like it's about to finish. 2v2, sorry, 2v4. Now it's a 1v3.
A 1v3.
And then she might get the
Attackers
win.
rallied.
Nope. Fire Flash to seal off the entrance. Might as well.
Yeah, seems like it worked out very well for Mistress. Her Mistress fan.
This isn't Mistress, this is simply a tribute.
Simply.
I don't know the actual lyrics to that song, I'm sorry. I probably should.
You probably should, yeah.
I probably should.
Well, this is over. This was again like a close game. So neither team should feel bad, and that's how the games happened earlier as well. When even though one of the teams got 2-0, it wasn't like, if you look at the score, it wasn't very close. But the games themselves were a lot more like this one, where it's very, very close for each side.
1-0 to Nemesis Rebirth. For those, I see some questions in the chat, so very quickly. This is the losers semi-finals. Nemesis Rebirth taking the first win of the best of 3 series against Concussion squad.
UDDA is still in the tournament. They got knocked down the losers bracket by KO Gaming Espadas, who are in grand finals right now waiting for their challenger. So we will wrap up here with Concussion versus Rebirth and see who's going to be taking on UDDA for that last grand final spot. Take it away, guys.
Whatever happens, whoever takes on UDDA, I know that there will be a lot of French people in the chat, not speaking English, watching alongside us. So hello.
It's okay, it's fine.
Bonjour. And
Again, you do realize that we can't hit on the French, then Ubisoft won't give us any more steel. Like, no, not allowed.
I have nothing here. I have no I have no affiliations here. I'm just here to,
I'm trying so hard to keep this diplomatic. You're this close to just popping off. I am trying so hard.
Attackers captured Zone C.
Okay.
Moving into game here, Nemesis Rebirth
Defenders
1-0 against
Zone
Concussion
A.
Squad here in the losers semi-finals. Going to be an initial heavy team fight in the mid. One particular person being incredibly low, that being the Jang Jun. Going to have to retreat as fast as they possibly can. Although admittedly Jang Jun, that being low, is going to be put into the corner. Has to watch his back now. Meanwhile, Raider swinging away to the right of the camera. First blood ends up dropping. That will be the Jang Jun. Light parry successful on the Bushi. Guarantees the 40 damage side heavy. And that's going to put initially Nemesis Rebirth in the driver's seat.
Yeah, an important thing to kind of remember or know when you're playing characters like Conqueror, like Nobushi, is that they very heavily rely, even now after the nerfs, on their feet. They heavily rely on their body count. In the case of Nobushi, heavily rely on their smoke bomb and second wind and after a fire drop, not as much, but second wind, sure. In the case of Conqueror, he relies on his feet, so anytime you can get a kill early on a Nobushi or a Conqueror, that's a really big deal because you're delaying their feet just by that much.
Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing an unfortunate case of the dead probably coming up shortly here for the Raider if he's not careful. Somehow still alive, gets the revenge back successfully. What's the play? Going to start swinging where possible. Rest of the team aren't able to assist where they can. Revenge is there, but it probably won't end up lasting long. Shout out to the Disco Cam 5 in the sky, giving us a nice view, but let's head back in. There we go. And now the Raider is somehow still alive and still going. Finally ends up dropping, although now it's a 1-for-1 trade in the fight, and things are about to get worse from here. 2-for-1 trade. That's going to mean Nemesis Rebirth are on the advantage, and this Nobushi, oh sorry, Kente, excuse me, low, has to retreat, but at the same time, so is the enemy Jang Jun.
Yeah, like as I said earlier in a lot of games with UDDA, it's super important, especially on a map like this, to be able to have healing potential and stop your opponent from having that healing potential. And we saw one person trying to either it was heal or trying to chase, and they died immediately. That was a good play right there, and that's how you want to be playing this. If one of your teammates gets low, you don't want to be focusing on mid, getting mid. You want to focus on letting them escape and stopping anyone who's trying to chase. And that's what blue team is doing pretty well right now.
And after getting that execution in mid, the scores will stand pretty healthy. You can see the soft score lead is very high up, and they're angling to get it even further if they can get one more successful team fight here onto the poor old Clarissa Armada on the Bushi. Going to try and avoid some of the mix-ups, successfully able to see the soft feint guard break coming through. Going to give him a little bit of room to play with. However, with the minions on one side and the rock in a hard place and two others, not too long Nabushi can stay on this earth.
Yep, it's even risky in that situation to do what you would usually do as Nabushi, which is just unlock zone onto the minions and heal a little bit. But it's risky because there's a Jun who has really good range on his attacks, and there's a Raider with hyper armor. So you don't want to be risking it too much, and especially when you're this low. So that was kind of a bad place to be there as a Nabushi.
However, two Raiders going to be squaring off now on our screens with a little bit of a Shaman Jangjun mix-up in the background. Jangjun going to get a decent place out of stamina, however, won't be able to do too much more damage to the Shaman, as this mid-fight now converts to a 2 versus 1, make that a 2 versus 0, because the Raider just got converted into Compost, and now we're hanging out on A.
Yeah, having mid there is, as per usual, very important. But at the same time, this A fight is actually quite important too. If he can get some help, whichever one would probably be the orange player, getting some help and being able to actually. Is my connection okay? Hello, hello.
Your connection seems fine. Yeah, you did lag for a second, but I believe you're fine now. You okay?
Okay. Yeah, my stream stopped there as well for a second, so
that's fine. However, A and B have been taken successfully 15 minutes and 30 seconds into the match. That's going to hopefully give Concussion Squad a little bit of room to maneuver, because A and B are the two preferable points, and they do have Fire Flask available to them on multiple heroes, potentially.
Yeah, slowly building up that renown lead is really important. You could say it's even more important than being ahead on score. I would much prefer to be ahead on 2 feats on each hero, but being even in score than being 560 and 600 points ahead. Because it's just so important to have those feats. Because you can always lose a fight or something if you're the same renown. But if you have the advantage of the feats, losing fights is not going to happen if you play well.
Back to the fight itself, 2 versus 3, make that a bit more of a split 1v1, 1v2 now. Kensei bled to death, though has the backup now to Jangjun to take the place of the fallen native. And with this happening, time is starting to slip away from Concussion Squad. Nemesis is starting to gain back that position they wanted initially in terms of soft points. Look at the position of the minions right now. It's on the side of Concussion Squad, their area, which means Nemesis Rebirth are about to take this unless they start throwing this fight. They get one execution initially and are looking for a second. If this mid can be controlled, Nemesis Birth can easily push for a win.
Yeah, I think A is about to be contested as well. There's a fight happening on A. There's a gank, I guess, and this could be a way for Orange team to get some kind of advantage. But at the same time, the Kensei already killed one, and he does have second one, so it should be a pretty nice 1v1 for him, but at the same time he is doing a lot of damage from the Jungjun, so not the easiest at the end of the day. But the blue team is, both teams, as I was about to say actually, both teams are now in a position where they can both win, whereas a minute ago it did seem like one team was having a pretty big advantage.
Tiger of Tempest, let's have a ride along with him. Let's see if he can try and get his claws into the Dragon of China. Oh, thank you, Pillars! Always nice to see you once again. One of the only last problems on Temple Garden. We're going to start having some pillar play here. Jangjun trying to swing lights where possible. Smart use of the evade roll. He had the stamina to play with. Pops the zone as well. Puts himself out of stamina. And now it's a 1v1 again. But let's have a look at the more manned team fight here in the mid. 2 versus 2. Probably about to be 1v2 if the Shaman's not careful. There we go.
Yeah, the Nabushi is using those lights he said earlier. Nice kick there, nice evade on the bash, and now the BP is actually dead. That's how quickly you can kind of DPS someone down as Nabushi on console they're not quite as used to the character as they maybe should be. Big damage from the JJ though, not full because he was going to go out of stamina, or he actually did go out of stamina, but still a decent amount of damage going there. At the same time, A is being taken. Actually, no, there is a fight happening on A. Or it was taken, and C was taken as well, so there is a fight on A. It's a pretty big fight actually, but I think A is going to be taken by Orange. And now only B remains as the Putin's point. Big smoke on C there. A big team fight. It's a 1v3, this has to be ended quickly. Because otherwise he's going to get help. B is going to be taken, he's going to be in trouble. But at the same time, though, he did get revenge, so this is not looking too good for blue team, actually.
Attackers!
I am super concerned. This is a lot of people to dedicate to one point.
At the same time, though, if the shaman dies here, okay, good falling there. So if he dies there, well, they're breaking. Now both teams are breaking. So it was a good play, but at the same time, there was a very risky, and still is. He needs to go and heal, but I'm not sure if he can.
Yeah, the banner will of course be able to provide heals to the members of Nemesis, but Concussion Squad now need to be looking for heals for their shaman at the same time. The Mighty Smoosh with the tribute to the Mighty Boosh here gets the GB. Oh no, the heavy landed from the Kensei, which failed a bit of stamina. Good use of the Dao Shi choke to burn some time on the clock on the Revenge. Raider can only do so much now with like a third of the time on Revenge gone. Both teams now looking for rapid breaks and rallies where possible. Nemesis Rebirth now the one stuck in the pit in breaking. One man down, probably about to be a second here, courtesy of the guard break. It's not looking good.
Yeah, and they don't have C. As I said, like when that 3v1 was happening, they needed to finish it quickly. But instead they had one of the people left, and the other two just weren't able to finish off the shaman. If they had been able to do that, then Orange team enters breaking. They don't have the shaman anymore, and then the Stalwart banner allows both the JJ and the Kensei to heal full, and this is a winnable situation. But now they did not. They unbroke, unfortunately for blue team. For blue team, and now they're going to be still beating out remaining members.
Nemesis Rebirth, unless they can actually pull off one hell of a comeback. This is looking like it's going to be going towards a 1-1 finale in this best of 3. One more kill though, however, against Concussion Squad. Nemesis Rebirth looking at least decent. The Kensei is low HP, doesn't have Stalwart, doesn't have Second Wind, no minions around to heal off of simultaneously, and at the same time, Tiger is trying as best as he can on low HP, but he gets hit with a sniper rifle shot, courtesy of the unblockable Zhang Jun from distance. And now we're going to game number 3.
Yes, I was going to prepare a French transition, but I forgot, so I didn't.
We're not doing a French transition from you. We're going to the next game.
And color commentator, I guess. And nothing else. I'm joined by the wholesome British gentleman, Mr. Verbalocity, and the toxic Polish gamer, Alernikin, a top
We
player
are currently
on PC.
in match. I was told trois. That's how you say free in French, apparently. Trois. Something like that. It's apparently that tres is apparently Spanish. Whatever.
Twitch, please don't ban this channel. Please. Thank you.
Just ban the Frenchies, Twitch, if you're watching.
TOS, my guy!
It's
Time is running out.
A complete abandonment of the concept of cultural respect aside, we're going to be heading into high fort here for the final game of this set in the losers semis. Concussion Squad in the red, Nemesis Rebirth in the blue, going to get him strung out of the gates. No one's going for C.
This is the weirdest opening I've ever seen.
A-Ram. Everyone mid.
Oh no. This is the
There we go,
weirdest
someone
opening.
found out!
Yeah.
There we
The JJ was like, wait, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is not how this is supposed to go. He is right, this is not how it's supposed to go. Usually you send 2 people C and maybe 1 mid and 1 A if you want to, or just 2 mid and 2 C. But that was a very weird opening. I'm not sure what both teams were thinking necessarily there. But Orange team will kind of get the upper hand here because they sent 3 people mid, they only had the number advantage, so they got mid, and because no one was sent C on both teams, they just sent 1 there after the advantage, and they have C. Now, blue team did win the 2v2 on A, or sorry, the 2v1 on A, so they will have that. So the game isn't fully snowballed into one direction yet.
Strange starts aside, this will be a good opportunity for Nemesis Rebirth to decide the path they want to take. Do they want to try and boost B and C incredibly hard and just fight off of there at the risk of getting stalled to death? Or do they maybe instead want to play more of a skirmishing path? They do have a bit more mobility than Concussion in some regards, less in others. The Shaman, of course, the fastest man on the team for Concussion, so Nemesis can't outrun that. But it doesn't matter when you can just behead the Shaman instead.
Yeah, that tends to help. Now A is not being boosted, which is, or it's not being contested either. So that's good for blue team because they have a consistent point of going back to heal, which is what I think BP or maybe Raider is doing right now, and that's a big deal, as I've been saying throughout the entire cast. But it is very, very important to have that, and both teams have it right now. Orange team does have mid, so there's a big fight going on right now for that. You want to be careful with eating damage, obviously. You want to be as careful as possible when you're up against like a JJ, Raider, Kensei, BP. They all have good damage. They can really fuck you up if you mess up once. So you want to be very careful there. But again, thankfully for blue team, they can go and heal. So that damage that was done is still important because the orange team will have mid more. But they are able to heal and they're able to go back and help the Raider that is being 2v2 right now.
Yeah, the 2v2 is going to be helpful to try and acquiesce where possible, because a lot of these team fights are happening with no regard to the points apart from mid. These aren't fights happening on A, they aren't fights happening on C, they're just happening in random open ground. And if you don't win these fights, then Concussion Squad in the blue are going to have a really, really bad time when they next look at the scorecard, because all this time they're fighting, the score's just going tick, 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 higher and higher and higher and higher. While also this entire time, Nemesis Rebirth have someone in mid dedicated to farming constantly, and now only Concussion Squad have taken it back, but after a significant duration of time. You can even see here, the lone Jang Jun just farming on B, Sensei, keeping the points ticking up mighty healthily for Nemesis Rebirth.
Yeah, also the entire time they had someone boosting C the entire time as well. Only now did I think Jung leave C on the orange team.
Yes.
To come and help mid and then come get it and try and pressure it at least. So that's why even though now blue team has 2 points instead of just 1, they're still behind in terms of points, but you know, the longer this goes on, the better it is for blue team. So orange team does want to do something right now. Maybe try and attack A while boosting C. Or realistically speaking, they should probably collapse on mid, as you don't want to be spreading yourself too wide, as that's what's happening right now. They're both on A, which they lost the fight. Now there's someone on C. They're being pressured. They don't have mid. You want to be careful of how you use your resources, especially on such a big map like High Front, which is all about rotations, all about those small engages.
Yeah, I wanted to just emphasize the point. This match may seem very weird positioning-wise. That's because High Fort is one of the hardest maps to get right in terms of positioning, especially once AoE feats start coming online, like Fire Flask, Catapult to an extent from A point to wherever you want, that kind of thing. If you lose fights relatively consistently, it can be hard to get that momentum back that you sorely need to start running over points and doing that kind of thing. You can see here, for instance, Concussion Squad is doing a mighty good job keeping people tied up. Not necessarily winning the fights all of the time in like super quick dominating esports ways, just keeping them tied up. And as Alern has said so many times, that macro game can start feeding into itself like a very venomous, nasty snowball.
Yeah, and if you want to see a team do all of the things that we're talking about really well on console, you can watch the KO Gaming team, the team that is in the finals right now, waiting for any challengers. They play like very basic things very, very well. They just make the correct decisions. So far, they've been making the correct decisions most times. And the times they've lost were times they just weren't able to like keep up in terms of ganks, keep up in terms of like blocking, keep up in terms of attacking, things like that, like smaller things that are more like mechanically kind of related to mechanics rather than the big macro play, let's say. So that's why you do see things like that happening. And again, Hyper is a huge map, so you want to be really careful of how you rotate, because if you commit to a point, if that ends up being a bad decision, it's a bigger deal than if it is on
in some of the
Let's
other maps.
have a little hop over to the midpoint, because I do see a lot of names flashing a lot of different colors to the left-hand side. Nice spike, though, on the Jangjum, but back to the mid-fight. I really wanted to see what was going on here, because I saw a lot of revenge getting popped off screen. Thank you, Boogie. Much appreciated. Going to be seeing the Kensei has revenge, low on health. So's Clarissa Armada on the Nobushi, who ends up going down. And this looks like a decent fight for Nemesis Rebirth to try and really emphasize, as long as their Kensei stays alive. If Tiger can keep this consistently clean and heal up a bit, their team, they're in a good position.
Yeah, whatever you said right there, I agree.
I just did a Porky Pig impression from Looney Tunes.
Happens to the best of us. Yeah, again, this is like, as per, I've been saying this almost every game, which is good, because I've been saying that games have been very, very close. They haven't been like stomps.
Defenders are breaking.
Even with stomps that far in the tournament. And now Blue is breaking, but yeah, that was just for just a second. Now they rally. You want to make sure that you have those hard points rather than just the soft points from mid, things like that. You want the hard points to, and then you can really say that they're breaking. Because right now, sure they're breaking, but you know the person from B, or the person from Blue team left C for a second. If they leave that for longer, then Blue team can, Orange team cannot break. Sorry. So this is still a very close match.
Yeah, the mighty Smoosh trying to not get smooshed himself. Jangjum pressuring, lets it rip with the unblockable, kills him, and now it's going to be the blue team's Jangjum turn to be low on health. Now both teams are breaking. This is going to be rather unfortunate for them, because this is going to be something to be wary of. Whoever wins this fight will be able to decide what happens next. Concussion Squad have permanently locked Nemesis Rebirth into a state of breaking, while they themselves can break out. So Nemesis Rebirth have to make sure A isn't taken. It's being stalled very well right now by their Black Prior, but that can only last for so long.
Yeah, like whoever dies here is dead, unless the blue team just wins on A. But then the game is already over. So they already got one kill. They got one kill before the Phalanx could pop. That's really, really big. And now it seems like Orange team, despite being like 200 points down, they might actually be able to win this.
However, that's
team
going to be...
Where's the last guy? Oh, he just now came here, the Phalanx. It was the JJ, sorry, who used Phalanx. And now there's
Umbral Shelter?
Yeah. And now it's a 1v4.
This could happen if he gets revenge quickly enough and the gank is kind of not done correctly. Or they can just do a Fire Flask as well. Never mind. Over-analytical stuff. Completely not needed when you can just press the right on the D-pad key. Congratulations to Nemesis Rebirth. They're going on to face UDDA in the Losers Finals.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Losers Finals. UDDA versus Nemesis. This is a best of 3 match all through losers bracket. We're keeping it best of 3. Grand finals will be best of 5, and there will of course be an opportunity for a bracket reset for whoever comes out through this match. So I'll pass it over to my lovely commentators, Verbalocity and Alerticon. Appreciate them helping out.
All right.
Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. Now time for the next match. This is going to be a best of 3, like Boogie said. UDDA versus Nemesis Rebirth. And if I have a gander at the brackets at Nemesis Birth Path, they got knocked into losers by Concussion Squad, who we saw the run back there before. And there hasn't been any kind of contact between Nemesis Rebirth and UDA. There would have been if Nemesis Rebirth actually won in the upper bracket versus Concussion Squad, but they got 2-0'd, unfortunately. So that has led them to this point. Unfortunately, they did get the revenge run back against Concussion Squad 2-1 in the match we saw just before. And now, UDDA versus Nemesis Rebirth is happening on your very streams. Best of 3 first map, Temple Garden.
Yeah, first thing that's easy to notice is that UDA has a different player. They don't have Shoff anymore. They have Alex, who I do not know. I cannot tell you what he plays. Obviously, he's playing Shaman this game, but I don't know what. I've never seen him before. Maybe he's changed name. But they don't have Shoff anymore. Who maybe he had to go. I'm not sure. So because of that, they have a Shaman instead of a Berserker, which is a pretty big difference.
in that Shaman has better chase potential, and with traps, her 1v1 is that pretty much the same level as Berserker anyway. So, and of course better ganks. I would say Shaman is kind of overall better, more consistent at least.
I also
Berserker
wanna-
can pop off, but not.
I also want to very quickly talk about the players specifically. Like, I was seeing ruminations in various chats that UDDA were not gelling very well with shelf power. I'm not sure. I can't, of course, can't confirm that officially until I go watch the streams themselves and listen to the comms. But from the play that we've seen, Shelf Power was able to like top scoreboards with kills, but it seemed the synergy may not have necessarily been there with his style of Berserker versus, say, if they were used to with like Barrakeet Berserker back in the day of the original UDA. So perhaps maybe swapping both the character and the person around might give them a bit more of an edge in this match. Who knows?
Yeah, Shaman definitely is something that they're more comfortable with as a team, I'm sure, because obviously on PC they play with Oda, who plays Shaman. So this is going to feel probably more at home, even though it is console, and they, I'm sure, don't have as much synergy, but just Shaman is a really strong hero, I guess what I'm trying to say. And UDA is also like 400 points up, 2 minutes in, so this is a pretty good start to the game for them. Orange team doesn't have a single point yet, as in a single zone. So this could be a very quick one, at least on the first map, if they don't quickly do something. And they already have 3 people dead again, so this could be, again, a pretty quick game, game 1 at least.
However, the speed run will have to be locked in securely. Nemesis Rebirth did have a good run of things initially with clutch plays against Concussion. And we'll have to see how well that translates to a UDDA, who are probably quite angry with how results have gone so far. They are not a team who are well used to sitting in losers bracket for this long. They're a team who are much more used to the traditional style of win all the way through winners, sit in grand finals for sit in the grand finals for a year and a half, and then take a 3-0. This is new territory to them, or at least territory that has not been well trod for this roster.
Yeah, but then again, obviously in the past, each of these players, I'm sure, have gone through a loser bracket, so well, as a team, they may not have had it as much of an experience than as individuals, of course, they did. So, should be pretty, maybe not on course for them, but still, they should be okay with it. And yeah, they seem to be kind of destroying this first game. There isn't even that much to analyze, because whatever decisions they're making, like, they're just all better, but also they're just individually playing a little bit better than the other team right now. So that's a big part of it. And yeah, there we go.
That was so smart by the Shaman. You saw he unlocked and ran away. That was multi-purpose, getting stamina back and also put into trap and also annoying Emperor Marius a bit. It's like, you just want to unlock and run away right in my face? Yeah, you can get away with it against a Blackbriar because Blackbriar chase Lamau, good joke. But at the same time, it's like you want to get after them quickly, and Marius kind of overdid it and ends up rolling into the stunning trap.
Yeah, and there you can see the power of the trap. Even though the Shaman does lose this 1v1, like a lot of the damage was through him being out of stamina. At the same time, though, yeah, like the Shaman didn't quite use the trap properly, didn't quite do as much damage as they could. They also had their second trap that they didn't keep down. So a little bit to work on there, but still a good 1v1 there by the BP. That's one nice win for them, but that's in a sea of losses so far. But they could have killed the JJ there, the Raider could, but he's probably going to
You get it this time.
Anyway.
There we go.
Yep. Maybe he thought there was going to be someone else, so he didn't want to go for the full punish. It's understandable in that case. And yeah, like if Orange team can slowly come back into this, that would be quite something. And they do have 2 points now, which is nice. They're pressuring C, which could be nice. But at the same time, this is still a pretty big advantage for Blue team, for UDA.
UDDA, however, with the succinct territory control, they've been winning consistently 1v1s over and over and over again where possible. Phalanx now going to be deployed here by Clutchmeister on the Jangjun. That's going to give them an extra realm of safety when they want to start going for some of the more riskier plays, like, for instance, taking out most of the enemies around the map simultaneously. Half of the team already down on Nemesis Rebirth. And UDDA have their rocket strapped on right now. 900 points, close to breaking. And we're not even 6 minutes through the match.
Yeah, this is looking like one of those like early round matches. If you know like what I mean, like early, like round 1, round 2, you're expecting these kinds of scores, which is a little bit unfortunate for Orange team. But maybe next game they can kind of see what kind of the mistakes were. But the thing is that the mistakes weren't like, oh yeah, we just went to the wrong spot here and that's why we lost. They just kind of lost individual performance as well, which is the annoying part for them. I guess if they try to come back to next game. But well, this was a very quick one. Not really going to be much hype, I guess, going on there. And yeah, we'll say I guess if next game Orange can somehow like
Attackers
try and come
captured
back.
Zone C.
This is going to be difficult though.
I have noticed the longer this tournament, with UDDA especially, the longer the tournaments get on, the more serious they get. We've been seeing console put a couple nicks in their armor, but if UDDA properly knuckles down and starts getting down to business, there's not that many teams, if any, that have the experience they do. So the challenge factor might go out of the window depending on how hyper sweat serious UDDA end up taking this.
Defenders captured Zone C.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to finish now, or are you going to get a point?
It's very close, like the one death already.
It's about to finish. So we can talk about, I guess, what they could do for next game. Next game, I think they could try and do something a little bit more... I don't actually, it's hard to say, because I'm thinking with the Shaman, for example, to just surprise them and that's why they lost, because obviously UDA weren't playing with a Shaman last game. So I'm not sure if that's what the kind of adjustment that they should be making, like somehow trying to play against the Shaman. But okay, so game 2, same compositions, right? Yeah, the Shaman is still there, Jungjun is still there for a clutch.
Unless this is a replay.
Unless this is a replay, this is still a possibility. This has happened, so we
did have the time warp happen not once but twice, so I'm not gonna say it's not gonna happen until we see proof. So yeah, UDDA is... Although UDDA is in the red now, so yeah, this isn't a replay. Okay, this is not confirmed, not a time warp.
Confirmed, not the same game. This is the game, which is not Temple Gun, so we do know that we are in the present.
Running out.
So yeah, same compositions. Again, for UDA, they have a little bit more chase and better like lockup of a point potential, I guess, with Shaman, especially with the chase. Like Zerker can also lock up a point, of course, because he also has traps. So we can also do that as Shaman can. But Shaman can chase, and Shaman has better ganking potential. So those are the differences in terms of. But Zerker does have like slightly better team fights. He played well. So those are the differences in terms of the characters that they have.
Yeah, the emphasis we're going to be seeing now is on the clean team fights in mid, something that UDA have specialized in for a long time on Citadel Gate. You could argue that Citadel Gate is like primarily their home map. It's the one you see the most on their streams when they do scrims. A lot of teams like to scrim on Citadel Gate, and they've had good success on it. I'm going to see Clutchmeister now going to be trying to hand out beatings where possible. Gets a raw heavy as well. That's 2-piece. Looks for the third, gets it successfully. And now UDDA immediately trying to storm into B and retake it for themselves.
Yeah, that was a big team fight, and that's obviously very nice for UDA. But at the same time, it was the kind of situation where they're all kind of low, except for the BP, who's now trying to fight the other BP in A, which is a good idea by Setmix. But the BP is doing a lot of damage to him, so might have to be careful there. Maybe disengage if he can. And yeah, they couldn't like get the advantage they maybe could have potentially gotten, just because, and yeah, there we go, the BP wins the 1v1, just because everyone was so low that going in on A was going to be very risky, which is why they went back healed, and they don't even have B because they just committed to A and to C so much.
Now, we are going to be keeping in mind the relative possibility of a comeback. I don't want to completely wipe out Nemesis Rebirth. They've gotten to losers finals. They deserve, at the very minimum, the credits.
Yeah, they're winning this game so far, and they have a pretty big advantage so far, but this is very early on, before any big feats come online, so realistically, before the advantage really matters that much. But there is somewhat of an advantage so far for the blue team.
Yeah, there is... Ooh, yeah, there's 3 fights going on right now. One stall, the other one happening just outside of A as well, but the A is still being boosted. Probably a fight happening on the stairs, but let's keep an eye on the mid here primarily, because the mid control is going to be the most important thing in this fight. The Red Raider trying to do what he can, zero crack on the offense where possible. Meanwhile, simply Alex keeping the Black Prior on his toes, tries to bait out the flip where possible, but the Black Prior is just blocking instead, keeping himself nice and safe. And nope, zero crack will successfully catch the dash with the GB. And now I feel like we're going to be seeing a dead Raider. No, Crack spends a little bit too much stamina trying to get the kill, possibly expecting assistance. And revenge is gained. That is not a good look.
Yeah, it's important to note that also at the same time as this was happening, the Kensei won the 1v1 against Stepmix on C. So now Stepmix is coming back into the Kensei that has Smoke Bomb already. So he's going to be able to, the Kensei is going to be able to fight a little bit easier even. And this is looking very good for Nemesis.
Oh, Nemesis trying to get the Shaman alive, or at least get the final kill. The Raven's Beak lands successfully, gets the bleed, that will successfully kill. However, this simple 1-2 punch from the Zhang Jun will end up getting him back up, so no harm, no foul on losing that one particular character.
Yeah, and the Kensei finally went down in C. Now, the good thing for UDDA is that that wasn't a Shaman, that wasn't a Berserker that was there on C, it was the Kensei. Kensei is a strong hero, and he, of course, Smoke Bomb is a very strong feat, but it's not the same level as having Stun Trap and Bear Trap at the same time. So they were able to clean him up with 2 people relatively quickly, although relatively easily, I guess you could say. But it was still a very well played situation by the Kensei. He's going back into backup again, because he saw there's 2 people on A and 2 people mid from UDDA, so he's going to get C again.
Yeah, that C point, the C point delay once again for Nemesis Rebirth is going to be handy. Kensei, the most ideal character for that? Probably not. Zero Crack is going to try and help out with the gank where possible, but the Kensei should probably be in mid trying to harass people. The Kensei boosting is not hyper optimal, but at this point in the fight, Nemesis Rebirth need to get any boost they can because they just lost the mid fight again to UDDA.
Yeah, well, the important part isn't necessarily that he's boosting, it's that he's there to, he's backupping to make it so that even if his team loses a fight, it's not the end of the world, because they still have the point. They still have this point advantage, even though it's not big anymore. But if they can, if Blue Team, which is looking at it, they can win this fight here on A, this will be a good start to kind of potentially maybe ending the game slowly. But they have to first win this, and Clutch is going to, I'm sure, stall his life out here against the Black Pride and the JJ. The BP from UDDA died though really quickly, and JJ is super low. Can he get revenge before dying?
The revenge, maybe. A lot of attacks are whiffing.
No.
That will slowly build.
He's not gonna get it. He has so much.
Way too low. Unless there's a horrendous throw.
Yeah, this is possible, but
One bash. Dodges successfully. He needs the Sifu. He needs the Sifu. He waits. He dodges the shield bash. He's still going. He might actually get revenge here. Wait, no light. Where's the light? Parry end frames end up actually leaving a hole. Unfortunate. That was going to be so close to a wonderful 2v1 that would be clipped for all of time, but alas, Clutch not able to seal out the deal.
yeah, it was good for UDDA because they were in the same time as Clutch was stalling on A. They were able to win the fight on C and get it back. And now the Kensei is going in again, but this is a bad time to go in because there's a Shaman there with all of her feats already set up. You can see the traps in the background there. So this is not the best backup. He's had a lot of good backups, but I'm not sure if this is one of them. Unless he can just win this.
Oh, maybe. No. You get revenge, but that's not going to mean much. A Kensei in revenge against a Black Prior especially is not a good look because the most common tool for a Kensei to use in revenge is zone spam, and anything that clips the Bulwark shield is just going to end up getting flipped anyway.
Yeah, now the Shaman just left, which is a good idea because now he's able to get a kill in mid, and Stepmix should be able to 1v1, especially with the help of traps against the Kensei. It shouldn't be a big deal for Stepmix. So you should be seeing the Kensei dead there on C, but the blue team still has I'm not sure what's been happening because we haven't been able to look at it as much, but A is still there, for them. B is now regained for them. So there's going to be a backup attempt, or rather an A fight attempt by UDA as kind of like a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, unfortunately, with Citadel Gate being as large as it is, sometimes you just lose the sight of the macro trying to fight on your individual points. And for the longest time, we did see the Kensei stalling incredibly well. Tiger buying so much time for his team to actually start farming on other areas as well. Nemesis Rebirth now pushing UDDA into breaking. UDDA need to claim 2 more points and 100 more hard points as well to actually put the enemy into breaking. But Nemesis Rebirth probably not going to be saying anything about that. But into the teamfight itself, Scout was deployed by Simply Alex. That's to give them most of UDDA some good options in the fight if they can actually get some damage in. Clutchmeister goes out of stamina, but him being the Jang Jun will be able to keep himself relatively safe. Dinosaur arms, unfortunately, by Tiger, but the flask was deployed was a friendly flask. It wouldn't harm him too much. Steady Alex low on HP, so's Clutchmeister. Just chip damage alone, able to assist. We don't see Zero Crack nearby because he's trying to clear the mid. I assume that's really needed right now. The smoke bomb going to be used as well. They're still holding on somehow. UDDA's members only dropping just now. Crack goes down, and with the single bite, unfortunately, too many frames. Crack's on his own.
Yeah, Crack's on his own on C. Maybe UDA would have been able to do better if they were able to kind of mount an attack together, like with 4 people, go on A. But probably because there was someone trying to back up at the same time on C, Crack didn't feel good going there. So instead it was a 3v3, which without a Raider, I don't know how many hits Crack had, but I give UDA a bigger chance of winning a 4v4 than winning a 3v3, especially when one of the players that is in a 3v3 for UDA is a player they've never played with before, I assume. Who's the Alex, who's the shaman.
Simply
Not
Alex.
say,
I swear that name rings a bell from somewhere. I need to look that up when I get the chance, because I swear I've seen Simply Alex around the place before. Might have been from when I did that PS4 LAN ages ago with Caitlin from For Honor Esports. But either way, he's in the chat. We're going to BRB and have a quick break because we're going the distance. Final game in the losers finals, best of 3 coming up ASAP.
Actually, no, it's not the same compositions. Because Clutch is playing Lawbringer this game, so he likes Lawbringer on, I guess, on like a smaller map like Sandbridge that is more more centered around mid and around backupping, that kind of a thing. Maybe he just prefers it over JJ. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how we do.
The HP values at the start are going to be more preferable. 140 HP is one of the highest values in the game, plus having some of the best gank as well. It's like, look at that. He took a raw top, like chain top heavy from a Raider, and it's not even taking a third of his HP at that. That's one of the best things about bringing Lawbringer. He's just so tanky.
I think JJ has the same health or something very, very similar. But yeah, definitely much better ganking potential with Lawbringer. Much better, also like he can stay in mid a little bit more than the JJ, so if that's where UDA thinks the problem was, then that's of course a really good candidate to help out. Now 2 people are already dead on orange side, on Nemesis. Although, well, now everyone's pretty much back up alive. And they're going to be trying to get the Zerker, but this is not going to work in a gank. Or it will, actually, and now he's dead. He opened himself up a little bit there, so he died. The Raider is not going to be able to get that much damage. So the BP's
There's been way too much fighting near this portcullis for me to learn. Someone needs to pull it already. Please, get a squish. Anyone. That's one of the best things about running Sanctuary Bridge, is having a portcullis control and squishing someone underneath them.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that. I think as long as teams are being careful, then it's not gonna happen too much. But it did actually happen in the night. In the PC and A.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was a funny time.
Yeah. The Raider throwing some stunning taps under his revenge, but he's lost it now, and he's probably about to lose his life as well. Now, the bad part for Nemesis is that they haven't been able to like win a fight yet. They haven't been able to get a hold of mid. They haven't been able to do any that. At the same time, they haven't like been snowballed really. But the Berserker here losing the 1v1 against Sepmix, pretty hard. Actually, that is another composition change. They have a Berserker now instead of like Kensei. which is a bit interesting. Maybe they did that because of how many backups the Kensei was doing, but he was doing fine. He was winning a lot of 1v1s as well. And this map also isn't as strong for backups the same way as Silvergate. So I'm not sure if this is a smart decision to go Decker, but maybe the player just prefers it.
They may also want more access to undodgeables because they are dealing with a shaman and also a raider who might get a bit annoying in terms of their dodge attacks constantly. It's a small thing, but Berserker does have access to those undodgeable lights immediately out of neutral, which is very helpful. But we'll see, however, here in the team fight itself, a unfortunately beheaded Simply Alex lying there on the floor. Gonna have to try and receive some comeuppance from the teammates. They will end up taking out both the Raider and the Berserker as well. Off with thy head number 3. Crack and Setmix going to town.
Yeah, the Berserker was like trying to put on tramps as he was being heavied. It's not gonna work out. They're gonna be a little bit more careful. They're gonna put that in preparation rather than in the middle of the fight. And this is the famous, let's say, triple cap on Sang Bridge. How can Orange Team and Nemesis come back from this? We'll see. There's a 1v2 happening here. There's a 1v2 happening here, and the BP. If the BP wins this, then sure, that's the one way to come back. But it's looking pretty rough for them.
Every time I've seen a triple cap happen in comp, in like when I've watched streams of 4v4, the one time that a triple cap always goes wrong is if a team overstays their welcome and tries to farm too much. You can see here that UDDA has the home point of theirs being actively contested right now, that being on the defender side, you know, under the Sakura tree. But they have people in mid as well, which means they will end up dropping the A point eventually, unless they can get reinforcements or pull off one hell of a fight on A. And at least right now they seem doing okay. Black Prior is incredibly low for Nemesis Rebirth. They do have people nice and healthy in the mid as well at the same time, with the Stalwart Banner Crack making ample use of that. That's also going to give them a nice touch-up with any kind of counter-offense too, as they will take out 3 people simultaneously. And Nemesis Rebirth are officially on the ropes with a horrendous stomping on the cards.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation where if you can't win the fights, you're not going to win the game.
Breaking.
Because if you go even in fights or something like that, at this point this is way too late. They have all defeats. They, as Crack already used like Stalwart Banner, they have defeats. They have the advantage. They have the points. They need to bring out something like magical to be able to come back. And at this point, anything is going to happen. So this game is looking more like game 1, whereas game 2 seems more of an outlier, looking from an outsider's perspective than the rule in this best of 3.
1154 is currently the number. They need to reach 1,300 in the magical total to actually go for a full break, but never mind, I'm looking way too far into the future. UDDA could simply just maul Nemesis Rebirth anyway, and give themselves a nice walk through to the grand finals on the loser's side. We'll talk about what that means in a moment or two. We've still got this to finish off. One more kill required. All they need is to kill the Black Prior. Chopper Disco Cam 6 in the sky. Watches it go down. We're going to grand finals.
Yep, UDA against KO Gaming Veteran.
Defenders win.
UDA coming from the loser bracket, which means that they have to win 2 best of 5s to be able to win the tournament. Whereas KO just needs to win 1 best of 5. So 3 games, best of 5. They need to win 1 of those to win the tournament and get the amazing Steel prize. And we'll see if they can do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Grand finals. We finally made it. 30 teams competing in this EU tournament. 1.5 million Steel on the line. I'm going to be taking over the mic from Verbalocity.
$1.5 million on the line for this one game.
And Lernikin's going to take them all. They already wrote the Kotaku article about it.
Yes.
Now, this is a best of 3. Or I'm sorry, best of 5. But the UDDA need to reset the bracket in order to take the tournament home. So what that means, they need to win this first best of 5 set, and then they'll need to do it all over again to take home the tournament. So KO Gaming has the winner's advantage right now, but let's see how long they can hold on to it. So UDDA really has their work cut out for them right now. We'll see how they do.
Yeah, compared to the last time they played, they do have, UDA does have a Shaman
instead of a Berserker now. So they do have the access to that Scout, they have access to that better chase potential, and better ganks, of course, but we will see if they can utilize that better than they did previous series where they were struggling a little bit. Yeah, KO Gaming coming up with the same composition and pretty much the same for
UDDA, obviously more familiar playing with a Shaman as opposed to a Berserker.
Yep.
So that'll definitely give him more of an advantage. So this is definitely going to be a bit of a different pace than the first time these two met. Remember, KO Gaming were the ones who knocked them out of the winners finals. So here we go, starting off with the obligatory big team fight mosh pit. Looks like we have actually 4 rotating in from UDDA. That's kind of what they do. They rotate over to B really fast to try and take control of the team fight. We still have a boost going on from KO Gaming's Black Pride, but now he's starting to come into the fight, and we have a body casualty from KO Gaming.
Yeah, from both teams actually. Both UDA and KO starting to bleed. Actually, KO getting a res while also getting another kill and another kill. So 3 people on UDA dead, and just a Blackfire, just Stephanie's alive right now. But just right now spawning again. So this was a really good fight for KO.
Setmex is going to have to hold the line. You imagine his teammates are coming to rotate over soon. Actually, not yet. Only simply Alex is going to be. I think Clutch opted to go towards mid with his Lawbringer. He's going to get caught in the dodgy party with the GB, and an actual nice gank there where you can sense able to add an additional heavy to that punish. So now Setmix is critical and can't be as involved in the fight as he would like. So simply Alex taking the brunt of it and not going so well from so far. Nice little target swap attempt, unable to come off.
Yeah, this is all really good for KO. Like whether they win this or not, like if they lose this fight, then this is UDA's chance to kind of get some points back.
That was actually a nice interrupt there. There was almost about to be a GB punish death with the Shaman.
Oh, that revenge just about didn't work on the JJ because I think probably because Shaman actually did like press the button before, like right after pressing revenge, so it didn't quite knock him down, but still a lot of damage done, and it's just a 1v2 now. Should be able to finish it. But everyone's
nice
super low.
clinical 2v1. Even though they're both super low, they're able to get the gank, and that's just good teamwork by there from UDA. So we're going to try and get over to A quickly. It looks like Zero Crack is 1v1ing Bayuka. Probably said the name wrong. He did get the sign tap. Now Zero Crack is out of stamina, and he has a teammate rotating, so Crack really has his work cut out for him. Let's go from his perspective and see if he can hold out here. Ooh, gonna get caught in the GB recovery almost instantly. As I say that, Commentator's Curse not able to hold the line. We'll rotate back over to B, where Glastrus is trying to get fed as the Conk. Really, Conk only becomes a true factor in mid when he has heal on block. He does have body count, so he'll be able to at least get those full block zone minion clears in the chaos.
Yeah, he's still, Kong is still good in mid with body count. It's just that he becomes really annoying when he gets his tier 3, because you just can't kill him unless you can get a full perfect gank really quickly away from minions, but that's going to be difficult because he's just going to be staying in minions the entire time. Now, Crack was able to make the rotation because they had mid, but now UDA doesn't have mid. Now they're the ones kind of on the back foot yet again, but there is a backup going on at A. C already won by UDA, but A, there was a backup. There still is a fight going on there.
We're going to go from Clutchmeister's perspective here. He's actually rotating out. He must have seen something going on there. Yep, they have A under their control. KO Gaming does. So Alex and Clutch are both going to rotate out and opt not to engage in that tournament. Very patient play from them. And that's kind of the experience showing through. I think some console teams would maybe get baited into that 2v2, even though it wasn't advantageous.
Yeah, a good decision there to not go for it, but that was of course a decent amount of wasted time there by UDA, where they had 2 members kind of not doing much. It was a good decision in the end to back off, but they did lose a little bit of their time that they could have used, for example, staying in mid, which right now is neutral. The Conqueror was down, so that's why the mid is not in KO's control. And yeah, the Conk has been dying a decent amount actually this tournament, so we'll see if he can like kind of stop that trend, maybe if his team can help him a little bit there, because that's not something that's really supposed to happen. And the JJ now 1v3.
Yeah, now while this team fight was going on, they already lost one on KO Game, but there's also a 2v1 going at A. They're desperately trying to hold their home point, but Zero Crack just got revenge. We're actually going to go from his perspective now and see how it's going. He's been stalling quite a bit here.
Yeah, he killed one, he's about to probably win this fight.
On the zone, pretty much done there.
We got the Raider getting a cheeky revive on the back, but Crack continues just to keep winning these 1v1s. And now Setmix with a great rotation, unable to stop the revive, but now he is here to help out Crack, and Bayuko is able to get the stunning, or the Stampede charge rather, and Setmix is desperately trying to rotate over to let Crack at least have one more chance, and Light Attack interrupts his unblockable zone there, but a nice rotation from Clutch to prevent the GB punish on Setmix. Now Setmix is going to go on, but a Fire Flash just gets thrown out on Clutch there.
But
Really,
doesn't do that much damage there.
Not at all.
And it's a little bit of a waste because solo Fire Flask. Usually you want to wait with those. At least you can get like until you can get at least like 2 people half health, that will be fine.
Black Prior Mirror goes in favor of KO Gaming, and now Clutch is able to win with 1-1. So now we have a Lawbringer verse and an Impale while he was recovering from the execution. Optimal punish on top heavy. Nice parry is going to put him out of stamina. Now this advantage just keeps swinging it, and now Zero Crack is able to rotate over just in time. So now the BP is in trouble. It was a really even team fight there, but now UDDA with a nice rotation is going to shore it up. And now
yeah, but at the same time there was a backup by the JJ who won a 1v1 against the Shaman, and so now they kind of swapped their home points. And so while that was really good for UDA, that backup and that 1v1 win against the Shaman by the JJ was really well played by the JJ as well on the blue team, so that not all hope is lost there, and they still have that tiny bit of advantage.
Yeah, a clutch 1v1 there from the JJ. We missed it off screen while we were catching that team fight, and it looks like UDDA is still trying to hold off this point. A little bit of an overshield on the Raider and a rotation with the BP. This means his clutch is likely to go down, but Alex comes off screen just in time to put a little disruption there. You gotta imagine Alex is looking to get that quick pick on the Raider if he can, but the BP doing a good job zoning him out, and the Raider actually is able to take down Clutch and rotate over, and a GB, but the wall stops him. Oh
no.
My god, oh no. That wall defense. And there it is, finally, Alex able to take him down. If Alex wins this 1v1, this will be clutch for UDDA.
This will be so like tilting as well, because they had to kill.
They did.
They had to kill. But he should be able to win this. He's
There it
actually.
is.
Yeah. But there is just Crack this coming. BP does have morale booster though, so if there's a team fight, they should be able to do well in it.
KO getting fed with their feats for sure. We saw an early Fire Flash from them already, but here comes Clutch on the rotation. There it is, stunning tap into the Impale. Optimal punish there. No block on the second light. That's not guaranteed. Only the top heavy is. So the Black Priors are going to try and heal up, and there's a Stalwart banner from Zero Crack to turn this in their favor. Now they're going to be able to double up. It looks like there was an attempted shield there.
Raider is just sitting in it. This is a big mistake. He's just sitting in the Stalwart banner for no reason. He gets revenge now, but it was already a bit of a mistake to just sit there. Yeah. There's Juggernaut as well, popped by.
Nice parry on the stunning tap from Crack. He's not going to go for the punish though, because that's his revenge bait. Baiku finally pops it. Maybe not the best time, but this should be but there's a stagger during that throw animation, not uninterruptible while in revenge. Now Baiku's really low here. Zero Crack pops second win just to be safe. Impale gets blocked. That's going to put Clutch out of stamina. And there's a Stampede charge. This will be the kill, and out of the point, nobody. There it is, finally. The unblockable comes through.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, as this was happening, the C backup was attempted yet again, but this time the JJ just died there. So unfortunately for KO Gaming, if that had worked, UDA would be breaking right now. But unfortunately, against them, it didn't quite work out. But there's still Glasser is sitting in mid. They don't have any point to heal though, and that's quite annoying for if they fight. They need to win early right now.
Here we go. What's that team fight now? This Gout being popped by simply Alex. The Conk does have full feet in mid, so they might even just try and avoid that altogether and just keep holding these two exterior points. Ryuku currently at a big disadvantage. Gets taken out. And there was a Oathbreaker, I believe, for some reason.
Yeah, not sure exactly.
Oathbreaker, not sure why. But
yeah, UDA is breaking, but this is the kind of a breaking where all they need to do is just stop KO Gaming from being mid, and now they're not breaking anymore. So the breaking that KO Gaming is under is actually much more important here. There's not going to be a team fight where one person in UDA dies and the game is over, because mid is going to be taken from them. From KO Gaming. So this is going to be a very difficult fight for them, very difficult situation, and already someone is dead.
Zero Crack winning the 1v1 at A.
Yeah, I think that someone just tried to like drop from the thing on A onto A, and I'm just gonna like tap it into a zone or something.
That's how quick that was.
Both teams still in double breaking. Glastrus has been trying to hold down mid by himself now that he's got his feet, but he's taking a lot of damage, and Clutchmeister just completely attacks him through his uninterable and deletes all his health. Simply Alex getting a bite, and he hasn't even popped Revenge yet. UDDA in control of the team fight. It all comes down to the JJ is going to pop a last-ditch Revenge. Let's see if he gets his Warrior's Death. He's going down swinging. He's definitely going to go down swinging with the zone attack. In UDDA, I mean, they really just turned that around with the double cap on the exterior points. They gave him no home point, and even though Conk had heal on block and all his feats, wasn't enough to turn the breaking in their favor.
Yep, that game was, again, which is good, was close, but there were a few things that UDA did that KO just weren't like doing quite as well. So obviously stalling on A and just winning even the stall, not even stalling, just anti-ganking, winning those 1v2s, winning those 2v2s, every 2v2 was won on A, and that was such a big deal. If even one of those 2v2s, even one of those 2v1s is won by KO, they keep being really strong on C, keep having mid the entire time because of the Conqueror, and then they end up winning the game 100% of the time. But because of how well Crack and later on Clutch as well, they both together did, they ended up being able to win that situation because of then having both C and A. Once Setmix and Alex ended up winning against the JJ, they had both A and C, and and UDA and KO only had mid. They had no way to heal, so they had to like all in on a point, and they didn't even do that. Instead, they sent one JJ to back up again, and he got killed. And then they tried the 2v2 again. They lost the 2v2 again. So a few kind of weird and a few kind of bad mistakes.
But what we've been seeing throughout the course of the tournament is that some of these console teams may be less experienced, not really sure what to do with the late game, some poor decision making. Alernikin's been doing a really good job at analyzing those sorts of things. So we'll see how this plays out. The team comps are remaining the same. UDDA did have Scoffbauer as their Berserker, their fourth man, but Simply Alex, who is also on the roster, coming in as their Shaman. And it doesn't look like any change in comp from KO. And no, there's not. It's all the same, both, so they're sticking with
both playing the same. Yeah. I mean, yeah, for both, like for KO, they won against UDA already with this comp. They won a best of 5. So they know they don't have to really change it. Maybe they have to change the way they play. They have to change some of their like decision making, but they don't have to change their team composition. That was doing great. And I mean, similar for UDA, which is one less to change. And now it's Overworld, which is a map that we haven't seen as much for tournament, or overall, like it's a new map for competitive.
Yeah.
It's been changed this season, so we'll see some of the kind of different maybe strategies that, well, not necessarily strategies, but maybe some different priorities that UDA and KO may have.
And we're starting here from our usual attack cam perspective, just so we can see what the splits are. It looks like a 2-2 at C, 1 each at mid and A. So all points currently contested. We're going to go ahead and go to the 2v2 at C. That's going to be the most pivotal. Whoever dies first here is going to have the advantage. Sorry for the shaky cam. It's fighting against me today. But now we're going to perch up here. 2v2, we got Ryukin and Bayoka against Setmix and Zero Crack. I totally butchered KO Gaming's names, by the way. I apologize.
Yeah.
Crack and Setmix are at it right here, and we'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, this is generally speaking like a very close. I mean, it's JJ versus Raider against JJ Raider against Raider VP, so it's very similar in terms of like the strength of the competition. Now the Raider hitting two. Oh yeah, that's
KO Gaming take the first team fight at C.
Yeah, I was about to like commentate like, oh, he hits and then everyone's dead. So
yeah. Back and forth there, and it looks like Alex was able to get a bite over at A. This 1v1 has not concluded yet. That 2v2 went the way of KO Gaming, but now Alex is looking to finish off with the hitbox of that light attack, able to interrupt the dodge attack. He's going to back up from the zone. Alex smartly feints, doesn't commit to anything else. Now they're going to be a little bit of stalling going on. Both are a little hesitant to lose this fight. KO Gaming currently has the point advantage because they won at C. Let's see if we can see the conclusion of this before we rotate out. But here comes a rotation from Glastrus. He's going to miss the linebacker charge, and that's going to be a quick kill by Alex, but now he's going to eat a shield bash as a result of committing to the finishing blow, but he had to do it. Now Glastrus is out of stamina, so Alex here can stall and wait for a rotation if he chooses to, but he's going to try and put in a little pressure. And while this is going on, Setmix 1C.
It's very difficult for Kong to chase anyone. So
and here we go.
Alex is not There we go. He's running around because like, what's a comp gonna do? So this was a good rotation by Glassers, but it just about didn't
pan out. Yeah, couldn't save his teammate in time.
If he had, then that's a really good situation. They can kill Shaman. BP can just stay there in 1v1.
And the Raider, the KO Gaming's Raider, able to beat Crack at B, and that's going to give him a whole bunch of free farm. Nobody currently contesting him because we have a fight developing at C, a 2v1 against the JJ. I was really impressed with Ryukin Sensei's JJ throughout the tournament, but he is getting set up with a optimal gank from UDDA, putting him in that hit stun so he couldn't even dodge the bleed off of the GB. A good clinical 2v1 from UDDA. Now they have the home point in C. And now there's a 2v1 going on at A. And there's a weird sound bug going on right now. I'm not sure what that was, but hopefully we can escape it over here at A. And there's another Shaman gank. Alex, we just left Alex at C, where he helped Setmix to secure the kill. And he's already over at A by the time we get the camera up, doing the same thing with Clutch there. So you can see the sub, the last minute sub in losers bracket, really paying dividends right now because the Shaman is securing a whole bunch of kills. That's what they were looking for.
Yeah, this is the strength of Shaman. Like at the end of the day, like really good rotations, super quick.
He does that again at C. He just keeps going back and forth.
Yeah, like really, really strong rotations with really strong ganks. So you have like two of the things you want, like rotations and ganks. You have them. You have good 1v1. You have really strong feats that make the 1v1. Oh, the BP just
we got a big bruh moment right there. Holy moly! Yeah, going back up to A. Clutch is going to hold that down. He's going to stay there. They still have C, so they have both exterior points, no home point for them to come home to. And we're going to see, actually, that's a 1v1 at C. No rotation from Alex Shed. I think we just need to keep an eye on Alex because he's dictating every bit of action in this match right now. He's completely making this match his own in map 2 of the grand finals. Nice punish off the bash, out of luck as well. Glassers is totally, like, I don't know, absent-minded here. Unable to get anything done against the Shaman. Like, what is he supposed to do? Alex runs into his own full block there. He's going to rotate
Shaman
over here
is such a powerful character. It can be really difficult to do that much against her. At the same time, though, you can, like, if you can get a read on her or something like that, then you can punish her for a lot of damage. But the best Shaman players, like Odin or I guess now Alex as well on PS4, they usually don't mess up things like that.
So now they finally have him cornered. Setmix a little bit late on the rotation. Alex finally goes down. He's been absolutely stellar in all of these ganks right now, giving UDA a comfortable position here. About a 200-point difference right now, and Setmix is going to probably go to work trying to stall out. We'll go in his perspective a little bit. And you can see he's purposely kiting now at this point. We're waiting for a rotation that's probably going to come from the spawn. Let's take a quick look. And there goes Zero Crack coming in. So let's go to Zero Crack's perspective and see how he impacts the fight here. He's on the outskirts. Already took a bunch of damage though, and he's going to completely whiff and go out of stamina on that target swap attempt. Ill advised from Crack, but here comes Alex to save the day again. We've been saying his name all match so far, and unable to save his teammate from the wall splat, but able to get a little bit of damage.
A fire flask that almost kills Crack, but again doesn't quite kill. And that's a fire flask again. It's kind of messed up. Like, it's not fully used correctly, which has been a pretty big deal.
And
but
it's the same Raider doing it as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, Alex, he's full health one going the JJ now. Should be an advantageous matchup at the same time.
Alex's second wind is down. He does get an extra shield from Setmix though. Almost has his scout. Second wind still on recharge, has both traps available too. I'm sure he's going to set those up. A nice kill there, the 2v1 coming off. And while this has been going on, Clutch has actually been at A this entire time, just holding it down. We'll go from his perspective. And Zero Crack rotating over with the Stampede charge over the parry, not allowing him to punish it. And the top heavy coming in right on time. A nice optimal gank off the Stampede charge. The rotations from UDDA have been turning these team fights in their favor. And here it goes, Clutch and Crack again. On the wall, there's a optimal long arm to allow a double heavy. Nice play there from Clutch there.
Yeah, that was like optimal gank into the Chomp, which I'm not sure if it's 100% guaranteed, but I don't think it is. Into the zone for additional 50 damage. So even though that the KO Raider got revenge, like he's so low that if Crack hadn't taken a little bit of damage, the situation would have been really good for him. But now it can be a little bit dicey actually. Alex is coming in, but so is the BP from KO.
Yeah, turning into a proper team fight at A right now. BP and Lobby going at it. Alex in a 2v1, able to get a pick. Now it's a 2v2 at A. Individual 1v1s though. Let's see if Ryukin Sensei can do something against Alex here. Alex is critical. gonna attempt the zone. He's gonna be able to avoid it, and it looks like the BP was able to win the 1v1 against Crack. So now KO Gaming finally getting a stronghold here on A, but Alex finishing the job, and Ryuka Senston is out of stamina, but luckily it gets dodged back into. Very fortunate there. That could have actually been the game, I think, if they won that fight at A.
Yeah, but now it's looking a little bit better for KO. Now these traps are of course of Alex's because Shaman's traps are really strong, as I was saying. So the traps are on C in the favor of UDA. So
He's
UDA
gonna
can
walk
use
right
them
into it. There he
against
goes.
the ones, and yeah.
That makes
But
sense.
7x is still out of stamina because also
Unfortunate casualty,
trap,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
so
Runs
they,
the risk of the
they
trap.
just about don't get C.
That was a light parry
But
on
they do get-
the stunning tap
Yeah.
from Ryuka. We've seen some really impressive light parries from the console players.
Ooh, those are actually pretty decent gank there, but he does get a revenge.
Cracking revenge. See if he
Oh,
can make
but
something
JJ
happen
does
with
have
it.
second win.
Crack's been a little bit of a non-factor in this game, other than some good stampede charges. Only able to win many 1v1s. Let's see if
Can
he
you
can.
stop flaming?
You know I
Yeah,
love
Crack is really shit, guys. Thanks.
Are
you
breaking.
know I love me some
Thanks,
Zero
Boogie.
Crack. But I gotta be hard on him.
I see.
But there he goes. Down he
Oh,
goes.
alright, well, good one, Crack. Huh? Good.
Yeah, great job, Crack. You did great there.
Great job, Crack.
And Setmix actually going to be able to clean up this fight, but here comes rotation. Linebacker charge from the Conqueror going to allow a stun tap in, and a nice flip from Setmax. We've been seeing some strong Black Fire gameplay from Setmax all tournament. This time he's going to get caught and recorded there, which allows a free GB. And KO Gaming, I think they're going to take that
Captured
too.
Zone C.
Yeah. So despite all the good play by Alex, despite Clutch kind of winning A almost the entire game, this is, you know, technically not over yet, but I mean it's pretty over. Despite that, what KO Gaming have been able to do is they have been
That
able
was a sick
to,
light parry.
yeah, that was
And a
very
sick
nice,
deflect. Let's go, Alex. Come on, get that back, baby. Fuck it.
but- Yeah, just win.
Just win the whole match by yourself, dude.
Defenders
Easy.
win.
There we go.
What's your deal?
What KO Gaming have been able to do, which is a little bit, you know, we've been focused so much on UDA that what KO Gaming have been able to do there is they've been able to completely like conquer mid, and pun not intended, but they've been able to take over mid almost the entire game, and they've been able to contest C and even A at times for the majority of the game. So despite all the good rotations, they kept not losing so much as they maybe should.
There's two things they need to add to Spectator here as we head into map number 3 here on Sanctuary Bridge. One, there needs to be a plaque hidden somewhere out of normal player view on Temple Garden in tribute to all the shinobis that died to bring you 1 versus 1 and 2
Rest in
versus
peace,
2
baby.
tournaments there.
Defenders
And 2,
captured
there
Zone
needs to be
A.
now a T-post signature of some description, because, oh my
Attackers
lord,
captured
that
Zone
T-post thing has
C.
gotten more and more endearing as time goes on, but it's more and more frustrating. But moving from the meta to the match, it's going to be a 4 versus 3 in the mid. Looks like the boost strat instead is going to be used primarily by the red team, being piloted by KO Gaming Espada on the winner's side. UDDA going straight in for the fight, however. They have a good composition for it. They've been rocking exactly the same thing each time where possible. And with this being 1-1, for those of you curious, both teams have everything to gain.
They sure do, Verb. Now, the first map really went in UDA's favor. Like, it looked like almost no contest. They really just adjusted. It was an even score-wise, but as the map gone, you just kind of see the experience of UDA shine through some good rotations and such. But KO Gaming really ran away with it in map 2 there, even though Alex, as you see here, getting the light parry, which is going to confirm the bite, playing out of his mind, wasn't enough to carry his team to victory, but he's already having a strong start here as we get into this team fight at C.
Yeah, this is going to be the home point for the attackers, so that means that KO Gaming Espada, the onus will be on them to try and break the stall, but they're having a hard time. One member of theirs already down, another incredibly low on the objective itself, and they're just going to have the rest of the reinforcements leak in from spawn.
Yeah, rotations
This is
are
going to
coming
be
from spawn, yeah.
more and more time for UDDA to get more and more stall and more points.
Quick look at the rest of the map here. The team fights at C. We got a boost at A. Zone B under control. Zero Crack making it a point to take out all the minions, and that's going to actually force somebody to peel off and try and do something about it. Glacerus, who's going to be looking to get his tier 3 to be more of a nuisance at mid. The 2v2 is now still raging on. UDA looking low health there, but so is Ryuku Sensei, who gets taken out on the JJ. Now it's a 2v1, even though they're both low health, out of stamina. But here comes the revenge pop. Will he be able to turn this into something? Not able to get the kill there, roll away. But Bayuka able to rotate over and get the revive. Looks like Setmix went down in the process. Yes, he did. So now Clutch is in stall mode. And the Black Prior is just going to keep 1v1ing. I don't know how to say
He's
his name
going.
properly, Verb.
He's still going. Yeah, keep an eye on the Black Friar here. Artanius.
That's
It's like
the wrong Black
Artorius,
Friar,
but
Verb.
slightly
I'm sorry, I
faster.
fucked up there, brother. There we go.
Lumau. Artanius, there we are, is trying to get what he done where he can. No, don't splat! Oh! If Crack got splatted, that would have been
That's what you're
toasted
looking for,
in
Verb. He gets
glory.
ledges instead, though. That's a consolation.
Okay.
You're looking
there
for
we
the
are. Although
splat.
Crack has had 2 drop kills over the course of these of the EU tournaments. He
Nice
had one
light
really
parry
good
from
one on
VP
PC. Good point. One here as well on the EU. So it evens out at least for the meantime, Boogie. I'd say.
The gate opens just in time for Alex to rotate out. He was looking a little lost there without that. He's able to rotate out. Look how fast the Shaman can rotate. People wonder why the character is so strong in fours, and that's why. He is just jetting across the map. Nobody's going to stop him, and that's why Alex was doing such a good job with the rotations last match. Despite them losing, it definitely wasn't his fault.
Yeah, of course, like Ellen was said many times, Sanctuary Bridge does not have that much of an emphasis on rotations because this is pretty much rotations easy done for you because of the nature of the map structure. But having that raw foot speed can give you more and more opportunities to get back to healing, get back to assist your teammates, like how Simply Alex may want to be called on to assist Clutchmeister right now. He only has half revenge right now.
The rotations
critical
are
levels of
coming.
HP.
Clutch has got his boys coming. Setmix and Zero Cracker on their way. Can Clutch hold out? Let the Raw Heavy go. Able to get the shield as well. So here they come. We're going to get back into the action here in 1 second. A little bit sit on the button.
There we
Sorry
are.
about
Camera's
that.
gone rogue.
Camera's gone rogue. But Clutch is still alive here. But there's
He's
actually
gonna retreat.
a decent amount of health here from the KO game. Oh, there we go. Side Heavy's going to say no more. There comes the target
Clutch
swap.
got out. That's the big thing. He can come back and assist in this fight. But the fight is so far going decently well for UDDA. They get 1 kill. They're stalling well. The Raider will go down. Crack will no longer be relevant to this fight.
GB
but
on
the
Wake
amount
Up.
of time. Oh, that is unfortunate.
GB on Wake Up
Setmix.
works out for Setmix there. Doesn't work out for Setmix rather. And Simply Alex tried to rotate over, but now he's going to eat a max. Had to stand punish double heavy from the JJ and Conk. That's going to hurt her.
But tick, tick, tick. Look at the clock here, Mr. Boogie. The stall has still been happening for this time. A has still been in the control of the ultimate dedicated digital athletes.
That's true.
And they've had B for a decently long time. They've only just lost control to KO Gaming Espada. So that stall was excellently done. Now, however, UDDA now has to regain the footing after losing it. They got an advantage. They can't throw it now. They got to make sure this next team fight coming up is worth something.
That's correct. So Clutch really started that off with a good stall, allowing kind of the points to develop on A and Zone B. But now they don't have it. There goes the bite from Alex. No need for follow-up damage from his teammate, and now they're going to have Zone B under their control. Verb.
Having that initial success on B, by courtesy of a couple clean and quick nasty kills, will allow UDDA to get back to that specific point I mentioned before.
And here comes the home point contest by Alex again. They're going to try and stall him out here.
And Clutch 2 coming up from the rear. Keep an eye on this wide angle shot you saw there. Actually, never mind. We're going to go straight towards this C point shot. This would be something to keep an eye on because if this stall happens successfully, it doesn't matter what happens on mid. Most members of KO Gaming Espadas will have to come back to assist on their home point because they can't be stalled out for this long on Sanctuary Bridge.
And UDA seems to be winning this 2v2 pretty handedly at the moment. Alex and Clutch really swapping pretty well. And Alex is a sub. He plays on console, so he's gelling in really well and showing what his ability is to be able to work so well with a high-octane team like UDDA.
And we'll see at the same time while this fight's going on, there is some mortally wounded people hanging out on the B point. Crack low on HP, but so is his opposing number.
Crack's actually just going to
One
go ahead and chase his JJ and go for it and try and prevent the cap here. Let's see if he's going to be able to win this 1v1.
Ryuken might run into the trap. Ryuken, if he's not careful, might run into the stunning trap. He's not careful. Gets the molly anyway. Great job.
We've seen that a few times actually, Verb, that running Raider Heavy has a wide hitbox, does a lot of damage, but the recovery is so bad. If they can kind of bait it out, that's a free... Oh, and Setmix tried to kite them into the trap, only got Glassers, wasn't able to avoid it himself, but now everyone back to full stam. Alex actually goes out of stam, but committing to that dodge heavy, and a nice parry from Glassers. He's actually going to be able to warp around the torch there to get the bash punish, but down he goes, unable to finish it. It looks like a Fire Flash was just interrupted by Uka, the Raider, who's been throwing a lot of early Fire Flash. Been a learning we were discussing it the last 2 maps, unable to get this one to come off. It would actually be a better time to use it than when he's used it in the past, but if he can win this 1v1 and turn around, here comes the Fire Flash. I bet it's coming. Look. Oh no, he wasn't able to. They got the kill. He wasn't able to set it up there and gonna get caught in the dodge recovery. Free GB, a little too dodge happy there.
And you notice the feet change from Crack here. Oh, sorry, not Crack, excuse me. You saw the feet change from Byakuya, well, whatever his bloody name is.
Yeah,
Sorry,
dude. We apologize.
Yeah, he's using the Fire Flask, and you've seen him occasionally swap between Fire Flask and Star Wars Banner, like Crack has been doing. But the Fire Flask would have been very useful, you'd think, but you don't want to waste it on a fight, which, by all means, you're just trying to stall right now. You're just trying to keep yourselves in a good position, because you're stalling on the defender's point right now. You can see right here, the security.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, Verb, how the stall at C started by Clutch has worked out for them. But now KO Gaming has actually forced this fight for quite a while now. They haven't been able to put it under their control. You saw they briefly got pushed off the point, and C flag or A flag rather, still under control by UDDA. But the fight has been lasting so long, and Alex is very close to actually. Never mind, he just gets revenge, and Clutchmeister comes in right on time. So this might actually go back, and there he is, catches the dodge recovery. Alex is on pursuit. Bayuka about to bleed out, and there is the bash they were looking for. Put him on a spike. Alex does his job, and while that has been going on, there has been looks like Zero Crack tried to do a back cap of his own install, but they're able to win the 2v1. Ryuka and Glastrus. Glastrus has all 4 of his feats. Let's go to his perspective real quick. A lot has been made of the Conqueror heal on block. Let's see if he's actually going to be able to stall out here in the 2v1. Now, UDDA is breaking. First break of the match Verb goes towards UDA.
UDA are breaking, but if they will have access to their own break onto KO Gaming Espada if they're not careful. Oh, not careful, if they can get it soon. So KO Gaming Espada has to be careful themselves that they don't get wiped by any kind of erroneous feats. Fire Flask is going to be used, and everyone else is going to start repositioning for the next big fight, most likely on the A point.
Oh, Clutchmeister does a preemptive bomb to stop them in their tracks. Nice play from the #1 digital athlete, and he's going to get the GB punish, but Crack actually attacked too early, and Clutch unable to get his heavy there. So that could have been actually a quick death for the Conk. Now he's going to be able to survive and stall out a little bit. And Crack's going to try and make up for his mistake and keep pursuing him. Letting 2 unblockables go. There comes the scout pop from Simply Alex. But now there's a bit of a debuff on the team in this last fight, but they're not breaking yet.
Not yet. That's the key thing. They're keeping held on. If UDDA can keep this fight consistent, not throw horrendously, and so far they're doing a good job of it, then they can start surging back in an incredibly strong position. I was very scared of potential throws, but no, UDDA keep the fight solid. Consistently good block stun setups, consistently good stampeding charge bleed setups as well. That's going to allow them to take A, which surges through to mid, and now they're going to stick KO Gaming Espada on the back foot, Boogie.
It just keeps going back and forth, Verb. That was a clutch team fight win for UDDA. But now both teams are breaking. There's really no way out at this point if the team fight keeps continuing in this area. It really doesn't matter what happens to Zone B at this point. Both teams at 1100 or over that. So now we're going to see, like, can the Conk make the difference here? Can he keep stalling and be the bedrock for the team fight? He already got caught in the GB, not looking likely. Heal on block, not going to be able to help if you just keep getting GB'd and punished.
Yeah, that's not going to be particularly useful. With the Stalwart banner down, that's going to be a very nice place for UDDA to rally around. No fatalities immediately there, though, in the fight. Both teams respecting each other for the most part and keeping themselves consistent in the fight, but that's going to probably be changing soon. I am seeing some somewhat low HP bars in our relative
The Black Prior went down for KO Gaming. He cannot be revived. This is a team fight here. Setmix is about to win the 1v1 against the Raider. The Raider desperately trying to escape the clutches of Setmix, but he has only just needs to be breathed on, and this fight is going the way of UDDA. No deaths yet, and this is what I'm talking about, this experience. They have not died at all since the breaking has started back and forth, and it's going to be it turns out to be a clinical finish from UDDA there. Nice teamwork, nice rotations, and good job on the team fight. And there we go, Verb. We finally have the T-pose return. Can I get some T's in the chat, everybody? Please.
2-1 reads the scoreline in favor of UDDA.
You have to imagine, Verb, if KO Gaming were to drop this set so easily, 3-1, that their morale might be a little bit low going into the final set where it's actually must-win territory.
Potentially. I'm watching two things this game. We're going to high fort. So rotations. That is something that Crack, I saw messages here and there he was talking about when he wasn't playing. And their team struggled the hardest on rotations on certain maps, and those seem to have been cleaned up incredibly well. going into this new composition with a new substitution as well. And that's going to give him a nice surge in confidence going into this 4th map of the series in this grand final set, with then coming up from the loser's side. No composition changes, however, from any of the teams, I do believe. This is going to be a straight-up run back on High Forts, with the only catch being UDDA with the wind at their backs.
That's right, Verb, and we're going to do our bird's eye view again just to see what the splits are. Always interesting to see how each team start. Remember, we had that no C cap strat before, but these teams a little bit more high level. We got a 2-person split at C, only 1 each at mid, and that was going to be a contest at A. So this is actually kind of similar to what happened in Overwatch. Looks like both teams are eager to try and get a foothold. Last time, I believe, KO Gaming won the 2v2 on C. They didn't actually that was a match that they won, so if they can repeat defeat, they can get a little bit of a head start here in this match.
So initially, the gank going okay for both sides, with a very slight health lead towards UDDA because of a very well-timed raw chain heavy off of Crack. Goes to the unblockable hit instead, gets parried, plus with the bash as well, feeding a little bit too much revenge.
Here's a max punish opportunity, and there it is.
Oh, no.
He gets it. Crack unable to peel and prevent his teammate from dying. Now he's in the 2v1, and KO Gaming, once again, I was alluding to it earlier. Oh, there it is. Now Clutch is in recovery, but a badly timed Stampede charge is going to actually feed him revenge. That would have been a max punish from the JJ there, and probably would have got the job done, but Crack is just going full on crackhead mode here, pressing all the buttons from the Raider until somebody stops him. Bayuka finally able to do so, and he's just going to start pressing buttons, but Crack presses the button a little bit faster and gets the stunning tap, and now Setmix is going to rotate over, and you would imagine once Crack heals up, Setmix will take on point C duty. Now Glassers was actually able to take down Clutch in a 1v1 at B, but here we go, another rotation. So Zone B will eventually get under control of KO Gaming, but Glassers will have to clear this wave or else he won't have it for long, and it looks like he's going to actually get a free swing at it because he's got his JJ teammate there. He's going to be able to clear the wave a little bit. He's probably going to keep trying to peel off. You're going to see him not really engage in the fight and just keep taking these minions down as he can. And now a good rotation actually from Bayuka. So a 2v2 development, but Glasser's getting free minion clear, but Clutch sees this happening. He's going to try and do some minion clearing himself. So it's definitely poised here for a fight in B. We'll see what the rotations are. We got both Black Priors boosting A. I imagine we're going to see one of them peel off to try and turn this team fight in their favor depending on who starts losing. But Bayuka currently critical health, and so is the Shaman. So the 2 critical health are fighting in a 1v1. Clutch is letting every attack under the sun go, and he's finally going to get punished for it. He's going to have to peel off and try and get some. Oh, but an impale. Glassfree is caught sleeping. No, nothing big, no wall punish, but it's just going to separate the team fight a little bit. Now this is turning into an advantage for UDDA. We got Setmix getting a execution, and here comes a gang. Oh, but the top is going to come off there, off of the impale. Looks like a little bit missed timing on the input. Input delay, probably something Clutch isn't used to.
Yeah, that is something to keep in mind. I hate going on about it because it feels like just excuses, but it is something to keep in mind. Naturally, on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, there is a inbuilt set of delay that you can't really get around. You can get around monitor delay, you can get around input delay on like your physical controller, which to be fair, there's not a lot of that, but you can't get around the game's input delay itself. But speaking of delays, a delayed response to help out with the blue Black Prior.
Yes, he's luckily got that revenge. You saw Crack attempt an impale to set up the bleep. That was actually blocked. It definitely gave him a little bit more revenge than getting hit, I would say. And we have the 2v2 developing quite well with 2 low health opponents, but looks like the Black Prior from KO Gaming is going to go down first, but Bayuka actually has an advantage here, but he's going to get impaled while he was winding up a heavy, and there's bleed applied to him now, so the threat of the bite is very real. He looks, oh, just as he got cleansed, he got deflected off the stunning tap.
Oh,
and
the save though, actually,
yeah.
Never mind.
And there he goes. What a rotation from the JJ to save his teammate, which would have been an inevitable death for sure. Let's go back from the attack cam and see what we got going on. Setmix, who rotated over the B, gets pushed off there from Glassers. He's going to go back to his home point, the Black Prior from KO Gaming, taking his mantle. So now we're just going to jump into this team fight at B and see how this is all going to shake out.
Yeah, FYI, yes, we are aware the shing 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 noises of healing is a global sound in Spectator right now. Not intended. It's annoying us just as more as you, but again, Spectator, work in progress.
Definitely is a work in progress. I imagine that's going to be one of the first things to get ironed out. But here we saw UDA actually take a casualty in this team fight, and Clutch is not going to be able to get the revive, but he also has quite a health lead on Ryukin Sensei's JJ, who's just going to kind of kite around and stall a little bit, and here comes a nice rotation from the Raider, so that life lead is certainly dwindling now. I think the JJ fancies his chances now. There's an unblockable goes off on the off guard, and Clutch had to roll away there because he got this shin kick was coming, which got like a little bit of a stealth buff in this last season patch, a little bit harder to avoid on the single dodge timing now. But UDA, doesn't matter, they're going to take the team fight at Zone B, and they're going to get a free hit to completely get it under control. And you already see Zero Crack pushing up a little bit, putting a trap. He's probably going to start wailing on some minions. And Setmix is actually in a little bit of trouble here. He lost control of the home point, but there's a swap going on because Alex won the 1v1 against the Black Prior and took on A. So let's see if Setmix can hold the home point for his team, and he's got a rotation from Crack as well, so this should be advantageous. But the Black Prior, who lost his home point, is now over here off of spawn to rotate over to help out.
KO Gaming Espada have done a very good job in their rotations with the Star Wars banner down. However, rotations won't be needed as much as a raw 2v2 success for the KO Gaming squad on PlayStation. However, the Star Wars banner kind of negates any real chance of going for anything until it goes away. We just saw it go away there. Ledge attempt was attempted, didn't go so well.
Now the Black Prior going to try and stay on the off guard to try and get some help from his healing feat, his tier 3. He's going to finally get revenge. He's going to whiff the top heavy actually. Got a little bit of a knockback there after he popped it, but he's able to get the unblockable. And the undodgeable, Setmix dives a little bit too early. He saw the unclean JJ as well, the undodgeable finisher, able to shut that down. So good job. They were able to fight back against a stalwart banner in that 2v2, and now a good rotation. And he's going to even give up a shield to his Raider teammate. So Zero Crack in trouble, but Crack can easily get revenge and kill both of these gamers if he chooses to. Nice, but there it is. Double parry. He's going to be able to get the first hit. Oh, but the Oathbreaker comes in. Now he's in trouble.
Oh, no!
But now he doesn't have this down. Oh, but just a run-up light parry.
What is happening?
From Crack. And now he's going to be setting up the Stampede charge, you have to imagine. No, he's actually going to peel off the Trine because I'm healing. Zone A still under control thanks to Alex's back cap. But he's going to be...
Attackers rally.
Looks like the Raider died there.
Yes.
So now Zone A still under control of UDA. They have the exterior points. We saw this happen in the last match with KO Gaming, where they really weren't able to adapt to the fact that they don't have a home point. They kept picking the wrong moments to try and contest and lost some team fights as well. You see here Glassress, who's been on mid duty. Now, we've been talking about it before with the impact heal on Black has on mid and how hard it is to take him off of, but Glassress really hasn't been able to turn that into anything significant yet because the team fights are still going in the way of UDDA, so they're kind of missing their Conk's presence, whereas Setmix is rotating over and they have, you know, the Raider and the Shaman, so like Balearnic was alluding to earlier, no dedicated mid-clearer for UDDA, and whereas KO has, you know, kind of locked in that Conk pick for mid, so they're kind of losing out on some of these team fights and rotations because of that.
Yeah, there is, however, still the fight happening on A simultaneously. Revenge has been deployed, but that won't be enough. That will be one dead member of KO Gaming Espada. UDDA lining themselves up for a good final push. They have just put defenders into breaking like you saw earlier on. UDDA lining themselves up for the run back by setting KO Gaming Espada into losers. They just need to hold the point, and so far they're doing that incredibly well, as you can see by breaking constantly coming on and off mine.
Yeah. It can't, like, just a complete shutdown of the exterior points. No comeback there from KO Gaming, but now Clutchmeister's going to 1v1, and now this will be key. I don't think Clutch is going to die here easily. He's got his uninterruptible now.
Defenders
He's just going to start letting attacks go. But now there's a little bit of a swap there. KO Gaming able to get them breaking, reverse it, they're able to get back control of mid. So now this could go either way. So Clutch really actually needs to win this 1v1. Before it was pivotal for KO Gaming to win it, but now all the pressure's on Clutch, and we know how he handles the pressure. He's going to come out on top.
Yeah, hopefully UDDA doesn't fall for the same thing they accidentally tripped into last time, which was getting taken out in multiple ways just as the breaking happened. But it looks like they were able to stabilize this time and get themselves rallied and ready to go, which is good because they're going to need it, because now they've got KO Gaming on the ropes. One person is already executed.
Setmix is already down. They're not going to have access to him for the rest of this fight, so it's going to be a 3v4. Now it's just about how they manage these resources. They have the extra man, but you don't want somebody to make a mistake. Glassress is as close to making one of them, trying to escape from a shaman. It's impossible to do. He's desperately going to try and zone to get out of it. And there we go, another rally thanks to Zone B getting neutralized. Now all to play for. Setmax is back in the game. A 2v1 is developing at C with Zero Crack, and nobody contesting at A, but looks like, oh, this is actually a big coup for Alex goes down at B. Their shaman, who would be pivotal in this final stage with both teams breaking, is now out of the game. And again, another 4v3. And just like that, Zero Crack actually gets taken down at C. He was stalling in a 2v1, remember, as we're in attack cam. So this is looking like all KO Gaming at the moment, unless, and there goes the Fire Flash. Now it's all on the #1 digital athlete to win a 1v4 with Lawbringer to reset the bracket for his team.
He has 3 Pugno Mortis and Juggernaut available though, plus second win, so if he's got any situation to make it work, now's the one. Plus he has a trap that was laid down by Simply Alex just before. There it triggers. It's going to be very useful coming in.
Clutchmeister already getting some big damage out. Tries to get the bomb, but a nice rollout from the Black Prior. And here it comes. He tried to set up his feet, but that's going to lead to a Stampede charge. It's a massive damage. Clutch does have second win. You have to, there it is. There's the pop. He finally had to do it. I thought he was going to try and wait for revenge before he did so. Not enough time, though. And he's going to get caught in the forward dodge recovery, but an unoptimal throw. That should have been a Stampede charge to win the game. But you're giving Clutch another chance at surviving here, but the Ult Breaker is not going to give him any sort of shield. It's going to go so quickly, and KO Gaming tied up 2-2 in the first set. They just need to win the next game to take home the whole tournament.
I am really excited. I was expecting UDDA to just slam through on the momentum and take that, but bloody hell, KO Gaming held their own in multiple places.
So it all comes down to this, guys. It is a must-win game for UDDA, and obviously KO Gaming do have the golden parachute, as one Verbalacity would say, in that they can have the bracket reset and have another fresh 3 out of 5 set. But you have to imagine they don't want that to happen, do they, Verb?
Yeah, that is not something I want to do. UDDA is specialists when it comes to long endurance tourney. I mean, hell, they had to do like a 12-hour bloody one a couple days ago in the PC EU side of things, and they managed to get through that nice and cleanly. So they do not want this to go the distance. KO Gaming and Espada need to take out the Tiger here. They don't want to try and go longer. Who do I see as each team's star player? In my opinion, personally, DeKesler, right now, I kind of want to give it to Zero Crack. Of course, the obvious choice is Clutchmeister, but I don't want to go with that. Everyone knows that by this point, that Clutchmeister, the world champion, that kind of thing. But Zero Crack has been low-key performing like better and better and better as the further this has been going on. And then, however, on the other side of things, KO Gaming, I am super impressed with the Conqueror play from Glosorius. He has been holding down mid so well. He has been consistently being a ginormous, harassing pain in the backside for UDA to
He's
deal
the
with.
only one that I've seen been able to do the conk mid strat with heal on block effectively. And even then, like, a little bit is being taken away from the team fight in those situations, but mid is so crucial that we're actually seeing that shake out here too. A 1v1 at B, but a double 2v1 at C, and there's a 1v1 developing at A. So only one rotation each to B. I mean, before in the NA tournament, we're seeing constant 2-3 man rotations, and already Simply Alex has won the 1v1. And I'm actually gonna usurp you a little bit there. I think the star player has actually been Alex in the losers bracket. He has been all over the map. I'm calling his name out constantly for ganking optimally and rotating when he needs to be, really embodying what the shaman role is in the 4v4 competitive Dominion. And here we go. The fight at B concluded. Sorry, Verb. The fight at B concluded. Now we're seeing a complete rotation. So KO Gaming did not get the home point. They lost the 1v1, and now they're on the verge of losing the team fight at C. So they're going to have no home points if things keep going the way they are, Verb.
Yeah, you've noticed before, like, as soon as they swapped out for one player for the other, they immediately start having way more success, and the fights have only been started to lose because of sheer effort from the enemy team and not necessarily lackluster rotations of the kind. As we can see here in this fight, however, things are looking a little bit more dire. A 2 versus 2 trade, and things are looking worse here, unfortunately, for KO Gaming Espada.
And the inevitable happens there. But while all that was going on, a smart back cap from the Black Prior to give his team a launching off point, but now it's going to come down to B. Glassfist had a rough go of it. He wasn't able to hold down mid during the first team battle. He doesn't even have body count yet, Verb, so he's going to be in a bit of trouble here, but Alex is in a 2v1, so if they can get this secured, he's got a little bit of a shield now too, so maybe Glassfist can finally get into this game, but Clutch is already rotating and taking out the back half of the minions, but a nice rotation from the JJ. KO Gaming really playing tight together here, and it can go either way here at this team fight at B.
Yeah, keep an eye on the rotations after this team fight. Whoever wins here, the next set of rotations are going to be incredibly important. Both home points have been secured by both teams, so they're going to be able to make a choice. They try and reinforce their own, they try and snatch up the other, but so far it looks like UDDA are going to be looking for the initial offensive choice. They get the first pick, and they're looking for a sequential second.
Ooh, a mistimed guard break there. That could have been a kill on Clutch, but now he's going to be able to escape because of that. It's always the fine margins, Verb. Either an accidental revenge feed at the last breath, or just an unable to close out a kill is just going to really make a difference. And there goes the JJ down, and we're going to follow Clutch over to C. Nobody's going to be contesting him. It's going to be free heal for him. So we're going to stick over at B, where Zero Crack and Setmix are able to take out the KO Gaming's Raider, and Alex doing what he does best, winning a 1v1 all by himself, getting a bleed. I've been seeing some impressive light parries and gameplay from Alex so far today, but gonna get caught in the dodge recovery. Let's go from the perspective of the Black Prior here and see if he's gonna go. Oh, but eats the unblockable finisher as we switch over to him. Commentator's curse, Verb, and down he goes. Alex gets the job done, and we're gonna get right back over to the team fight at B with Ryu Sensei. And he's gonna get a long arm. Commentator curse again. I'm just calling all bad luck to these KO gamers.
UDDA benefiting well from some of the Bewitching's help from the production, but now UDDA need to start taking that advantage and rolling with it. They've got the points initially. Good. They're about to claim B as well. Now they need to lock it down. They need to keep them secure. Their team fights have been very good so far, apart from one or two minor things, but those, let's not dwell on the small problems. They need to start worrying about the bigger picture. They will get one kill successfully, and they'll start fishing for the second here on C point. If they can get it apart from the Revenging Raider, then things are looking mighty nice.
And we saw there Bayuko able to take out Crack with the Revenge Pop, Setmix smartly backing off and just picking his moment to win it, and he's going to keep C point for his team. And back over at A, Alex has been doing a good job of holding it down. You see another body left in his wake, and here comes Clutch on the rotation that's going to guarantee the bleed, and the zone is actually going to interrupt the bite, so Glassfist off of the home point, desperately trying to give something, and he's going to get chased down by simply Alex, and the Black Prior too late on the rotation just coming from spawn. And there you go, Alex doing what he does best there. It's really been a revelation for UDDA since he's subbed on from Scoffbauer.
Scoffbauer, I've watched many a tournament of his, especially when he was doing some of the LAN stuff with For Honor Esports back in the day. But it seems like, at least for this particular team in this particular scenario, running simply Alex instead was better. And that happens a lot in sports. You know, you see this kind of thing where no matter how good one player potentially is, it just doesn't gel well with the team. So
a good player doesn't mean good
swapping
teamwork,
out.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, so sometimes a swap for a sub isn't necessarily damning on the person who's been subbed out.
Ooh, a double flip there from KO Gaming. The KO Gaming's Black Prior has not really gotten into this match. He's really been such a strong backbone of the team, but really Alex has been harassing him all game. And you see here from the gank, there is the long arm gank we were talking about. Optum, but that's going to give him enough time for revenge. I think Alex might have been better off just doing a heavy with Clutch to get the kill as opposed to getting the bleed. But it doesn't even matter the way UDDA is playing right now. This is an absolute blowout here in the final map of the first set. A bracket reset is imminent right now, unless KO Gaming can somehow get back into it. You see a nice flip from Setmax there. 2v1 going down at C, and a 1v1 at B right now between Glassfist and Zero Crack.
The 1v2 is going to be a good situation, at least, for the majority of UDDA. If they can get people back here quick enough, and they will have Clutch immediately arrive, and they're going to get the first kill. Now they just need to get 2 more, and they got the bracket reset.
He's going to throw down the bomb and get the dodge recovery GB. Just out of control gameplay from Clutchmeister there, and Setmix is going to finish the job. And just like that, the UDA boys are getting the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bracket reset. The bracket has been reset by UDDA. We are going to get into one more best of 5 map match to decide who is going home with the first place. KO Gaming no longer have the winner's advantage. Did they throw Did they throw Verb, or was it just complete outplay from UDDA?
There was maybe one or two specific rotations I could call out, but I feel like UDDA were able to jump on fights with such vigor and keep them in place for so long that there's not too much to throw if you can't actually get a run up in the first place.
But Verb, what are you expecting?
What am I expecting initially? Not anything too crazy, to be honest. Both teams are going to be very hesitant to be the first, to make the first blunder. So both teams are going to try and keep things clinical and fight well in the mid, but UDDA especially are going to try and force that issue because that's one thing they very much like to do.
That's right, and now we have a 3-man push on B. We'll see if Alex opted to do the back cap, and usually we see the Black Prior do the home point cap and then rotate over, but Setmix immediately goes into B. He's going to get a heavy parry there on the unblockable and going to be put out of stamina, so he's going to have to peel back. But Bayuka, the Raider, has opted to peel out. Meanwhile, Alex has decided to attempt a back cap right from the start, and he's fighting at the home point of A, and he's about to get the bite, but home point still under control by A, so he can back up and get a little bit of healing. Only slightly. Alex able to interrupt there, but Zone B is currently under control by UDDA, so they did win the Zone B fight in the sense that they got it to go in their favor. But now we're just going to go ahead and peel off to the fight here. We already lost the, looks like Conqueror, who tried to peel off to A, and now the Black Prior with a lot of work to do. Let's go from his perspective here. And commentator's curse once more. Whenever I decide to hone in on a player, he ends up eating some sort of punish. So Zone A, the back cap successful. Alex putting immediate pressure on there. And if you remember, we alluded to Bayuka, man, I'm just going to give up. So we're just going to go the KO Gaming Raider, who peeled off. Setmix initially hesitated, but decided to commit to it. And now it's a 1v1, and a nice rotation from, and there it is, the optimal long arm gank is going to confirm both heavies. And just like that, a nice rotation. Even though they're both critical health, the optimal gank allows them to come. And right now, Verb, we have a triple cap situation to start the map. A 500-point lead from UDDA.
UDDA are looking mighty handy initially. They are very angry. They are trying to get as many fights as they can. And as a sign up before I continue, I do see some people asking in the chat. Yes, this is back to 0-0. This was a bracket reset situation. Ultimate Dedicated Digital Athletes won the last set 3-2, and they pulled KO Gaming Espada down to losers. But looks like a fight is about to break on an A hit.
And yes, it is, and it's not going KO Gaming's way, although they lost one of their teammates. They do have a little bit of an advantage in the life loot department for this 2v2, but the Raider and Shaman are both low, so it's really going to come down to the JJ and Kensei from either team to decide what's going to happen in this team fight. A target swap attempt gets shut down by, and the dodge recovery this time gets caught, and Setmix rotating over, all of a sudden swinging this back in UDDA's favor, and Glastrus get caught in no-man land. He was coming off of the ladder of the ramparts to Zone B, fighting Zero Crack, so this team fight may end up going back in UDDA's favor, but the JJ is currently holding on to revenge. Let's see when he decides to use it, and there is the pop. No Oathbreaker yet this early in the match, been able to get the shin kick, which guarantees a light, and Setmix is going to roll away this time, and this time he's going to get caught. A revenge GB punish, a little bit extra damage than the normal 25 is enough to kill him this time. And Zero Crack rotates over. That actually was a GB opportunity for the JJ, but he opted not to do it. We're going to stick with the JJ's perspective here to see if he can win this 1-1. He's going to catch the early dodge from Crack with his unblockable finisher. And he's going to let another one rip. He's going to eat the end of Zero Crack's zone, and he's going to go down trying to target swap to the Shaman. Ill-advised there. Should have just stayed on Crack, who's now going to start kiting around to try and stall out. This home point harassment is really working out for UDDA at this time, and Setmix is going to rotate over just as a revive is happening. So the team fight is still very much on here, but UDDA, you got to imagine, are just trying to get as much damage as they can here at the home point and not let KO Gaming really get into the match. But here goes a Stampede charge gank. The top heavy's going to come out off the knee splat. Nice option there. But here comes Touchmeister again. The Lawbringer rotation so pivotal. That run speed and the impale really allowing some nice rotations. And Setmix finishes off the JJ with an undodgeable top heavy. A little bit too dodge happy from the JJ. You usually see that, especially on console. The JJ's trying to, you know, just with the twinkle toes, see-through stancing, side dodging to try and cause some separation. But that time, not going to work out. And Touchmeister just using all the stamina to do that target swap. unblockable finisher, but now he's going to really pay the price here as KO Gaming finally take back their home point. That's right, they did not have their home point that entire time during the fight, so UDDA really getting the job done there. Even though they did lose a team fight, they still have control of Zone B, even though they have a dedicated mid-clear in the Conqueror. And it looks like a 1v1 is developing here from Mr. Setmix on Zone C.
I will tell you what, though, Boogie. I was doing a rough count in my head while that fight was happening. The defense didn't get the home point back. KO Gaming Espadas didn't get their own home point back as we see the final kill happen there. In about 2 minutes and 15 seconds or so. They were stalled out for an incredibly long time, and you can see that in the scores. UDDA is soaring ahead.
Yeah, they had an opportunity there to even up on the points and interrupt on the Shaman King there. You don't really see that from UDDA messing up ganks too much, but now this is going to give the Black Pride an opportunity to run away with revenge, but they're still going to retain their home point, and Zone A has been reclaimed by Clutch. So once again, KO Gaming failing to defend their home point, and we've seen this before. KO Gaming really falls apart when UDDA is able to control the exterior points. They really don't have an answer. They don't know how to adjust their strategy to deal with it. You have to imagine that KO Gaming is really comfortable playing the game at their pace, and UDDA is just not letting that happen. They definitely are exploiting that flaw in their gameplay right now.
UDDA getting on that famous ball of momentum I like talking about so much. They're feeling good. You can imagine their comms are nice and shouty, nice and vigorous, getting the hits they need, getting the kills they need. Everything seemingly working out, time after time after time.
They already forced a breaking bird.
This is... You mentioned that... You remember that thing I mentioned a while back, as we see the couple final kills happen here, about the morale thing? That might actually be kicking in here for KO Gaming Espada.
Yeah.
Having that bracket reset happen to you after coming this bloody close to winning it, and all of a sudden, oh god, now we've got to do another one.
Yeah. And I will say this: even though they're on the ropes, they did win some pretty big team fights at B and then eventually A at their home point. So they have a little bit of a platform here to try and make a comeback here, but they dug themselves such a hole with an awful start to the game, and they just seem rattled whenever they lose their home point. They take so long to get it back, whereas UDDA seems so calm and collected in these situations. And here's a Fire Flash by Yoka. It's only going to hit Zero Crack. Setmix smartly kiting out of the way and healing up in the process too, even though he has a little bit of a debuff on him. And Zero Crack able to finish off the JJ as he committed to the heavy parry punish, and this is going to be a free cap. So this is going to turn into a triple cap situation. He already ate the stun trap. He's not going to be able to rally. Setmix able to climb the ladder just in time. And it looks like we have a scout active, and Glastrus caught in no man's land. He doesn't even have his tier 3 yet, so his mid game severely punished, going to get caught in the dodge recovery, executed by Simply Alex again. And now we are in the final stand here from the Raider, who did get a kill there, but you imagine Zero Crack's is going to kind of chill there, maybe have a sig break and wait for his teammates to come on through. Here comes the final siege from UDDA. The Raider main, who we can't get his name right, is on the ropes. And here comes an optimal long arm punish off the wall blow, and that is it. Zero Crack gonna end this match in style. Oh, never mind. Setmix says no pizzazz for you. Let's get back to business, boys. Next map is still yet to come.
Zero Crack probably feeling as bad about having his taunt denied than I was me having my mic muted during that transition, but nonetheless, we're going to be seeing UDDA going 1-0 up in this best of 5 series.
But KO Gaming very much on the ropes here, Verb.
Yeah, KO Gaming probably going to be feeling winded after that one initially. UDDA now, of course, having a proper idea of what to do, how to blitzkrieg, what points to target. You saw initially they had Simply Alex and Zero Crack harassing so much of the enemy's backline, allowing Clutch and Setmix to farm up effectively, get their feats, which then buys time for Crack to get his feats online. Simply Alex doesn't need to worry about that so much because he's been playing his heart out on this Shaman, so he's been getting consistently good feats generation all the time. However, KO Gaming Espada, no slouches themselves, especially on Overwatch. You saw Glassorius did have some troubles in that first game with the Conqueror, as we see the initial splits here, but this is a map he's much more comfortable on the Conqueror.
For sure, this seems to be KO Gaming's point. This is their home map, whereas you're alluding to earlier, Citadel Gate is very much UDDA territory. Overwatch has been claimed by KO Gaming in this tournament, and we see a similar split to what we've been seeing from these two teams, a two-person split on C and a 1v1 developing at A, and simply Alex has been getting the better of most of his 1v1. So let's go ahead and get into the 2v2 and see how this pans out first. Now this was the difference last time we played on this map against UDDA. KO Gaming won this 2v2, and then they were able to use that as a platform. Remember, whenever they lose both their home points, they seem, or both exterior points rather, their home point and the exterior, they seem to just kind of fall apart and don't have an answer. So it's really key for KO to get an early, and it doesn't seem like it's going to happen because Zero Crack just comes in with the big dick, unblockable, chained, that's big damage. It's going to finish it off in a nice track in there, but Glastrus is going to give up the fight at B to rotate over, but a little bit too late, and he is critical health now too. So as you can see, not only was the Zone B fight lost, the Zone C one as well. The only saving grace is my man, the Raider main, who I can't say properly, has won the fight against Alex. He has done what seems to be the impossible lately and defeat Alex on the home point 1v1, and now the Black Prior is coming up to take on that duty. So not all is lost yet, only about a 100-point difference, maybe a little bit more right now as we get into the middle of the game here.
I will say Byakuya has done an excellent job trying to respond to threats where possible. It hasn't come out successful all of the time in this reset, but in previous games, especially what we saw earlier on, it's done well, and we'll see him try and put that to the same use in this particular fight.
Absolutely, and here comes a 2v2 at A. Simply Alex gets a nice parry there into the zone punish. Target swaps immediately, just trying to see an opportunity there, and there it is to help his teammate. And oh, looks like the GB punish. Oh, there it goes. Alex doing what he does best and peeling off and saving his teammate. Now this is very much in UDDA's favor. While this is going on, Setmix is 1v1 with JJ at C, and it looks like Glastrus, again, low health, giving up on the B fight to try and help his teammate. And it looks like an out-of-stand punish is developing from C. They're not able to get the kill. Alex and Crack are doing... Oh, and there's a flip to give revenge. Now, Zero Crack is critical health, immediately going to dodge a nice read there, assume that the bash was going to come right away. And there's a knockdown. Zero Crack pressed one too many buttons, and now the Black Prior has an opportunity here to make something happen, but Alex is not falling for any of these GBs, not opting to dodge anything, and the BP really got to turtle up here. One wrong move will spell defeat. Oh, and there is the bleed, the delayed bleed feint off of the whiff. Alex putting on a Shaman Clinic here today, and while all that was going on by Setmix, Mr. Clutchmeister with a little bit of an edge walk on point C.
Forced to edge walk due to Juggernaut, but edge walk nonetheless.
It still counts, Verb. And now we have Bayuka trying to rotate over the A to give him that home point, but once again, Alex and Crack refusing to give up, and this has to be the strategy from UDA. They are really focusing on the home points here and causing KO Gaming all sorts of problems, even though the point swing isn't too bad yet, but with 2 points held, even though they don't have Zone B, they still have quite the lead here.
Yeah, that's going to be something they can leverage on heavily. We did see earlier on there, Artanius did try and hold that A point on his own once it got down to the 1v1, but unfortunately getting deflected like that many times, it really sucks. And we're going to see, however, if he can try and make something happen here on the C point instead. Straight back to the old 2v2, Black Prior on Black Prior violence, but the only difference is being the Raider and the Jangjun.
Yep, and JJ is almost about to go here. Zero Crack with a nice rotation. Gonna get parried though. And the light into shield bash. Not the optimal punish, but Crack kind of fell for it there on the extra shield bash. And here comes the trademark signature bear trap, exhausted bear trap strat that Zero Crack has made famous this tournament. Doesn't pay off this time, and we got a 2v2 win here for KO Gaming. They have a point now. Now this can be their platform to stop getting so frazzled. I think that's the thing. They just get a little frazzled when they don't have control of at least one of these points, even though they have the dedicated mid-clear in Glastrus. So a 2v1 developing at A, and we have C. Glastrus opting to leave Zone B to get some health, and Zero Crack is actually bearing down on him, as we can see. A 2v1 developing, Alex in some trouble at A. Let's see how Alex does in the 2v1 at A. He's been so good at winning the fights that matter, and you can see why. Just some great target swapping. Gets the heavy finisher on Artemis as he was trying to recover. Now he's critical health, and so is the Raider. Alex actually has the life lead, and you can see just the juking, the jiving, the target swapping. He is just on. Oh, there's a flip finally, but he has revenge to put a stop to it. You got to imagine a bash is coming. Oh, a nice dodge, a nice dodge. Really Really good play from the BP in a critical situation, but Alex is just so strong with the Shaman, and now they lost Zone C, so there you have it. Glastrus once again caught in no man's land. 2 exterior points are under UDDA control. We actually have a triple cap situation here, Verb. Not looking good.
I've gotta keep a little bit of, I've got to keep some credit on the side available for Set Mix. Like, that was some absolutely cracking defense there.
Absolutely. So now we have the fight developing at B, and that seems like a scout call from Alex. Alex is clearly already fed, winning 2v1s and such, and not looking good for Zone B. It should be under UDDA control in a brief moment because the Raider from KO Gaming is going to have to rotate off, but this is going to be a clutch 2v1 situation, and Semax getting an exhausted parry, but Artenis is going to get the exhausted heavy, so Semax taking a decent bit of damage, but Zero Crack going to work, but is going to eat the shin kick wall splat. Optimum punish there from Ryuku Sensei. And here comes a bomb, and they have the 2v1, but a nice rotation over from Clutch there. He's going to have the Raider in critical health, and there goes the breaking, which means the trapdoor's open, and another early breaking here from KO, and Alex is already waiting in the wings to punish, and there it is, the ledge. Alex is being so patient. Let's Clutch get his finish, and gets 2 ledges just like that. Oh my goodness. Simply Alex is turning this match in favor of UDDA, the console plebe, the console sub, filling in for the prodigal PS4 son Otto Dogs. Really showing out and really making the role his own right now for the UDDA console extension.
Yeah. Now, of course, this is going to be last man standing, Artenius against the world. And hopefully he's got some plans up his sleeve. He does have Flip available, but however, he's already down to critical HP.
And Alex is just having a field day against everybody in KO Gaming. He has given everybody the love. Everybody gets some bleed. Everybody gets some bites from simply Alex. Playing out of his fucking mind right now. Usurping his more, we should say, established teammates.
No delay, let's hop to the 3rd game and potentially the final game at this rate.
I've seen UDDA struggle a little bit on this map before, but the way they're playing right now, you have to imagine it's going to be a similar result unless they can respond here. They're going to have to win 3 straight. They have to win this map or the tournament is over, and UDDA is going to get the double crown. The PC EU tournament and now the PS4. Simply Alex, the console plebe, summing in, playing out of his mind with his more esteemed teammates Zero Crack, Set Mix, and Clutch Meister. Now we're going to bring back one Mr. Alernican to get his in-depth insights and analysis in this final map. We're glad to have you back, Alernican. Thank you again for the great casting work today.
Yes, the past few maps especially, I think I did a really good job, so really nice to be back showing what I can do even better when I'm speaking.
Absolutely.
Probably not. But Hyper, the huge map, possibly last game of the tournament, although possibly not. Last time they played this, because I've been watching, last time they played this map, KO did win, but just barely. It was like super close.
A slight change on the split here. It looks like A is going to be uncontested. Usually they send Simply Alex there, but instead they went for a 2-2 split. They're going to force the 2v2 at C. Let's go there and see how this is going to pan out. This is always so critical for KO Gaming because I've been mentioning it a few times already, but whenever they lose their home point, they start to kind of fall apart and just let them kind of snowball. So Alex is going to rotate over from B. We already seen the spike trap. This is a 3v1 situation. Looks like zone B was already won thanks to Clutch and
that spike
Alex.
is so annoying. Like,
yeah.
I'm sure that guy feels very outplayed at that point. Like, very surprise mechanic type.
Yeah. Just a box of spikes there.
Yeah. But this kind of opening, what it does is obviously the 2v2 and C. It gives A to KO for free, but it also gives mid to UDDA for free. So it's kind of a trade-off for whatever team prefers.
Yeah.
And then the guy from A, of course, can either stick to boost, but usually they go to mid and if needed go C, sorry, to come and help with the 2v2. So it's a versatile opening. I do like it the most, but.
An optimal gank there from UDDA. The hit stun confirming the blight. Now A is still under control of KO, so there's some hope there. They have the platform that they need to not lose their composure. We have the Black Prior boosting there. Now we have 2 coming from the spawn there. The JJ and the Raider going to be a little bit. We have Glassers doing what he does on the mid lane. He hasn't really been able to do much in these last few maps. Let's see if he can. He doesn't even have his body count yet. Not too far away from getting it, but he's going to get the impel from Clutchmeister, top heavy punish. That's optimal, but he's critical health now. He's going to have to peel off, but it looks like there may even be a contest at A. Yes, there is. It looks like the Black Prior is fighting Simply Alex with a slight advantage, though. We'll see how this 2v2 pans out before we kick it back over to them. And it looks like the Raiders are actually going to peel off from this fight to secure A flag for his team. This 2v1 is still developing. Actually, he opts out to come back over to the fight because it looks like the Black Prior on A off screen has won the 1v1 against Alex, which did not happen at all in the previous map.
Yeah, like in the first time they fought, the Black Prior, I mean in the first few games, is what I mean. The Black Prior was winning like every 1v1, but the past few games he's been losing like almost all of them against Alex, which has been a pretty big deal in how the games are going. Orange team though, KO is doing pretty okay here. Black Prior with Revenge is going to be able to put pressure on the JJ. And
JJ critical health here too.
Mix, actually, that's UDDA that's over.
Yep. Yeah, Stunning Tap's going to hit on the out guard there. C flag still under control there. Setmax is going to go heal. And Glassrus finally has his body count now. Going to try and lock down mid for his team. But while that is going on, we have another 1v1. Let's go back to the 1v1 against Alex and Artenis, who has kind of been the kind of a little bit of a rivalry in a way. And down he goes the ledge, the shortcut to the bash there. So Alex, it's 1-1 now. Alex versus Artenis in this map. You have to imagine, and now we have a nearly, actually it's not going to be a triple cap. Zone B should go the favor of the defenders here, but again, we're in that situation that KO seems to struggle with when they don't have control of the exterior points. They kind of fall apart. We have Artenis kind of skating across the map here, trying to go to Zone C. He's going to get into a 1v1 Black Prior mirror. Glassrus is trying to gank. Oh, they actually get a ledge over at Zone B, so it's going to definitely be in their control, and Glassrus is going to keep farming up. Let's go to the Black Prior mirror with Mr. Setmix. And it looks like he has the advantage here positionally with the light and the bash. That's going to be a free GB. He dodged early enough to get that GB. No light parries here yet. There's another bash comes out. Going to be able to avoid that one. And another bash. It's going to be trading bashes here. Black Prior mirror is very riveting gameplay, but they're actually crucial to the match and how it's going to play out.
Yeah, as KO here, you just want to get some sort of a foothold in the game. Like
there you go, and there it is.
And then now there's the foothold. There's C that is not going to be contested by UDDA. So they're gonna get it. Sorry, there. Well played by the BP. And yeah, now try and just keep it. But Glassrus, I think he died enough. He's back, and now he's going to be eating a lot of damage, actually not as much.
And Berserker and Clutchmeister has just unleashed an entire combo on Glassrus uncontested. He was able to long arm Glassrus his full block zone, and he's just going to get cleaned up here by Crack. So Clutch definitely in Glassrus' head here. Glassrus is unable to hold down mid, and again, I hate to keep bringing it up because the feats were such a contentious point with heal on block and such, but it really comes down to the individual player. Glassrus has been unable to make that work, and Setmax is about to win this 1v1, but Arden is able to come back here a little bit and starting to get the life lead. Can he? And he avoids the bash. Unblockable comes out. Setmix closes it out. Ice cold. Wow, that was almost a big turnaround there. And honestly, this is looking like it's going to be a tournament. Setmix with a little bit of an emote there. He knows the end is near, and KO Gaming has officially fallen apart. Simply Alex closing out with an execution. Now there can be a rally. It looks like there is a back cap going on, but it's too late. 1100 has been reached, and now there's a 1v1 going on at C. So KO Gaming just kind of fell apart here. We'll try and get the rest of the action here. Simply Alex cleaning up at Zone B. I guess we'll go over here to the Black Prior mirror again with Mr. Setmix.
Yeah, like this is obviously like kind of already gone, but yeah, the rotations on KO and okay, well the way that they've been playing is every time they don't win early on, they seem to just lose, like every time, which is not good. But the good news for them is that when they do win the first fight, or when they do go even, they're on the level, at least on console, of someone like PP. Because they've been able to win these, and this is over the tournament.
And I just got to give a shout out to Setmix. I have seen him bulwark counter opposing BP's bulwark counters so many times on PC and console. I think we need a dedicated set mix inspired name for that, because he's been playing out of his mind as Black Prior. So, Alernican, you were kind of alluding to it before, but what went wrong for KO Gaming here? They just kind of fell apart in this grand final set.
Yeah, like I mean, there could be mental issues. Like very often that happens with teams that are not used to playing in tournaments or not used to playing. Like they're watched by like 500 people or something right now, because this stream, Crack stream, Clutch's stream. So there's a few hundred people watching them right now, right? And maybe that's never happened to them before. Maybe they fell apart because of that. But overall, like as a team, if they don't win early on, or at least go even to slightly ahead, they almost always lose, which is good and bad. Like the good part is that if they win the first fight, they almost always win the game. They from that point, even against like UDDA again, they've been able to make the correct decisions and do the correct engagements, and especially the decisions is the important part. But
that seems to be the case. Yeah, I mean, we alluded to that earlier. Like if they don't get that early victory, it seems like their morale is completely shot, and they just can never get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, and that just comes with experience and with time, with more scrims, with better, more tournaments if they play in more, and they're gonna slowly get better at that. But yeah, like the good, I guess, news for them is that they know how to play from ahead. They just don't know how to play from behind, which is the problem.
Right. Yeah, so something to work on, and Alernican has been giving us some good tips. I know everyone likes Alernican's educational content, so if you've been watching the tournament today, you've been getting some good pointers for competitive 4v4 play. I've been trying
many notes have been taken.
Many notes, yeah. So I know everyone's waiting for the YouTube series to return, but in the meantime,
tomorrow.
We got the exclusive For Honor console commentating. So thank you very much, Alernican, for stepping in and helping me out today. Some great insights, brother. I appreciate you. And ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to you. Verb is back on the mics. All three of us sharing the mic this time. But a real quick thank you to all of our competitors, and of course to Ubisoft for providing me the opportunity to show you guys Spectator Mode. The For Honor Console Weekend War is going to continue next weekend with the Xbox tournament. Still signups being accepted. We have a link here, right there in the chat. Xbox will take place next weekend. UDDA has completed the double by winning the PC EU tournament and the PS4 EU tournament. So they are on a hot streak, and maybe they'll bring it to Xbox EU as well.